everybody. We'll call the meeting to order. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the August 10th, 2022 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration are attending this meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with the recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for August 17th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 1 p.m. on Thursday, August 11th. Okay. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair? Councillor Stadnichuk. Okay, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Okay, can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the meeting held on July 6th, 2022? Councillor Hawkins. I'd like to call upon the city clerk here to speak to a point of procedure in relation to item EX 22-85.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. During the consideration of item EX 22-85, the transit fare adjustments, a challenge to the chair was made by a member of council. In accordance to section 18 subsection 1B of the procedure bylaw, the members should have been permitted the opportunity to offer a brief reason for their challenge. This is being noted for the public record.
Okay, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Okay, so I need to make one little agenda change here. We're now going to consider, just let me confirm. Okay, we're going to consider EX 22-90 first. 2022 special event grant allocation, Mio Wittiseno to win. Sorry if I said that wrong. Day. I tried to follow the pronunciation. Anyways, can I ask Autumn Dawson from the administration to introduce this report? Oh. My apologies. We're going to call upon Tim Reed first, as he is a delegation. So I have Tim Reed and Chief Cadmus Delorum through Teams. And I'll ask you guys to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Reed and Chief Cadmus. Mr. Reed, were you able to hear me? Mr. DeLorme, were you able to hear me? Okay, we got a technical issue here. Mr. Reed, Mr. DeLorme, can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you, sir.
Oh, there you guys are. We had a technical issue. Okay, so I'll introduce you guys again. So I'm going to call upon Delegation Tim Reed and Chief Cadmus DeLorme. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Chief DeLorme, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Tim. Good morning, everybody. Tanse Anin, Chief Cadmus DeLorme. I'm the elected Chief of Cowes' First Nation. I own a house in Regina, a very proud Regina resident as well. I leave my introduction to there. I am the co-pilot to co-chair to the Mia Witsi Witawan Day, which is set for September 29th at our beautiful, beautiful Mosaic Stadium. Tim?
Thank you, sir. My name is Tim Reed. I have the privilege of acting as the president and CEO with the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. In this case, however, I get to be a partner with Chief DeLorme as we work to host a Day of Truth and Reconciliation at Mosaic Stadium. I have a home in Regina in Councillor Moll's ward, and I am proud to live north of Dewdney.
Tim, did we want to do our PowerPoint slide as we're talking?
I did. Councillor Moll, are we okay to proceed?
Yes, you're okay to proceed. Go ahead.
Perfect. I may work through the presentation because I know it was sent out in advance. So wanted to thank Council for the opportunity to present today. And I perhaps will turn it over to Chief DeLorme to talk about how this opportunity came forward and the first discussion that we had and the vision that he brought forward. Chief, do you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Tim. It's been over a year now, Executive Committee, since the unmarked graves of Kamloops, of Maryville, of Muskowgan, of Kisakus, many areas in our territory as well as across this country. Tim and I have worked on many areas together, and Regina is central to 34 First Nations in Treaty 4 and 74 in this province, and many call Regina home, as well as Canadians have understood that the unmarked graves has done two things to Indigenous people. A lot of it is validation of the pain, frustration, anger, and tiredness of just trying to remain Indigenous, sometimes in a country that still is somewhat oppressive. And to our great Canadian friends and family, that shield is down, and admitting that we don't know much about the truth between Indigenous people in Canada. Tim and I and a great committee are going to create an event in our city. At the Mosaic Stadium, we are going to bring truth and reconciliation in an environment that is supportive, that is shoulder to shoulder, and it's going to have all walks of life, generational from our Generation Z and millennials, who we are inspiring to show us the change in our beautiful province and country, to our Generation X and Y and baby boomer generation who have what we thought was always the truth. Sometimes maybe we were not told always the truth as well. So this day is to show the pride of Indigenous people, to speak the truth and to show our support in what reconciliation could mean in our city and province. We call it the Mio Witsi Witawin, which means we all walk and share this together in Cree.
Thank you, Chief. In response to Canada declaring September 30th as a day of national truth and reconciliation, our committee is presenting an opportunity to celebrate on September the 29th as a community to come together. And so who we are, we're a group of partners represented today by Chief DeLorme and myself, but including over 14 community members that have met on a monthly basis for over a year and a half to plan this event. All of them are volunteers and all of them have gifted their time. The program concept is to bring 15,000 community members together to host the largest gathering of young people that our city has ever had at Mosaic Stadium. The idea is 10,000 students from all school divisions, as well as First Nation schools, will attend Mosaic Stadium. They'll fill the floor as well as the back section of the stadium. And then they'll be encircled by partners, over 5,000 corporate partners, as well as individual guests. All of this will be provided for free. And what we can say is we have already filled the 10,000 seats for students with commitments from all of the school divisions. And we have over 4,000 tickets already in market that are committed to companies or individuals. So we do believe we have a day to create something special. We're in front of you today looking for support on behalf of the municipality to support the over 25 corporate partners that have come to the table as well. We do recognize that this program aligns with a number of the cultural stream priorities that the City of Regina has. And we believe that this positions well with some of the reconciliation targets the City of Regina would like to achieve. In terms of a community impact, we've already recognized over 25 corporate partners that are coming together to make sure that this day is free. The programming is laid out in the PowerPoint presentation that was shared with you and shared with the public online. And the truth of it is, we think we have an exceptional day to come together, to walk together, and we have an opportunity to create potentially one of the most prominent national days of truth and reconciliation that exists. Although we want this year to be something spectacular, we do believe if done right and if the community responds well, we believe this can be an annual event where we come together as a community to talk about some of those conversations that aren't easy to explore. We've provided a budget that's laid out the details for this event. It recognizes almost a $400,000 investment, which we are targeting to be a break even. And so the commitment of this is that any surplus will go into future years or legacy funds, but it is truly everyone in our community coming together to produce a day that we think will be something historic. The reason that we're in front of you today is really to support with artist fees, transportation, and the production costs. All of our partners have come together and we believe that we've got a strong event, but our ask of you today is within your event fund is for a $50,000 contribution on behalf of the City of Regina towards the success of this event. Chief DeLorme, I don't know if you'd like to close, but I think we're probably close to our 5 minutes.
Thank you, Tim. The only thing I would close in is please don't just what you've read so far. This isn't just a day to come and take a day from work, and we are action oriented. We are looking to finalize ways to help business, to help education, to help public sector, to help just Regina's citizens who want to come, that we will all take a little action, a little more after this event in Truth and Reconciliation, which will set up for the next day, which is the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. So to host it in the City of Regina, we felt is the perfect central area for both Indigenous and not, and to have it at Mosaic Stadium would show the pride that our stadium plays beyond just the sports, but the huge social impact that it could make in our city, which would ripple effect into our province. So Executive Committee, I look forward to questions and comments.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. I gave you an extra little bit of time because I forgot to press start. So there you go. Do any members have questions of the delegation here? Okay, Councillor Shaw, you can go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here. Great presentation. I'm really looking forward to this. I have a couple questions. Maybe not sure exactly if this is for Tim or Chief Cadmus. I had requested or brought to attention some people, some information about having tours in the city, kind of like what they do in Moose Jaw with the tours of the tunnels and stuff like that, to explain to people. We could go on tours to say, this is what the Indigenous people did here, like a history of the city, because we have so much here in Regina to offer. And I'm slowly learning and have been slowly learning for the past 5-6 years. Is this something that was looked upon in this event, or would this be something that would ever be done through now with tourism being with EVR or sorry, with Real now, through the chair?
So from an event standpoint, and Chief DeLorme, please add if I've missed anything. I think part of the idea around this is really to engage everybody in our discussions around reconciliation, but more importantly, actions. And so one of the elements that was really quite profound in our discussions was this just wasn't a come together for half a day. It was all of us will make a commitment towards change. And so I do recognize, I think there is an opportunity for us to be more effective at telling our story of key places and moments in our history. This committee didn't speak directly to that, but indirectly, I think that could be an action that we all take coming out of it. From a tourism standpoint, putting on a tourism hat, I can say that we have a number of programs looking at Indigenous tourism opportunities within our city and the potential to grow those. They're fairly preliminary. Obviously, we're a month and a half into the role, but there are some foundational pieces, strategic pieces. So it's early. Short answer is, hey, I think one of our calls to action for us could be, you know what, let's do a better job as a city of telling these stories. And I think we can all commit to that. Secondarily, from a tourism point, certainly we recognize Indigenous tourism is a great opportunity. It's just very early in the process.
I'll add on to, and thank you very much for the question. We have so much talent and pride and hospitality to show in our city. That is a given. We are using local talents like Terrence Little Tent, who is a renowned hoop dancer in the powwow dance. And so, you know, we want to empower these ones in our city as well. The intent of our event is to empower the minds that when they leave this event, they're the ones that'll go back to their Chamber of Commerce, to their to you know, tourism Saskatchewan, you know, and areas like that, to where they can start to utilize the momentum that we have. Our legacy piece that we want to provide, we are still finalizing our legacy piece because we want so much impact on this. Your suggestion could be a potential legacy piece in the future as to empowering and pushing to the front, or maybe I can just say highlighting, which has always been at the front, the Indigenous hospitality our city provides.
Thank you for that, the two of you. Just one question, one more question, sorry, to add on. 25 stakeholders, $400,000. The ask is $50,000 from the city of Regina. So are you saying that the stakeholders have put in this much money? Where all can you tell me where the money has been coming from? It's a lot, and hopefully, is that going to be enough to put on such an amazing day today through the chair?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I can confirm that within days of announcing this, our core partners came to the table. Probably the biggest one and the one that most will resonate with was, you know, Mosaic came to us right away wanting to partner, and they've stepped up to be an incredible funding partner of this event. So I can say that we're well on track to achieving our $400,000. We are also looking for financial support from the province as well as the federal government. Federal government at $25,000, the province at $25,000, and I can confirm that we've secured those funds. So anything, probably the next initiative that we're working towards as we see some surplus partnership come in is making sure, originally we had not planned to provide a lunch for all the students in attendance. And the school divisions have come forward and invested in it. We found some partners that have been invested in it. And so what we're working towards now is trying to provide a lunch for all the students that wasn't originally in the budget that was presented. So to your question, yes, I can confirm that we're on track for that $400,000, and I think we will likely exceed it. And if we do, our hope for those funds are committed towards providing food service and lunch service for all the kids in attendance.
So sorry, just one more question. Is there an opportunity for, I've had individuals and businesses approach me. I also, is there an opportunity for businesses, small businesses, Matt, to be a part of this and financially through the chair?
Through the chair, I can start to answer that, and then Cadmus, perhaps you can speak to it. There's a couple opportunities. There's traditional sponsorship where you can invest in it at a various number of package levels. It's on our website. If you want to go and have a look at the website, it's all laid out, or we're happy to connect people with our sponsorship package. The other opportunity is perhaps a little bit more passive, but is a commitment on behalf of corporations to bring people. So the tickets are free, but what we're asking for people to do is show your support of this event as a corporate partner and step up and say, I'm going to bring 10 people, or I'm going to bring 15 people. And so we'll make sure you get a ticket block. So to your point, there is a traditional sponsorship, and then there's also a commitment that you're going to give your staff time and allow them to attend this event. So hopefully that answers your question. Cadmus, I don't know if I missed anything.
Thank you. This event is going to be successful because of our sponsorships, ones that want to contribute financially, the ones that are going to be in-house. And so on the website, we did make it optional for if it's entrepreneurs, maybe they're not the Mosaic level, but if they want to be, we name them in more indigenous, we call them hummingbird sponsors, beaver sponsors, wolf sponsors. So we put them in categories to be respectful. So the website does explain it, and we would be honored if others would like to contribute, and we would show our appreciation back to them.
Thank you both. I have a lot of people really looking forward to this. So then thank you for your presentation, you guys. That's all I have.
Okay, Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, in your presentation, you mentioned that you've reached out to both the Catholic and public school divisions. And I'm just wondering if you have also reached out to the Francophone school division, the Conseil des Écoles Francescois.
Through the chair, we can confirm we have reached out to them, and we've also reached out to each of the independent nation schools that are part of the Treaty 4 territory. So can confirm that we have reached out to the École Francophone, as well as the independent First Nation, as well as Métis schools within the area.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and looking forward to it. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions from council, I want to thank you both for addressing Executive Committee, and you guys have yourself a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, we will now consider the item EX 22-90. Can I ask Autumn Dawson from administration to introduce the report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mio Wichi Tau Tuwinde, translated in Cree means reconciliation. The day is in response to federal government declaration of September 30th as a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, to pause and reflect on the history and the ongoing legacy of residential schools. As you heard from the delegations, the day will take place at Mosaic Stadium on September 29th, 2022, so just in a month or so. The students, business leaders, and the general public will gather to hear truths from residential school survivors and participate in music and dance, all in response to the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, the TRC. Real, in partnership with Cowessess First Nation, is hosting the event and has requested a grant from the City of Regina to help cover expenses. The event meets the criteria for the special event major grant, and therefore administration is recommending approval up to $50,000 $1,000 in support of this event. I do have staff here that are able to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, can I have someone move this report? Councillor Bresciani. Any questions from the members on the report? I have first Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm also excited about this day. I do have some questions, though, about the remaining funding deadline in August for the Special Event Major Fund. So my first question is when, I guess I'll ask a few of them at once. So when is that funding deadline? And do we know how many applications we've received or expect to receive? I'll start with those two.
Go ahead, Ms. Dawson.
Mr. Chair, we'll have Ms. Hill answer those questions.
Go ahead, Ms. Hill.
Through the chair, I'm actually going to defer to Mark Sylvester next to me. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sylvester.
Through the chair, the deadline is August 31st, and at this point we have one interest from one organization regarding an event.
Okay, and so is it possible that granting this funding, well, I guess, of course it's possible, but based on what we know now, do you believe that granting this funding will leave a different special event without funding based on the information we currently have?
No, from the organization that we believe will have funds for, if the organization what they've indicated, the amount that they have will still have funds remaining.
Okay, great, thanks. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Next, we have Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So this is going to be an awesome day for us to start the walk together. I'd like to know what else, is there anything that the City of Regina is going to be doing to enhance this event?
Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to see if Ms. Hill or Mr. Sylvester has any further information on that.
Ms. Hill or Mr. Sylvester?
I can answer through the chair. So typically, there's a relationship with events like this where we start with the funding and the conversation with the partner, and then as we get closer to the day, there might be additional requests or opportunities for us to be engaged. So some of the things that we've been involved in the past have included using the city's teepees at the event, or supporting the identification of additional performers, or just other supports that might enhance the event. In this case, we haven't had those conversations to date, but would be certainly willing to continue to discuss.
Thank you for that. I think this is a learning opportunity for everyone, as well as youth. We've heard that businesses can attend. So is this really an open opportunity for the general public to attend as well, or is it just geared to schools?
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. From what we heard from the delegation is that they're looking for people to come, and they're hoping that businesses are interested in representing and taking part of the day. So it'll be a celebration for all.
Okay, thank you. And I think the last piece is that we know that we do offer usually for staff to be able to partake in some of events to understand the learning as well. And but I know that follows the next day, so I'm not sure, is that how what are we thinking about at this time for this event? Through the chair.
Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With respect to your question, Councillor Bresciani, we will be supporting staff, encouraging them to attend as well, assuming, of course, or we also always have to ensure that we have operational capacity. Mm-hmm. But yes, it is a learning day. We're a partner with this. We're not leading it, but we're certainly supportive of it. And we will be encouraging staff both through email communications and other direct communications with managers and directors, to encourage staff to get out there, even if it's for part of the day. This is going to be a day-long learning event, and it's a great way for us to start as one of the largest employers here in the city to actively participate.
Thank you for that. I support this. And I remember when the discussion was with the stadium has become a community facility, and this is just another great event that will be hosted there. So thank you very much for all the work.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'll ask the mover of the report, Councillor Bresciani, do you wish to close off the debate? All right, thank you. I will ask the clerk to call the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all 10 members voting in favor.
Okay, so we're now going to consider the item EX 22-89, Buffalo Pound Plant Renewal Financing. And we have a delegation here first. We have Mr. Ryan Johnson. Ryan, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to confirm, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
I am Ryan Johnson, President and CEO of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation. I live in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and I'm here really just to answer any questions council may have on the impact to rates. The report really is an administrative report, but I thought it might be helpful that I'm around in case there's some questions on the impacts.
Okay. Any councillors? Oh, there we go. I see some popping up. So we have Councillor Zakidniak first. Go ahead, Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I have, I think, just one question through the chair. Is there still the possibility for costs to increase with this project, or are the costs now final?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor. The rates now are set. It's a lump sum fee. So the project's maximum cost was $295 million. So at this stage, you're short of a very unusual, unforeseen condition. Our rates are now set and the costs are set.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions from council. I just want to thank you for your presentation, sir, and addressing Executive Committee, and you have yourself a great day.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, can I ask Barry Lacey from administration to introduce this report?
Yes, Good morning through you, Mr. Chair, committee members. The committee might recall that on May 18th of this year, Council authorized the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation to initiate a process to negotiate an additional $55 million in financing to address the additional funding requirements of the Buffalo Pound Renewal Project. And as the city is a 74% owner of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, our share of that $55 million is $40.7 million. At that time, City Council also instructed administration to bring a report forward at a future date to Council, providing details of the financing and any applicable bylaws for approval once the financing had been negotiated. The procurement of the financing was led by Buffalo Pound with the support of the cities of Regina and Moose Jaw, as well as Buffalo Pound's legal counsel. The Royal Bank of Canada submitted the lowest cost option, has been selected as a successful proponent to provide the financing. It is anticipated that with the interest rate noted in this report, the overall utility rate increase that will be required to support this additional financing is expected to be overall $2.7 million, which we would be looking at spreading out over the next 2 or 3 years of utility rate increases for the utility, and that will be discussed as part of the 2023-2024 budget deliberation process of Council. As I mentioned, as the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation is jointly owned with the City of Moose Jaw, a similar report has gone forward to the City Council of the City of Moose Jaw, their Executive Committee this past Monday, and that report was approved by their Executive Committee. With that, would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Mancinelli? Okay, I see a few questions from committee. So we'll start with Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, so just to follow up, has there been any grant funding that has been considered since last we met was in May? That for water treatment plants, there's many out there. Has anything been secured? And whose responsibility is that? Is it each municipality, or do they do that?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Chair, I think as the committee is aware, sorry, this project has secured approval from both the federal and provincial governments to use ICIP funding, or Investment Canada Infrastructure Program funding for this project. And I believe that was an amount of overall under that program, $163 million of the overall project cost will be funded through that. That application was led by Buffalo Pound and supported by the two cities. Buffalo Pound has had additional conversations with the province and looked at what other grant opportunities would be available, but there has been no additional grant opportunities identified for this project.
Okay, thank you. I know there was a conversation at FCM talking about the increased costs, and I know SUMA has talked about that, of what it takes to build now compared to and with the rising costs of supplies. Has there been any kind of funding, anything out there that we've heard of for the increased costs to build infrastructure that's needed?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I am not aware of any additional funding out there as a result of the increasing costs that we have seen because of inflation and price escalation. So I have not seen anything or anything specifically to this project as well. I know that question was specifically asked of Buffalo Pound, particularly as it related to the ICIP funding, whether there would be an opportunity to access more ICIP funding because of increased costs. And I know at the time that they had that discussion, they've informed me that the answer was no. Under that program, grant program, that was not a possibility. And I've heard no changes since.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Next, we have Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So my question is on page 2 of the report. It says the funding sources considered could be reserves or taxes. So my recollection is that reserves weren't deemed appropriate. Can you please clarify that through the chair, please?
Mr. Lacey?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So, you know, the three reserves that you would typically look for this, the first one would be the utility reserve. The utility reserve is already funded through the utility mill rate, and that reserve has been aligned with the utility's long-term capital plan or infrastructure renewal plan. And so as a result, the funds already in that reserve have been allocated or dedicated to future renewal projects to ensure that we are keeping up with the renewal of our utility infrastructure. So any use of that reserve then begs a conversation about either that capital work doesn't get done, so that's replacement by and large of underground infrastructure, or you got to increase the utility rate to replenish that reserve so that you could proceed with those projects. So we didn't really see that as a good choice or a primary choice. And then your other two reserves are your kind of your general reserves, which is the general fund reserve and the capital asset revitalization reserve, neither of which have sufficient funds to totally cover off this cost, and both of which are on the low side of the range in which we would like to see those reserves to ensure that we can address any unplanned contingencies that might happen.
Great, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, seeing no further questions from committee, I'll ask Councillor Mancinelli, the mover of the report, if he wishes to close off the debate. Go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
I do want to ask a question first. It just occurred to me. I wish I would have asked Mr. Johnson this. This is a renewal after 30 years on a 70-year-old plant, and it's a 25-year loan. What's the forecast for the life cycle of this renewed plant? How far does it exceed the loan by?
So,
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I go by memory, I think the expected life of this facility is 30 years, at which time it would require additional renewal. So it does, the term of the loan does match up closely with the overall expected life of the plant, which does meet one of our principles about the users of that infrastructure pay for that infrastructure. So a 25-year loan does line up closely with that principle.
Thanks. I guess just in consideration, 5 years between ending the loan payment and having to face another plant, is there any thought to increasing the payment schedule and making it a 20-year loan for a little bit more time to plan in between? I know we came upon this situation, we kind of had to go down a path, and I'd rather not leave that for the future as well if I can help it. Is there any thought to that, merit to that thought?
Mr. Lacey.
So thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. That was certainly something that we considered, other lengths of the term period of any loan. Obviously, we're working with the City of Moose Jaw as well, so we wanted to take into account as well considerations that they had with respect to term. As we looked at shorter terms, the amount of payment required overall would have resulted in higher utility rate increases because the overall payment, obviously you're paying off the principal quicker and earlier, and we looked at it, while you saved perhaps on the overall interest you paid over the term, overall the utility rate increase to the consumers would have been higher. And so on balance, we thought the 25-year term was an appropriate balance between reasonable utility rate increases that would be paid versus the overall cost of incurring that debt. And that was also in our discussions with Moose Jaw, their preferred length of term as well.
Thank you for that. I guess a corner is a corner.
Okay. Okay. So you're good?
Nope. I'd like to move the report with the recommendations attached.
Okay, thank you very much. right, I will ask the clerk to start the vote then.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all 10 members voting in favor.
Okay, we'll now consider item EX 22-84, the Community Wellbeing Policy. Can I ask Autumn Dawson from the administration to introduce this report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On November 25th, 2021, Council endorsed Regina's first Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, known as CSWB. That plan identifies priority areas and approaches for addressing issues of community safety and well-being. In this plan, 9 foundational commitments are established that provide the lenses that inform the CSWB plan and strategic approaches. Following the endorsement of this plan, administration was directed to bring back a social well-being policy with community impact methodology for consideration by Council in Q2 of 2022. This report proposes a community well-being policy as a framework to inform Council decisions and to assess alignment with the foundational commitments established in the CSWB plan. As well, it establishes a community well-being impact assessment tool for use by administration and Council to inform policy formulation and decision-making in Council reports. With me today, we have Ms. Husak and Ms. Hill, and they'd be more than happy to answer any questions that we may have on these tools. Thank you.
Okay, can I have someone move this report with the following amendments? The additional statement in Appendix A under Section 4.1.1, preceding the already included policy statements to be included to read. 4.1.1, the city recognizes and honors the histories of the land upon which Regina is located and seeks to strengthen understandings of Indigenous history, identity, ways of knowing and being, and the diversity of cultural perspectives. The city commits to active, respectful, and ongoing participation in shared processes with Indigenous peoples and communities. It will prioritize mutually beneficial relationship building through ongoing dialogue, collaboration, communication, and engagement. And it further recognizes that there is an ongoing need for reflection and embedment of Indigenous worldview in city policy and planning. And that the date and recommendation 3 read August 17th, 2022. Councillor Stadnichuk, thank you. Any questions from the members of committee here on the report? So first we have Councillor Zakiniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think this is really great work. And so because of that, I have one question. So once approved, would this policy and impact assessment toolkit be used as templates to help guide improvement in other complex reporting areas, such as our environmental impact section? I don't know who that's for.
Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding of the policy is that it will guide all reports and decisions of Council. I might just ask Ms. Husak if she has anything else to add to that.
Sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. So I'm saying, like, I understand that it's going to guide the community well-being portion of reports. So I'm saying, will we use this toolkit if it's successful in improving that section to help improve other reporting sections, like our environmental impact section?
Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We haven't contemplated that in this report, but certainly if it's a tool that proves to be successful, we can certainly extend that to other areas of our report writing.
Okay, just the development of the toolkit. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Great. Thank you through the chair. Appreciate the report. I'm looking for some understanding of how this will be deployed. Certainly support it. So for example, we've had some contentious projects come before council, whether it's affordable housing, social housing, when we see liquor stores, cannabis, etc. Lots of claims are made about the effects in the community. So I'm kind of curious as to how this framework would then be used to dispel them, address them, both inform reports, but also consultation. So would you perhaps go to the public, you're talking about say a social housing project, and you would engage with residents along these lines. And so you could deal with how this impacts accessibility, anti-oppression. So I'm just looking for some guidance as to how you're going to actually deploy this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start and then I'll ask Ms. Husick to provide some further context. But if we have a project that we're engaging with the public, this would be a tool that we can use not only for report writing, but for the engagement process as well. And it would help inform our questions and information that we're trying to get out of the public consultation session. I'll just ask Ms. Husick if she has anything else to add.
Ms. Husick?
Chair. Yes, so further to what Ms. Dawson shared, it would provide a framework and through the toolkit itself offers prompting questions that can be applied in a broader sense and used throughout the corporation. And it is stated within the policy itself that usage of the toolkit itself can be applicable throughout the corporation beyond just the policy, even though it will be applied to just reports.
Great.
As stated.
Thank you. A little follow-up to that. I like that approach. The foundational commitments are not simple. We've certainly identified them in the community well-being strategy and so on, anti-racism, collaboration. How do we ensure, because various different departments are going to be utilizing this, that everybody's aware of how they function? Intersectionality is not an easy concept or practice. So how do you roll this out in terms of training and equipping someone in facilities, someone in planning, someone in all these various departments to understand and actually make meaningful the concepts and the commitment to community well-being?
Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So education and awareness is the first step, and making sure that we're on the right track with this toolkit and getting confirmation of that. And then it's the development of rolling that out into the organization. And I know that there's plans to do some education sessions and information sessions, and then making the toolkit more of a part of your daily routine. And I'll just ask Ms. Husick if she has any more details with specifics or if we've gotten that far.
Go ahead, Ms. Husick.
Thank you, through the chair. So through the responsibilities that are laid out in the policy itself, there is option for members of administration when drafting reports to consult with the subject matter experts in it while drafting reports and through the approval process. So it would be encouraged, especially as we are looking to roll this out and before kind of the first review of the policy is conducted, to continue to encourage so we can take a capacity building approach throughout the corporation.
Great, thank you. My final question to that point, trying to connect all the dots here. We're going to be talking about a governance structure for community well-being. There's going to be specific tables. Would you imagine sending some of these reports through those particular tables where there are actual subject matter experts, not necessarily for vetting, but for review and feedback? Or do you imagine a very strict division between these different parties?
Ms. Dawson?
Mr. Chair, I'll let Ms. Husick describe those details.
Go ahead, Ms. Husick.
So the policy in the toolkit as it's been envisioned thus far is to really allow the city to support its role in furthering the safety and well-being plan. To this point, it hasn't necessarily been considered how that would work through. There are still, I guess, decision points and aspects of that governance structure to be established and determined at this point, and that's certainly something we could look into as things roll forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Next we have Councillor LeBlanc. Go ahead.
Thank you. more a comment. So in Appendix A under point 1 purpose, there's an amazingly, refreshingly honest statement. Application of the policy does not negate the use of other forms of analysis or assessment and should be considered complementary to additional forms such as financial, strategic, or otherwise. I think that's great. I think it's quite clear we're not saying this is the only thing the city does, and I appreciate this in the leading document in that it says sometimes we might have things we should do that don't directly align with this and otherwise. So, and what I want to urge and encourage in this is that we be quite honest about the goals certain things do further and what they might not. So for example, we might think about giving homeless people bottled water on hot days. That's great from this lens and environmentally is bad. And we can be honest about that in our report so that we can take a serious look at it. Similarly, things might be great for infrastructure, bad for CSWB. So I like the delineation of these complementary but occasionally competing goals in this report. And I would encourage administration to continue that, saying these things further these goals, they're contrary to these goals, council make an informed decision about it. So I appreciate that being highlighted. It's good honesty and encourage it going forward. I wholeheartedly support this. I think it's going to do good work. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stanachuk, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question is understanding whether or not this policy could be adopted by other entities that are connected with the city, such as the Regina Police Services, as one example. This applies specifically to the city's operations, but would it be something that could be adopted by, like, say, Regina Police Services, for example?
Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Ms. Chair, I don't know what conversations I've had with other organizations. This was specific to city operations and our report writing and how we put that lens on the work that we do and the decisions that we make. We're certainly able to chat with other groups about the decisions that they make and learn from each other. But at this point, this is for city operations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Mayor Masters. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Ms. Dawson, can I turn you to Appendix A, page 3 of 5? You probably won't want to go there. Can you explain 4.1.5? To support the advancement of the CSWB plan, the city will, in that first bullet point, consider all levels of prevention and work to address root causes of emergent community well-being needs where possible. What does that mean?
Go ahead, Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to refer this to Ms. Husick. She's been more involved with the policy creation.
Go ahead, Ms. Husick.
Through the chair. So by making this statement, 4.1.5, this is just a showing of statement of council to be able to support or to have a level of commitment to each of these items that have been listed. So that being considering level of prevention, as it's described in the safety and well-being plan, a commitment to use of data on an ongoing basis throughout its work, and so on and so forth.
Okay, I'm going to come back again because I'm not clear on your answer. Consider all levels of prevention and work to address root causes of emerging community well-being needs where possible. What exactly does that mean? Through the chair?
So, like systematically, what that means in the toolkit itself, there is a section in it. There's two parts to it. One of them is the impact assessment, but there also is the option for administration to provide a prevention statement. So where assessed to be appropriate or where it makes sense, a statement can be included in the community well-being impact section to address whether or not the recommendations put forward in the report are of upstream or midstream or downstream in their in their application, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Got it. All levels of prevention. There, you got it. Thank you very much for that. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, just want to apologize, Miss Husak. I had your last name wrong the whole time. My apologies. So, gonna ask Councillor Stadnichuk, being the mover of the report, if she wishes to close off debate. Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Microphone. Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Okay, we will now consider item EX 22-91, Pattison Outdoor Billboard Leases. So we have a delegation on this report. So I'd like to call Andrew Hanatic. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name. So Andrew, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Andrew.
Good morning. My name's Andrew Naddick. You're pretty close, silent H. I'm representing Pattison Outdoor Advertising, and I'm based out of Saskatoon, but we have offices in Saskatoon and Regina. We're just discussing a renewal for a couple of billboards on City of Regina property. Formerly, these were properties owned by the STC. They became City of Regina property a few years ago, and we're just looking to renew these billboards at I believe they're the same rates that we renewed some other billboards at the city a couple of years ago. So not a whole lot in it. 2 of the billboards are static paper billboards. Their size is 10 feet by 20 feet. And then the other billboard is a digital billboard on one side, a static billboard on the other side, same size as 10 feet by 20 feet. And they're located around the former STC property, which looks like it's going to turn into the police services property. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Andrew. Do any members of committee have any questions for the delegation? Okay, seeing no questions, I'll thank you, Andrew, for addressing Executive Committee, and you have yourself a great day.
Thank you very much. You as well.
Okay, can I ask Barry Lacey from administration to introduce EX 22-91?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So just to follow up on the delegation's comments, Pattison Advertising currently have 9 billboard locations located on city-owned property. 3 of those locations, the leases for 3 of those locations, 1644 Osler Street, 1717 Sass Drive, and 1775 Broad Street, are set to expire on August 31st. In discussions with Pattison, they've asked to renew 2 of those lease locations, specifically 1644 Osler Street and the 1775 Broad Street location. As these lands are being offered for lease without public offering, administration is required to seek council approval to enter into these renewed leases. As a result, this report is addressing that requirement. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, can I have someone from committee move this report? Councillor Hawkins. Any questions from members on the report?
I have one question that I'd like to ask.
Go ahead, Mr. Hawkins.
One question I'd like to ask in connection with how lease rates for billboards are established. These two in particular, but generally, I see the proposed rate for digital billboards, a percentage lease fee of 15% of the lessee's gross advertising revenue, and then with a guaranteed minimum. Is that standard practice? This is being let without an RFP. Can you explain the basis for letting this, the fee structure, and frankly, whether or not we're charging enough?
Go ahead, Mr. Lacy.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Krawchuk to respond to.
Go ahead, Mr. Krawchuk.
Through the chair, these rates were determined in negotiation from the previous lease rates that were in place, and they are consistent with what we have seen in other municipalities.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Councillor Hawkins,
Nothing
those are
further.
good to go for closing. Okay, good. All right, so I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 10-0 with all 10 members voting in favor.
Okay, we're moving along pretty good. Committee, let's keep it up. We got lots on the agenda. So now consider item EX 22-92, a real restaurant lease, Hard Rock Properties. We got a delegation to speak first here. So Mr. Jerry Fisher. So I'll get you to please introduce yourself, sir, for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Fisher. Go ahead, Mr. Fisher.
Jerry Fisher, Vice President of Commercial Development for Real. Phoning in today from out of the province.
Excellent. Go ahead, sir.
Here today to represent Real on the commercial development for Hard Rock Properties Corporation, and here to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay. Does any members of council have any questions for the delegation? All right, I see one. We got Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a few questions. So first of all, the Hard Rock Properties, can you give us more information about them, if they're a local company, and which restaurants they currently operate?
They're through the chair, they're a development company that's started in Alberta, now operates in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, and has several developments that they worked on in Regina, including the Houston Pizza on Quant Street and the Sulby's development in the Cathedral area as a couple examples.
Okay, thanks. And so would this be a Houston Pizza, or we don't know?
That is correct, through the chair. It would be, they're building for the Houston Group, and they are a developer that has done work for them in the past. So the property on Quants, they partnered with them on that property at that time.
Okay, thanks. And what, can you explain the rationale to consent to a sublease that exceeds the current term of the campus lease?
Through the chair, the lease doesn't exceed the current term. It is a 40-year lease with extensions.
Okay, so I guess with the extensions exceeds the term, because that's why we're talking about it instead of it just going through real, right?
That is correct. Well, once it hits 40 years.
Right. So,
yeah.
So I guess my question then is, with the extensions, it would exceed the current term of the campus lease. So, can you
through the chair?
Just the rationale behind that?
That is correct. Well, the 40 years itself is consistent with other leases on the property, and we had our lease extension over a year ago, so it would actually put us outside of our 40-year lease term because we started the city approval 1 year ago.
Okay, so I'm asking why then is it being recommended to enter into a lease that could extend up to 90 years when the campus lease is 40, I believe?
Through the chair, that is correct. Would have to come back to City Council for approval beyond the extensions.
Okay. I might follow up with you separately because I'm still not getting the answer I'm looking for, but that's okay. I can ask you offline just to further explain what I'm wondering about prior to council. So, and another question I have is, can the lease renewal also be canceled by Real or the city, or is it just the company that can cancel the renewal if they desire?
No, through the chair, it can also be canceled through the city and Real.
Okay, and then I think my last question is, in the environmental impact section, it says that Real has agreed through the campus lease to require development on the campus to generally incorporate standards that encourage strategies for sustainable development. Can you tell us if which of those standards and strategies will be utilized with this development?
Through the chair, any standards and requirements laid out by the city will be followed throughout the process. So we'll make the developer aware of the city's sustainability strategy, and in the lease, it would be expected for them to follow the city permitting and sustainability process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Skiniak. Next, we have Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Mr. Fisher, is the renewal past the 40-year original lease term conditional upon council approval?
I believe it is.
Thank you. And would that be because your lease, the head lease would need to be renewed in order to exercise the renewals on the commercial leases you're performing?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you for speaking and addressing committee, Mr. Fisher, and you have yourself a great day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can I ask Barry Lacey from administration to introduce this report?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick comments. So as heard by the delegation here, the Regina Expedition Association would like to sublease a portion of the city-owned property located at 1700 Elphinstone, which is the Riel lands, to Hard Rock Properties for a licensed restaurant and lounge to be built on that location. And as was discussed through that Q&A, because the proposed lease is for potentially a term of up to 90 years, which exceeds the Riel campus lease agreement term, does require council approval for Riel to enter into that lease. So that's why we're here today.
Okay, can I have someone move this report? Councillor Mancinelli. All right, any questions from members on this report? We have a couple, so go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Support the lease agreement. Thank you for bringing this forward. I do have a question. Page 4 of 7 of the report builds on Councillor Zakidniak's point. Riel has agreed through the campus lease to require development on the campus generally to incorporate standards that encourage strategies for sustainable development. Fluffy statement really doesn't go anywhere. So I guess my question for administration, because we've heard from Riel about this, can you walk me through the design guidelines that you've required Riel to follow that align with our sustainability framework and objective?
Go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So, you know, the overall management of that property site is guided through the Riel master lease. And so any requirements on Riel with respect to the energy and sustainability goals of City Council would be guided through that through that master lease. And, you know, as noted here, I think that agreement at a high level indicates that Riel is to work towards ensuring alignment with that goals, but really the onus of how they go about doing that and the specific standards they put in place would be with Riel, as through that master agreement lease, that responsibility has been given to Riel. So I guess I would further expand is that we have not issued any specific guidelines that they must follow outside of what is in the master lease agreement.
Thank you. Through the chair, my first question is why not? And secondly, is it then your expectation that Riel, which is essentially, you know, an entertainment organization, has to advance its own sustainability guidelines without any assistance from the city?
Go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Chair, I think we as a city administration would be certainly more than happy to work with Riel with respect to, as we develop our guidelines, what our guidelines look like and how they might apply them to their operation. I think we certainly, and I think Riel is attentive to council's direction with respect to energy and sustainability. And so, you know, I've seen no indication that they would not want to work hard to ensure what they do aligns as well with council's overall direction. So I see that very much as being an interactive and cooperative process as we move forward as a city with respect to our own facilities and how that might apply or may assist Riel as how they look at how they think would be best to approach that overall council objective on their properties.
Thank you. Through the chair, with the utmost respect, I'm not convinced that anything's really being done on either level. I don't expect Riel to do it. I want to see this go ahead, but this is going to be a project that will exist potentially there for, you know, decades, perhaps close to a century if we're looking at the scope of this lease. We've also seen the Riel 2.0 vision, which is an expansion. So now's the time to have those guidelines in place. Could I ask for a very short supplementary report in advance of this going to council that actually provides a snapshot of ELT's leadership on this particular issue and the time frame that you're working on when it comes to actually developing these guidelines? I assume someone's working on this right now.
So
Go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
through you, Mr. Chair. So maybe I'll speak to, I don't know if a supplementary report's necessary, because I think I could touch on some of the work being done right here. So we have historically here as a city on new city facility builds have used the LEED principles, which have sustainability standards in them with respect to providing that guidance in building new infrastructure to ensure it's environmentally sustainable. With the introduction or the energy and sustainability goals that we've set ourselves for 2050, we're doing additional work around that because we believe, or we're not certain, just following the LEED standards in themselves will get us to, the energy and sustainability goals that Council has established. And as a result, we're looking, there's a number of other standards out there, worldwide standards out there with respect to builds and sustainability when you do those builds. So we're reviewing them currently this year with the goal of determining whether or not we should be adopting something else other than LEED, or whether or not maybe it should be a combination, LEED plus, pulling from some of the other standards out there. So that work is underway right now with the expectation and goal that we'll have completed it by the end of the year. That work's important because then it informs the overall instructions that we give engineers and architects and designers of our new facilities and what they got to build into their design standards. And as part of the preliminary, as part of the feasibility study we did with the indoor aquatics facility, as an example, direction was provided to that consulting team to incorporate into that high-level conceptual design and initial cost estimates what it would cost to build to the direction that we are going towards with respect to energy and sustainability. That's our existing builds. I think as that work's completed, we certainly, and particularly coming out of this discussion, we'll make a point of doing so, is sitting down with Riel and bringing them up to speed with respect to the work that we're doing and the direction that we will be going in with respect to new city buildings. Not really asked for, but I do want to touch upon it. We also have a lot of existing infrastructure, city infrastructure, and work is also underway with respect to what needs to be done to those existing pieces of infrastructure to renew, renovate, whatever needs to be done to also reach Council's overall goals with respect to environmental sustainability. And a lot of that work's being informed by the energy audit we did on 50 of our facilities with respect to what are the opportunities to move that along. And I think as we look at other new builds, Fire Hall number 8, for example, that would be another example where as we look at advancing that new facility, or advancing that forward, we'll be looking at energy and sustainability practices there as well. And I don't know if Mr. Holden, you have anything to add around that piece. Onright, Holden, Onright.
Mr. Onright?
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Lacey is correct. We're in early discussions on Fire Hall 8, and we'll ensure that we're exploring every avenue possible to make it sustainable moving into the future. And there's also federal funding we're exploring on that project also in relationship to energy and sustainability.
Okay. Kind of got what I wanted through the chair. One point of correction, Mr. Lacey, you'd mentioned this with council goals. This was approved by council. They are now your goals. And the expectation is that they are advanced. It is a framework. There are policies. They're yours. Push them ahead. The other question then is, so I heard a Q4 2023 commitment to have some particular set of guidelines in place that we could use. So let's say this project, in the context of the lease agreement, holds off until, I don't know, 2024, whatever the case might be. Would that alter the agreement between Riel and the proposed developer here in terms of the standards that they have to now follow, Or would we kind of grandfather it in so they would follow the guidelines that we have right now when we're approving this?
Go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would first off say I appreciate council priorities, our administration's priorities. So when I say that, I just want to ensure and make it clear that that is administration's goals as well. So with respect to the question asked, I mean, we haven't had specific conversations with Riel. I will go back to, and I know council, when the master services agreement was discussed, and I think as well when other leases have come up, this issue has come up in the past with Riel. And so, with respect to that development, that activity that occurs on Riel, I will come back to it's guided by that master services agreement. So I want to be careful with respect to the exact commitments I can make around that. What I would say, because that responsibility is owned and managed by Riel, what I will say is in our ongoing relationship with Riel, that given the city's overall priorities and goals to be achieved with respect to energy and the sustainability framework, that we'll be working closely with Riel to influence, to discuss, to collaborate with them on how they, through that master campus lease, can also move towards supporting the overall goals of the city. I would imagine in this particular case, given there is some urgency to, I'm sure for that restaurateur to get on with building that building facility, that Riel will have discussions with them, and we certainly can impress upon Riel, should council approve this item, the need to work with that restaurateur, that company, Hard Rock, with respect to doing, moving and ensuring that build as much as possible meets the sustainability objectives of the city. I think just given how that agreement's structured, that's how that relationship works. And the commitment we would have is that we'll cycle back to Riel following this conversation to impress upon them the importance of that for the city, for Riel, to be having those conversations with the various lessees that they might engage with that will build properties on city lands.
Okay, thank you. See this going forward to council. I'll give it some thought between now and then. Thank you.
Okay, got a couple more speakers on this report. Before we get to that, we'll probably just go for a mandatory break. It's a minute early. So 10:29, we'll come back at 10:44. Thank you. Okay, everybody, we're going to continue on here with EX 22-92 Real Restaurant Lease. And we still have a couple councilors with questions. So we'll go with Mayor Masters right now.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Mr. Lacey, within the report, it's suggested that the annual property taxes for this development are estimated at $41,000 for 2022. Is that the as complete, or would the as complete by logic be higher?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think it's the as complete, but I'm going to ask Mr. Krawchuk to confirm that.
Go ahead, Mr. Krawchuk.
Through the chair, yes, that was the estimate that we received through taxation and assessment for the completed building for the first year of taxes.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair, I want to ask some questions regarding accessibility and movement at the Real District. Appendix A, I'm assuming that the red square at the bottom is where the property, where the new property will go? Because there's no legend, so I couldn't tell for sure.
So Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. It's in the bottom left-hand corner of the map that you have on Appendix A. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, there have been discussions in the past about having transit move through the Real District. I am wondering about how people would move and access this new property, because there would be I think an interest, people who are visiting, people at the Pasco Hospital, people who are staying at the hotel that's just outside of the Real District. Is there only option to travel by car, or would they be able to, would we be having pedestrian access and maybe more transit access to the Real District?
Go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Chair, so once again, with respect to the development of the properties and kind of that traffic flow, that would reside with Riel and how they plan that and what their future plans will be. I do know in previous presentations they have shown, as they build out the site master plan here, plans for connectivity and possible transit throughout the property there. I still think they're in the early stages of that build out, and so I don't think that plan has been fully fleshed out and informed. I might ask Mr. Onright if he just has any additional comment with respect to the transit piece, and what, if any, discussions have been or are occurring with Riel. But I do know they have a longer term vision and plan about how this property interconnects with the development that's to occur on it.
Go ahead, Mr. Onright.
Thank you. Through the chair. Mr. Lacey is correct. We have been in early discussions with Riel regarding on-site service and how that ties into our master plan and our new route planning. Nothing has been finalized, as Mr. Lacey said. We're at very early stages of those discussions, as Riel is in very early stages of their development. But we are in discussion with them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So just in regards to the number 3, the delegation or the delegate authority to the city manager or his designate to sign or authorize the signing of any required planning permits on behalf of the city, can you just elaborate as to, they'll still go through the same process as any other developer would for the permits and things like that. But the reason that the city manager would sign off instead of Real would be what? Through the chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair. So through the permitting process as landowner, we would need to sign off on some of those planning permits just because we are the actual landowner. The whole regulatory process, the permitting process, and the regulatory process associated with that would be the same as it would be with any developer.
Okay, thank you. Being the landowner then, when it hasn't, they've indicated that Real they've secured and vetted the tenant, right? And they're responsible for negotiating the commercial terms for the property, any sublease, and managing the rights and obligations of the landlord, but we're the landowner. So there is a little bit of a tie-in, but also a separation because they're actually negotiating the lease. Does the city manager or at some time council understand those, are privy to those leases at all? Through the chair.
Mr. Lacey.
So maybe through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start and I'll ask the city solicitor if he has any additional comment. The primary reason why this is before, if this was if this lease arrangement was within the current term of the master site services agreement,
Yes, yep.
you know, city council wouldn't be this wouldn't be before city council because that would be allowed within the term of the agreement. Given this is outside the term of the agreement, that's why it's here before council. And while administration relies very heavily on Riel's oversight of this matter, the negotiations, they have an independent board that provides oversight of their senior management team. You know, we don't do any kind of extensive review ourselves as administration. We rely heavily on Riel with respect to the contract negotiations, etc. I think it's a long way of me saying that given this is before council and exceeds 40 years, there's probably, if there was a desire to do so, to understand some of those terms, etc. in more detail. But really, overall, that has been delegated to Riel, kind of within that 40-year period. And yes, this is beyond the 40-year period, but we still continue to rely heavily on Riel's due diligence on these type of leases. And with that, I would just maybe ask the city solicitor if he has any additional comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not much to add to what Mr. Lacey's already said. The master lease does give authority to Riel to negotiate generally. And then, as he also said, it's subject to council approval because of the length of this. The other piece is that we do get copies of these subleases as well, administratively.
Okay. I have a few more questions, but I will maybe, I'll hold back until maybe I just have I just need a little more clarity. So I'll wait maybe and ask a few more at council on that. And do we have a timing for this? So we know that the hotel is to be going up, and then is this following, or do we, and I should have asked Mr. Fisher that, but what is the timing of the build here through the chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Mr. Krawchuk if he has knowledge of that.
Mr. Krawchuk.
Through the chair, no, we do not have the timing as to when the actual construction will start. We had included that in our list of questions, but it was to be directed to Riel, so unfortunately I can't answer that for you.
Thank you. I'll ask that at council. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question about the exclusive use clause and how that applies to the commercial aspect of the Riel campus. I'm assuming this just applies to any developable lands, nothing to do with the stadium or the Brandt Center or anything that has current commercial pizza outlets in it.
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Krawchuk to provide clarification on that point.
Go ahead, Mr. Krawchuk.
Through the chair, I just need clarification on the exclusive use, and I'll maybe try to answer this, but I think
I noticed there was a clause in there for exclusive use that no other pizza restaurants can be on the campus, and I just remember that there are some other variations within the Brandt Center or the stadium, and I just wanted to confirm that that wasn't, you guys are aware of that, and it's all good.
so. Again, that would have been negotiated by Riel with each specific tenant within the property. So in this case, I understand that their lease with McDonald's had some similar verbiage in it, and that when Houston's was coming on board, they wanted to maintain the agreements that were in place. So I don't have details in front of me of exactly what those are, but those exclusive uses pertain to each restaurant to maintain that they stay in their lane, if you will, for their operations. So again, Riel may be able to provide more detail on exactly what those are for each one of them, but those are agreements that Riel negotiated directly with the tenants. Does that answer the question?
Okay, apparently Mayor Masters has the answer to this question. Go ahead, Mayor.
The stadium is actually on a different site. It's not part of the 103-acre campus. So what goes on in the stadium is, as far as what's in the Brandt Center, the restrictive covenant may just apply to the external premises and not the within, because Riel would reserve its right to do what it does in the provision of the operation of the facilities. This is for the commercial development. You would have a restrictive covenant on another pizza joint going on site.
Appreciate that. I just didn't want to disrupt any existing business.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Councilor Manson, you were the mover of this report. I assume you're good to go since you just spoke. Excellent. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Okay, excellent. We will now consider item EX 22-93, Catalyst Committee. Terms of reference. Can I ask Jim Nicol from the administration to introduce this report?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to remind Council that on July 13th of this past year, Council authorized Councillor Hawkins and Tim Reed, the President and CEO of the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, to assemble and co-chair a committee that we have been referring to as the Catalyst Committee. This motion arose after presentations were made to Council on 3 potential major recreation projects ideally suited for the core of Regina, that being a multi-purpose arena and indoor aquatics facility and a potential baseball stadium. The city clerk and myself met with Councillor Hawkins and Mr. Reed to discuss terms of reference to operate this committee. They provided the majority of the information, and then from there, the city clerk and I worked to format this into what is typically the terms of reference format for any committee that council establishes. So further to that, this committee is going to bring that strategic level of leadership to the proposed projects being considered. And this is going to be flexible enough, and council gave the additional leeway to include any other potential catalyst projects that may be coming up, so that these are all looked at from one large corporate perspective. And with that, council will subsequently be presented with a slate of nominees for this Catalyst Committee at a later date. But as you can see in the report, and specifically on the appendix that is attached as Appendix A, it outlines the authority for the committee. The specific terms of reference are they're considerably lengthy. I won't read them out, but they are basically standard approach to how terms of reference are written with respect to the particular situation and circumstances around this. And pending the successful consideration of the nominees that you'll be looking at later, the committee will be ready to start meeting. And with that, I'll leave it there. Councillor Hawkins may have some additional comments to make, being the co-chair, and how this came about.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Nicol. Can I have someone move the support? Councillor Hawkins. Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Nicol has summarized the process to date. The Appendix A before you is detailed in response to queries that council had. I want to just point out two things. The first is, in the terms of reference, engage and consult with the public relative to proposed project. Since this was announced, I've had, and Mr. Reid has had, a number of inquiries from the public about how they're going to be involved. The answer is there'll be a robust engagement process, and it will be an engagement process in which, in consultation with the clerk's office, we follow the kind of robust engagement rules that the city uses for all of its public consultations. So I welcome that public input, and I think it'll inform our work well. The second thing is just with respect to the framework for the composition. We've tried to include stakeholders that are critical to the siting of the project. The challenge was to keep the list down. Now you'll see we've got a list of 16. It's pointed out to me correctly, that's a large committee. We tried hard to leave some out and we couldn't do it. So that we're satisfied that the people that fill those slots will be fully engaged. We anticipate meetings in approximately 5 or 6 before the end of the year. We've allowed for electronic attendance where that it will help with achieve quorum. But we were very anxious to make sure that we covered the range of composition in our framework that would be appropriate. We were also anxious to ensure that the composition reflected activity in the central core, broadly understood, of the city, because this is a siting committee basically, and the object here is to cite for future planning these above ground infrastructure pieces in a way that they play with each other, they develop synergies, in the way that they encourage investment and growth in the downtown, in a way that they're transformative. So those are kind of thinking that went into setting up the composition framework. So I'm pleased to move this, and I encourage, welcome questions and encourage Executive Committee to approve it.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. First for questions, we have Councillor Stevens. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, just for clarification, in terms of the membership, one member representing Treaty 4, is it safe to presume that's referring to someone who is Indigenous?
Yes.
Okay. Next generation leadership, is this the representative of the age group that understands TikTok? I assume like what's a young person, under 25?
It's
under
someone
35?
completely opposite me.
Okay.
Yes,
So
we're looking for someone
check. Okay. For Councillor Hawkins, what's the expectation in your mind of councillors here? The reason I say that is we could be part of the discussion, but ultimately the recommendation comes back to us. And presumably this is not meant to get our support in advance, but we shape the direction, but it comes back to us. We're still an impartial reviewer, and we could feasibly say no to it. Is that in your mind how things should work here?
My expectation, I've thought about this because of my own role, is to come to the committee with a completely open mind. So I have no preconceptions about any one of these aspects, but I'm interested in how the public and the experts and the best practices can show us how they fit together. So my expectation is, first of all, an open mind. My expectation is, secondly, we thought it important that because this is so central to the long-term planning that council will be doing, that it'd be important that we have several councillors in the mix to give different points of view and to act as a liaison and a communication piece with council. We didn't want council, we wanted to hold council close to this actually. So those two things, one, come with an open mind, bring your own expertise and opinion. Secondly, the councillors on our communication channels for Riel and the council itself.
Great, thank you. My next question for administration is the kind of resources that will be available to this committee from the city. We're going to take aim ultimately at the language of existing neighborhood plans, concept plans. That might mean some revisions. That suggests to me that we'll actually need city planners to be part of this. where does that fit on the priority list for existing staff, and how do we then engage with the city experts on these subjects?
Go ahead, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, with respect to your question, Councillor Stevens, we see this as a priority of council. You've directed that this committee be established. You've directed that there be a report prepared by Q4 of this year. So therefore, administration is taking this seriously and putting it on the priority. And I appreciate that we all have multiple priorities. But again, there is a commitment that the Catalyst Committee can call upon resources here at the city, resources at Real as necessary and as relevant. So again, when there are big issues coming forward, you're going to have a 16-member board or board of directors. There's going to be a multitude of perspectives and ideas and suggestions. And so we in administration and the officials at Real, we all have to be as nimble as we can to address those and to anticipate some of them. Because again, with 16 members, there's a lot of differing views and opinions or perspectives. So we're there. Just one more thing we have to juggle. And again, I can't say that it's necessarily higher than any other priority other than it is a priority and we're going to make it work.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Councillor Stanichuk.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't necessarily have a question, but I do have a comment regarding the terms of reference, and it's just regarding ensuring that there's some consistency in the format and that it's in clear language, and it's just in it's the fourth and fifth points in particular, because I assume all of this is related to the committee will, as it starts at the beginning, the committee will develop a budget. The second point, the committee will develop a proposed key deliverable timeline, et cetera. And then educate the committee and educate the committee are those 2 points that I just find that it's a little inconsistent. So that's my only comment, is just some suggestion there. Does the committee educate itself or the committee, anyways, just to look at that for clarification and to make sure that it's clear language and there's no ambiguity.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I agree with the proposed composition of the Catalyst Committee. One comment I would make, I think these projects are likely to have disproportionate effect on the heritage and cathedral community. So I would be hopeful that there'll be some quite intentional engagement at the front end with those community associations. I expect there will be, but would flag that. The second would be, there's a lot of factors at play in where these things go, ranging from cultural, financial, placemaking, all of these sorts of things. It's hard to be explicit about how each of those weighs, but I would appreciate the committee's report trying to say, here's our decision-making matrices. Option A supports the financial better, option B supports the placemaking better, and let us make a decision on those grounds insofar as possible. And then the third is, I've heard from some residents who are concerned that by approving the committee, we're essentially writing a blank check for all of these infrastructure projects. I think that's not so. What we're doing here is trying to take a strategic, organized approach to deciding where any potential infrastructure projects might go to get the most bang for our buck. And it's in that spirit that I'm signing on to it. So doesn't mean I'm going to support any or all of what's recommended, but we do need a single group making a cohesive set of recommendations for us about how to revitalize the downtown. So I'm going to support that on this basis and really look forward to the work.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blanc. Next we have Councillor Zakidniak, I think.
Okay, thank you. So on, in the report on page 4, point G says, the administration of the city and REAL is invited to attend all committee meetings at the discretion of the co-chairs. I'm wondering if it would be possible for all of council to have that same sort of open invite as well. I don't know who wants to take that through the chair.
Mr. Nichol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Point G, Councillor Zahidniak, was basically there to, I think, reflect what I had suggested in my response to Councillor Stevens, that is primarily for administration to be invited to speak when necessary, to bring expertise, to bring knowledge about what's going on. The terms of reference as it stands now has Councillor Hawkins as a co-chair, and there'll be a proposal for 2 other members of council. From a governance perspective, you run the risk of overwhelming the committee, even though you would be there, you or your colleagues would be there as non-voting attendees. It sets a dynamic up that I wouldn't recommend, because as Councillor LeBlanc articulated, the ultimate decision will be at this council table where all 11 of you will be invited to obviously participate in the decision making. So I mean, again, it's not my call. It is you as executive committee that can change these terms of reference. But from a governance perspective, I would always caution against that, because if all of a sudden there's 11 councillors there, those other members might be going, what's the point? That is when it looks like there isn't an open mind to it. But that's my reflection from a governance perspective.
Okay, that's fine. My next question is, so, you know, on the note of engagement with administration, I just want confirmation that there will be engagement with those who are considered the leads in relation to the recreation master plan. So I just want that confirmation. Okay. And also, how will the committee engage with experts in particular subject matters, such as like, and I understand that this is a citing committee, finance committee, planning committee, but in terms of citing and financials, there could be, so for citing, accessibility concerns that need to be considered, and for environment, there are folks that could help who would have expertise on potential funding sources for in relation to environment. Those are just 2 examples. So I don't know if anyone has a sense of how those folks will be, those subject matter experts will be engaged in this process.
Mr. Nichol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think at this point I can't say definitively how it will work, but I believe that the expectation of the engagement and the invitation of REAL and the city administration to participate at any time, the committee will always have the opportunity during their deliberations to say, we need to seek this expertise from X to Y. And I think the focus, and I don't mean to be trite about this, but we need to hear about leading practices, expertise, the linkages between whether it's financing, citing, environmental considerations, etc. We need the experts on this. There's lots of opinion out there. The committee needs expertise.
Yeah. No, I agree. Okay, and potentially my last question, will the committee consider options for moving forward with each catalyst project independently or only as a group?
Mr. Nichol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will also ask Councillor Hawkins to comment on this. I think the whole premise of establishing this Catalyst Committee was to look at how these potential projects and others that might come on stream can be linked together so that there is a strategic plan in terms of moving them forward, as Councillor LeBlanc outlined in his comments. I think perhaps there may always be a fallback in terms of if you were advancing one independently, but the whole point of this committee was not to get into that independently moving forward game, because someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. And I think the whole objective of this is, can we come up with some longer term strategic plan to move all these forward. They won't all move forward together, but they will be moving in sync according to a plan. And so I think we want to guard against any one entity being seen to be coming out on top, because funding goes only so far. And again, that's not the objective here. It's to get everything moving in sync. But Councillor Hawkins may have a different perspective on that.
I think the acting city manager has summarized this well. This is a long-term planning committee. It sort of will ask itself, at the end of the day, when all of these various projects are accounted for, what would be a rational location for each of the projects so that it creates a dynamic city, so that they're transformational, so that they play off each other instead of just having them haphazardly located. That said, part of the terms of reference also ask us to look at some considerations like financial indicators. I imagine the committees may say project A could be financed in this way or that way, but not likely to be financed in some other way. And so that when opportunities come to the city, and we don't get to control the order in which opportunities come, we're able to be shovel ready, ready to step up to the plate and say, yes, we have a plan. The project that you're creating an opportunity for would fit in here. We're able to move quickly with this new information, this new financial information or other information that may compel one project to move ahead of the other.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful, potentially opens up more questions for me. I'm good for now, but I'm going to have to give this some thought in advance of council next week. Thanks for all the information.
Okay, Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So in regards to the Catalyst Committee, I do support this in the fact that one of the things that I think I've learned over time is that when funding comes, we're usually not ready. And that's the problem, and we kind of see that in the Recreation Master Plan, that when the funding is ready to go, all of a sudden we're panicking to find a space and a place for whatever it is, if it's a pool or if it's an arena or a rink or whatever. So I was happy to see that we are actually going to be proactive and take a look to say this is a site planning. And in the in part of the strategy, it indicates that stakeholders and the public will be engaged as well, industry leaders, local and regional stakeholders and the public, also city planners and arena plan, all of those will be consulted. So I think this again is imperative to the work that we're going to do for all of the infrastructure needs that we've got to do. This is a huge piece. The other point is that we're bringing everybody together, and we kind of did that with Frost, where you're not pitting one area against another. So warehouse is saying, we're not getting this, they're getting this. So we actually, everybody's kind of in the room. We're looking at it all collectively. We're looking at the of course, accessibility, the economic piece, like the spin-offs, the neighborhood design. Like, it's going to take that all into consideration. And to me, that's why it's important to do it in this fashion. So, you know, I think it's something that we should be doing as we move forward, because when the dollars come, we will be ready and it'll be planned. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of questions from committee. I just have one thing I'd like to say. Looking forward to seeing this all plays out. Sounds like a very large committee of 16. I know Bob, as a chairman, will run that very well, as he does when he sits here. And so this is all exciting to me for the future of Regina. So I'll hand it off to Bob if he has anything to close.
Just two brief reassurances from comments that people have made to me over the last few weeks. The first is, we're not going to be announcing to the public in 2 months that they've got 5 big multi-million-dollar infrastructure projects that cause their taxes to soar. That's just not what this is about. This is about, as Councillor Bresciani has said, long-term planning. The second thing is, I want to reassure Council about how important I think it is that Council gets the final decision here. That final decision will be taken after delegations come from the public to Council and after each Council member has had a chance to consider this. I think those two reassurances are very important. So I'd ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, excellent. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Okay, excellent. We will now consider item EX 22-78, whistleblower policy. Can I ask Jim Nicol from administration to introduce this report?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Before you today is this report respecting changes to the whistleblower policy. The policy provides a mechanism for employees to report wrongdoing that's related to the city, and it's done so in a confidential manner where there may be a fear of reprisal. It's good leading management practice to review and update corporate policies regularly to ensure their alignment with our corporate values, our strategic direction, and to develop and strengthen our efforts in supporting an engaged and high-performing work culture. The whistleblower policy was up for review this year, and with the recent reestablishment of the internal audit position in 2021, this is a great opportunity to include the internal auditor's role in the whistleblower policy, which is similar to other municipalities. In direct response to the notice of motion MN 22-2, the proposed changes to the policy include the following. One is to establish and use a triage team consisting of the internal auditor, the director of people and organizational culture or designate, and the city solicitor or designate to conduct initial reviews of complaints and to manage the process for investigating those complaints received under the policy, and then to direct the internal auditor to report outcomes of complaints received under the policy in an annual report to Executive Committee. In a nutshell, there's two things here. First, it is removing the office of the city manager from this, so that when complaints come in, they are vetted through this triage team of the internal auditor, the head of people and organizational culture, and the city solicitor. And of course, the policy would include off-ramps if it was to ever include one of those three in a complaint. And then we will have the internal auditor reporting back to Executive Committee on an annual basis as to the number of complaints and outcomes that were received in that regard. So with that, I have Mr. Viswanathan here to answer questions. He is our internal auditor, as well as we have Maria Burns here from People and Organizational Culture. So between the two of them and Mr. Wary as City Solicitor, they are in a position to address any questions you have with respect to this realignment of our policy.
Okay. Can I have someone move this report with an amendment to the date in recommendation 3 to read August 17th, 2022? Councillor Bresciani, thank you. Okay, any questions from committee on this report? Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Very much. Deputy Mayor, so thank you very much for this. It was I support this, obviously. I want to say thank you for the work that's been done. There was a question asked as to why we just would not use the internal auditor instead of using the triage. Can someone respond to that, to the chair?
Mr. Nicol?
I will ask Mr. Viswanathan to take the lead on that. Again, a lot of these recommendations were largely drawn from comparative municipalities. So,
Mr. Viswanathan, go ahead.
The thing is, when we receive a complaint, it need not be necessarily just related to financials. It can be related to labor relations and P&OC. So it is best to obtain expertise from P&OC and legal as well in trying to assess who's best handled to action the complaint.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. So the recommendation that was brought forward obviously is considered best policy or something that's kind of okay. I will say that I have heard that this process, people feel more comfortable with this process rather than going through one person. And I guess the question I would ask is, how do we get feedback as to if it's working or not? Or, you know, I guess that's the other question, is to staff. How do they feel about this process after 2 years or 3 years? Through the chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Nicol.
thank you, Deputy Mayor. At this point in time, I mean, I haven't received, or my office has not received a lot of feedback. There are complaints that come through, but not a lot. I've said before on the floor of this council chamber that we are not subject to a large number of complaints, particularly on the fiscal irregularities. But having said that, we are certainly ready to investigate where that happens. You will be receiving an annual report later this year from Mr. Viswanathan. I think that provides you the opportunity to reflect upon the number of complaints that he's going to report on, the number of outcomes, whatever they might be, and then you can take that into account with what you may have been hearing from individual residents or whatnot. But again, all I can say is that I'm not hearing a lot. All I do acknowledge and appreciate, Councillor Bresciani, that there are people out there who like the fact that it's codified a bit more. And when you hear someone refer to an internal auditor, they're typically held in very high regard, as Mr. Viswanathan is. And so that's great. And I think it gives people comfort that there is no undue influence being attached from the office of the city manager or the executive leadership team.
Thank you for that. So last question, just to walk me through the change. So it would, someone has a complaint, they would still be able to email, call, and that would be through the external. And then that gets funneled then to the triage, to the 3. So, and if there is, and then what happens after that process? I just need to be clear.
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you. I'll begin and then I will turn it over to the team. But essentially that's correct, Councillor Bresciani, that we still use the external contact. The complaints go there and then they are relayed to this triage team, and the team would immediately meet to discuss is this relevant? Where does it best fall? Does it even fall under the whistleblower policy? Maybe it belongs in another one of our policy areas. And then they would determine the best course of action and prepare a report. But I will ask Mr. Viswanathan to provide the specific details of that process.
Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead, Mr. Viswanathan.
We receive the complaint, and as a triage team, we assess the complaint. We identify the nature of the complaint, what are the risks inherent in the complaint, and decide who is going to investigate it, what will be the process of investigation. And once the investigation is completed, if we again get together and assess whether the actions were taken in line with the initial agreement, whether the recommendations made by the investigator is in line with the agreement, and then we forward that to the city manager for action.
Okay. You forward it to the, city manager for action?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you. So I just want to emphasize the point, particularly for you, Councillor Bresciani, in response to that question, is that the triage team will determine what the action is in terms of investigation and any findings. And certainly would be my practice that when their recommendation comes to me as to what's being done, I'm being informed what's being done. It's not for me to say, well, I don't think that's appropriate, or I would try something else. They're tasked with this, that's what the policy says, and I'm to ensure that the appropriate measures are taken as recommended by them.
Thank you very much. And just the last question in regards to confidentiality. For a whistleblower to come forward, they need to be protected. And it has to be at its highest regard of confidentiality. And how, again, will that be adhered to? Is that being adhered to now, or how do we ensure that happens?
Go ahead, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Of course, that's one of the imperatives of the whistleblower policy, is to provide that security of anonymity. That's that's really the major reason why whistleblower policies were introduced. I don't know if Mr. Viswanathan or Mr. Wary should take this to speak directly to the measures to ensure confidentiality. In fact, they may both want to comment.
Okay.
Mr. Wary, go ahead.
The measures in place would be typical for any type of workplace investigation, so that is pretty standard practice for investigations that would occur both through the internal auditor, through this triage team, or other investigations of that nature. So it's sort of consistent with our existing practice.
Mr. Viswanathan, go ahead.
Through the chair, in terms of receiving the complaint, right from the start, we take actions to ensure that the complainant remains entirely anonymous. In terms of documentation maintained, in terms of interactions with the interviewees, we maintain confidentiality right till the end. The details of the case by itself are only disclosed on a need-to-know basis.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the work. And just a comment, in the research that I've done is that it's important that staff feel comfortable to come forward to, and if you want to call it whistleblowing or whatever, to protect the organization, but also to ensure that, if it's theft or fraud or whatever it is, but to ensure that we're doing the best that we can to protect the organization, of course, and the individual. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. The report speaks of City of Regina employees. To what extent does this policy cover contractors that are delivering goods and services on behalf of the city?
Mr. Nicol.
I will ask Mr. Wary as to the applicability of that, Councillor.
Mr. Weary, go ahead.
This is an in-house policy, so it wouldn't apply to third parties or the public.
Okay. If I could ask an example, let's say that a resident witnesses an issue that would actually be covered by the policy. The individual or the company providing road maintenance service, for instance. So how would that be pursued differently? So the policy would be applied to an employee, but if the same infraction was allegedly caused by a contractor, would there two separate processes that would have to follow?
Mr. Weary?
I think Mr. Chair, it would follow the normal process of escalation. The whistleblower policy is designed both to allow people to be comfortable with bringing forward complaints. And there's very severe sanctions for any sort of reprisals. That's one of the main features of a whistleblower policy, that people should not be punished for bringing forward issues that of a sensitive nature. If it's coming from outside the organization, it would follow the normal escalation process. And depending on the nature of the complaint, could result in either an investigation, if it involves employees, if it involves contractors, then it would have to be followed up in the normal course outside of the whistleblower process, but that doesn't mean that it wouldn't be followed up administratively depending on the nature of the complaint.
Thank you. Final question, in terms of council's point of contact, we receive any number of concerns. Most of them I don't believe would be covered by this policy. My normal point of contact is Service Regina. I presume that's not the case for this. If I got a complaint, I would, where would I find the information that I need to send it to the appropriate person?
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It would be my position, we will be putting the whistleblower, this information will be readily available on our website so that people could find out what it is and what it isn't. Again, and we want to design it so that it's clear, it's straightforward, and it's easy to find. So that people, if they do have a legitimate complaint to make, they don't have to go hunting for the form, they can find it relatively quickly. If I can just expand on one thing, and it's been covered a couple of times in the discussion here, the whistleblower policy primarily deals with financial irregularities, theft, those kind of things. There are other policies in place. So you may hear from a number of people that they wish to make, for example, a harassment complaint under whistleblower. It's not applicable, because once you hit to a harassment complaint, you can't be anonymous, because how does one deal with that? So I just want to make sure that people don't take the fact or leave with the understanding that the whistleblower is some wide-ranging policy that they can use. It is for primarily financial irregularities.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stanishuk, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, what would happen if, like I support this policy, so I don't want to have my question indicate otherwise, but how would we handle a situation if somebody had a unfounded or vexatious kind of complaint that they were trying to use the whistleblower policy? How would that be handled?
Mr. Nicol?
I think we would look at those on a case-by-case basis. Again, making a bona fide, legitimate complaint under whistleblower policy is explicitly protected from reprisal. And so I think where I was trying to go with my previous comment was that people cannot use it as a smokescreen to complain about if it's a performance management issue or something. And so we would look at that to say, was it bona fide or not? And if not, I'm not sure that we have any specific penalties, but I think we would certainly have to sit down with that employee, understand what it is that caused the complaint in the first place, because they still may have a legitimate concern or issue. It's just not in the right policy sphere. So I want to make sure that nobody feels that they will somehow be reprimanded if their allegation is not deemed to be moving forward. Because sometimes it's just a misunderstanding, maybe it's ignorance of a particular policy or practice. So we're trying to make sure that as we launch this new process, that we are flexible and that we adapt to what it's out there, and we don't jump to conclusions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'll ask Councillor Bresciani if you wish to close off debate. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. Keep up the good work, everybody. We're flying through here. So we'll now consider item EX 22-77, response to procurement motions. So we have a few delegates here going to be speaking. So we're going to start with Kevin DeRoe and Mark Cooper. I'll ask you guys to kind of have a seat down here in these three chairs, okay? I ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, where you live, and you have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions as the members may have for you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
My name is Kevin DeRoe. I am the CEO for the Regina Construction Association, and I live in Regina here in the Uplands ward. It is a privilege to be before you today, representing the construction industry, not just from Regina, but from across Saskatchewan. I am here today in solidarity with my colleague Mark Cooper to highlight for you the strong working relationship that exists between the city administration and industry, and the very collaborative and engaging manner to which your officials conducted the review and this assembly of their recommendations. And I am pleased to be able to offer full support for from the Regina Construction Association companies for the recommendation outlined in the report from administration. Allow me to address each of the recommendations in turn to share with you the perspective of the hundreds of companies and thousands of workers who literally engage in building Regina every day. With respect to the Indigenous procurement, we firmly support a collaborative and engaged approach to building and executing on the approach to procurement that supports the economic advancement of Indigenous peoples. There can be no greater economic or social priority for Saskatchewan, and you will find construction industry ready and willing to work with you and with the Indigenous communities to tackle this priority. We would recommend a requirement that policies and approaches be developed in a spirit and approach of collaboration with industry and with Indigenous communities. When it comes to the sustainable procurement, we agree with the recommendation outlined by City Administration. Specifically, we support the mandated requirement that contractors working for the City of Regina must have CORE or C-Corps certification to verify the commitments to safety, performance. This requirement should likely be phased over a 3-year period to allow time for industry to be trained. Additionally, we support the City of Regina's desire to see all construction work in Regina being done by Regina companies and by Regina people. I wholeheartedly endorse this approach in order to ensure that the city is able to execute on this vision. I urge deliberate care in how you approach it. Trade agreements do limit the ability of the city to unduly prefer local contractors during the actual procurement phase. So, for instance, awarding points during procurement to a company for using local workers or simply for being a local company would be offside with these agreements. However, there is lots that you can do to benefit local contractors and provide them with a legal leg up when it comes to procurement. You can engage effectively with local industry to keep contractors informed about upcoming projects. For instance, you can provide what we call a pre-bid project list. That's that information in which we share with our members on a regular basis. Similarly, you can share information after a project award that provides the identity of the successful bidder and awarded contract amount. These details help local construction team learn to refine their bidding and to become more competitive in the market. You can provide what we call early engagement. In advance of any procurement phase, when the city first is contemplating a project like you discussed today, you can encourage exclusively with local contractors to discuss potential solutions to the project, scopes of work required, and the planned budgets and timelines. The other specifics can also help contractors begin planning their projects. The leg up, as you have heard, or as you will hear from my colleague Mark today, we agree with the administration's recommendation not to implement the so-called fair wage policy. Construction wages are strong and far above the provincial average, with construction workers enjoying a strong economic advantage. These facts are well documented. A wage-based policy used by the City of Regina would not only isolate the city as the only buyer of construction services with such a policy, but it will also drive up administrative costs both for contractors and for the city, leading to increased construction costs. Given that there is no problem to solve, it seems like a questionable policy to implement. As well, you will hear from my colleague Mark that we agree with the administration's recommendation not to require changes to the apprenticeship requirements of the city at this time. As Mark will note, Saskatchewan only has 4 compulsory trades, and so journey persons apprentices ratios only apply as requirements to those trades. Most non-compulsory trades lack the training support in the province, and there's very little demand from industry to shift more trades into compulsory ones, meaning policy or policing of apprentice and journey person ratios is the legislative responsibility of the Apprenticeship Commission. Like the fair wage policy, this recommendation, while well-intended, is both unnecessary and problematic. Before I end, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the fact that while we have suggestions, construction employers are unified in their support of the recommendations presented by administration. I want to thank administration officials, specifically Tammy Moyse, for their diligence in engaging, their commitment to listening, and their willingness to encourage different perspectives and their leadership in bringing stakeholders together. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you on this important topic. On behalf of the Regina Construction Association, I am pleased to note that our companies stand ready to continue to build a prosperous, fair, and sustainable Regina. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. 5 minutes is up, so we will open it up to questions from committee. First, I have Councillor Mancinelli, I believe.
Thank you. Couple quick questions. Lots of stories in the news about technical labor around, people with the skills needed to do the jobs we're talking about in our province. Lots of action in our province. We have trade delegations going out to find labor. Most people work for a wage, and I know construction does pay because you're equipment operators and tradesmen. To be known as a place that paid good wages when we're trying to attract talent, wouldn't that be a positive thing? I'm just trying to think how that interferes when, in my assumption, I'd be thinking most people would be above the living wage out of your industry already. Are my assumptions incorrect? Is the need for labor incorrect? Or having be known as a good wage payer, would that be, which one of those is the problem?
Mr. Chair, just a question for you, if I could ask first. I had assumed that we were coming a separate delegation, so I did have plans to speak. You probably don't want to listen to me talk for 5 minutes anyway, but I'm happy to sort of participate in the question and answer if that works.
I'll gladly wait till he's done and start over.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I assume that's what you guys thought too, and I just clarified with the city clerk, you only have 5 minutes in total because you appeared together. So I'll ask for the indulgence of committee if they're okay with that. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cooper. You'll have a separate 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my name is Mark Cooper. I am here as the CEO of the Saskatchewan Construction Association, representing construction employers from across the province, and I am a resident of Ward 6, where Councillor LeBlanc represents me. So hello, Councillor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. And actually 9 years of doing this job, this is the first time I've ever presented to City Council, and I'm like super nervous. So thank you very much for letting me be here to chat with you today. And for those of you who I've had the opportunity to speak with on the phone over the last little bit, I appreciate your time. I want to thank, in particular, Council for your leadership on this matter. I love the fact that we've got a City Council that wants to make sure that procurement work goes to local contractors and to local workers. That's what this is all about, and we've been pushing for that for the whole decade that I've been here, so that's fantastic. And I want to give you a few facts, if I can, about the industry, and my facts will be Saskatchewan focused, but I think that they're relevant here to Regina as well. So across the province, there's about 9,000 construction companies that are operating in Saskatchewan today, and about 49,000 employees in the industry, so a very significant employer. Across all industries, construction actually has the 3rd highest average weekly earnings, only behind services and mining. So to your question, Councillor Mancinelli, that's absolutely correct. Construction's average hourly wage right now is $33.65 as of the most recent numbers from the government of Saskatchewan. But the important fact I think here is that 94% of all construction employers in the province are micro businesses, so fewer than 20 employees or less. And so, as a result, those companies, as you would know, wouldn't have deep layers of administration or management. Many times it's owner operated, right? And the primary manager is also on the tools for the company. So definitely any time that we add administrative burden to those companies, we need to be sure that we're doing it to achieve objectives that are essential and to solve problems that are real. So within that context, as my colleague Kevin had mentioned, we are fully supportive of the recommendations being presented to you by administration today. And I want to thank administration for their very active and extensive engagement with our industry during the consultation process. And so, yeah, as I said, we really do unequivocally support the core objectives as outlined in the motion. We want to see as much infrastructure work as possible go to local companies and be done by local workers. We want those local workers to be well paid, to have a high quality of life, and to be safe. We want that workforce to be representative of the community it serves, and we want our work and our community to be sustainable in every sense of the word. So the question isn't are we in alignment with the goals? The question is, what are the mechanisms that we're going to use to get to those goals, and how we do that together? We believe really strongly in that the best process is one that is dialogue-based, is collaborative rather than consultative. So not coming to us with here's the solution, but working with us to develop the solution. And working towards finding long-term and viable solutions to the challenges that we face. So the process that has been used to date by administration has been really reflective of that. And again, I thank them for that. And we'd encourage that the discussion goes beyond just a passing of a motion by council next week, but that it goes with a continuous eye of council on how are we doing to engage with industry and with other stakeholders to move the needle forward on this. And if that happens, I'm confident we'll get to the right place. There are a couple of recommendations that I want to address in particular. The apprenticeship recommendation is one that I see as particularly challenging to implement, if not impossible to implement, and so I wanted to highlight that one. So as I understand it, the intent of the motion is to require that all construction workers on a job site be certified by the Apprenticeship Commission as either an apprentice or a journey person. It's going to be challenging because, first of all, if you look at like heavy construction, road work, there are no trades in that area. So it wouldn't be applicable to them, right? And so you're automatically going to be segmenting out parts of the work. If you look just at the vertical construction world, there's actually only 5 compulsory trades in construction. So in many of the other trades, and I've been working for a decade to try and get more local training happening for trades and more compulsory trades, but there's only these 5. And a lot of those trades, there is no local training options. And so apprentices have to go to Alberta or Manitoba to secure the training that they need, and that puts the employer at risk, right? It puts the city at risk because you're moving citizens out there. They get hired when they're working or getting trained in Alberta and in Manitoba sometimes. And so we don't want to lose those folks. And until we have the local training provisions here, I don't know how we would ever be able to implement this. So I don't think that it's a good goal. It's a goal that we want to move towards, but the execution of that's going to be really challenging. As well, because most of the work that happens on a construction site, so about 80% of all the work that happens on a construction site is done by subcontractors, the trade contractors that have to be compliant. And so because of that, I think it would be a real challenge for city to implement this because your contractual relationship exists with the general contractor, not the trade contractor. So I'm not sure how you would bind that general contractor to be able to execute on that. So I'm guessing that beeper was telling me my 5 minutes is up. So
I was just going to interrupt you.
And happy to answer any questions that you have.
I'll give you extra 30 seconds if you want to wrap up, because I'm sure there'll be questions. Okay. So we're going to go back to Councillor Mancinelli. I don't know if his question got answered, but go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I think it was almost answered. I think we were in agreement on all the points of what payment was for the employees and why people work. My only question was why we wouldn't want to be known as a place that offers those kind of wages when we're trying to attract that work to get the projects done.
Sure. I think you do want to be known as a place that pays people well. And I mean, the construction industry takes pride in the fact that it pays people well, and that's how we attract people into the industry, right? So I don't think that that having that conversation requires a policy that requires administration on behalf of the employer and the city. So if you move to a situation where you have a requirement for contractors to track this work and to report on it, or track this information and to report on it to the city, you first have to keep in mind, as I just mentioned, that you only have a contractual relationship with the general contractors, not with all of the trade contractors, which represents about 80% of the people on the workforce, on the work site. And so that general contractor then has to collect that information from their trade contractors. And if anybody's worked with subcontractors, they don't like providing information that they don't have to provide, right? And they're worried about the competitive advantage that they may have, and is that information going to slide into the next bid into another trade contractor? So that it creates a risk, I think, for those trade contractors. It's also not clear if the general contractor legally can request that information from a trade contractor. Now, perhaps if it was mandated by the city, there's some liability that shifts onto the city there that might protect the general contractor for requesting that information. So I think that it's not that the idea is a bad idea. It's the question of how it gets implemented, right? And how you collect that information, and then how you track it. Because as a city administration, you don't track that now, so you're going to have to track that information. Who's going to do that? What's the cost of doing that going to be? And then the last point I would have on that, and then Kevin, you may have some thoughts to add, is oh, I totally lost my last thought anyway. So maybe you know what it is.
Well, just with the market, the free market, the way it is right now, I would stick to it, because if you're starting to mandate, there's so much dollars that are flowing out there right now. Is a contractor going to choose the city of Regina to be their first priority of doing business, or are they going to go out for different opportunities because based upon that policy? So I think it's a slippery slope, and I think that what we can do is celebrate the fact that in construction we are paying more. We should do some more marketing, and there's marketability. So depending on what is coming out from the city of Regina as far as your infrastructure spending in the pre-bid, et cetera, we can start doing some marketing together collaboratively. So I would leave it at that.
Thanks. Follow-up question. I really appreciated the comments on apprenticeship and journey person status. You mentioned 5 compulsory trades with no training within our province. I was just wondering if I could get you to just top those off. I know we have a downtown that's devoid of any training facilities, and it'd be better anywhere in Regina than having to go to Alberta or Manitoba. So what are we missing for training? How come we have no trades?
So I don't know that I could give you in fact, I do know I can't give you a comprehensive list today. As a small example of a few trades that we've worked with over the years trying to secure this. So glazing is one. So window companies. So there we brought together at their request the 6 or 7 largest glazing companies to have a conversation about whether they could move towards compulsory trades, because some of them were interested in doing it. This is all regulated and mandated and managed by the province, right? And so through the Apprenticeship Commission, there's a process in legislation and regulation to move trades to become compulsory, and the mechanism requires strong industry support. So is indicative by workers or by employers. So either the workforce or employers can raise sufficient interest to be able to go to the province and say there's demand to do this, so let's move it towards compulsory. And they did that recently with the sprinkler fitters, right? And so that was the most recent compulsory trade that was added. It was just a few years ago. That process was close to a decade. A little ridiculous in my opinion. This is just my personal opinion, but I like the idea of moving towards greater professionalization of the trades and more compulsory trades, because I think it moves everything to a higher standard, and I think that that's a good thing. But it's an extensive and provincially driven and regulated process to get there, and so the industry has to be supportive. So what happened in the glazing side is we brought these employers together, they started talking about it, and they couldn't come to agreement, and they are sending all of their apprentices, those who have apprentices, they're sending them to Alberta now to be trained. And the reason is because the Polytech, who delivers a lot of the training, if there isn't sufficient demand from the industry to deliver the training, they're not going to deliver the training. So I don't know if it's a chicken and an egg. I don't know what the pattern of approach here is, but I know that the Apprenticeship Commission has to be engaged and industry has to be engaged, and I'm not sure that a policy that gets too far out ahead of that is actually helpful to the city, because there are very few contractors who would be able to be in compliance with this today in most of the trades. And at best, you might be able to be aspirational and say, this is where we want to be in 3 years, and so everybody better get ready if you want to do work with the city of Regina. Just know that it's going to be a real struggle to get there, because if people are busy already, and then to send their people away for training and the fear that they might lose them, definitely a challenge. So. And
in addition, Alberta does have more. I can't quote you exactly how many trades that they have regulated, but we're at a risk of having Alberta companies come into Saskatchewan and then doing the work. So the local labor is at risk.
That's a really good point, is that if you require compulsory trades, Alberta, I think, is 17, don't quote me on that, but almost all of their trades are compulsory, which is a different landscape. They're kind of unique in Western Canada for sure. And so you can prevent that by saying you have to be certified in Saskatchewan. But again, if the training isn't available in Saskatchewan, then how do you handle that? So this is one of those ones where I think continued dialogue and discussion about, okay, if this is what the city wants and it's what industry wants, then how do we tackle this together to move in that direction?
Looking at many industries after the pandemic and the change in generations that are going on right now, they've lost a lot of brain trust. What do you foresee in your industry for that happening as we go forward? And especially when we talk about the lack of trained journeymen, what kind of effects do you think that's going to have on your industry, and how fearful do we have to be of that?
Can I go first? Okay. Yeah, I think that well, I mean, we know from statistics, although these statistics have said the same thing for a while, and people have not retired, but you know, we are slated to lose a third of our experienced workforce over the next 3 to 5 years. I'm not sure the exact timeline there, but roughly speaking, that's a third in the next 5 years. What happened during the pandemic is that there were a lot of companies that held on to their experienced journey people while letting their apprentices or others go, right? And so they're top heavy then in terms of experience, and now actually struggling to replace some of the lower positions, which has been an interesting challenge. When I talk to companies now about one of their biggest challenges for workforce, it's actually laborers and finding laborers who are willing to step in and start in those starting roles. With respect to the impact that loss of workforce is going to have on the industry, I don't think that we are fully prepared yet for that as an industry. And so one of the things that we've been starting to talk about with the Polytech and with others is, you know, how can we bring together mentorship programs that can help support the laddering into careers for people in the industry, and that they can move, you know, from being a laborer to becoming an apprentice, to becoming a journey person, to becoming a site supervisor, then to become an estimator in the office, and to be able to advance their careers in that kind of way. And so, in short, Councillor, I don't think we know how we're going to address that, and I think that's why being able to move in time in the direction of the professionalization of more of those trades will be beneficial. It's my concern with it is I don't see how you could implement it or enforce it today. And so it's not that the objective is bad, I just don't think that it's possible.
And one of the initiatives that we have worked on, Councillor, is about the image of construction, getting to kids in grade 7, grade 8, the councillors. We have to change the dynamic and the narrative of what's being said about construction. So for us, there's joint ventures that are happening. You see a company like Westridge Construction with Wright Construction out of Saskatoon partnering together to do a SAS Power venture. So there's a lot of ingenuity that's happening. But for us, we're just working on it from a educational perspective first, get the awareness out and start a campaign of awareness.
Thank you. Just a closing question. We talked about wages earlier with journeymen and people higher up. Laborers were just mentioned. A laborer wage in your industry, do you know where that would average out about?
So the average wage that I quoted, of course, is for across all construction, right? So it would average everyone out, and there's significantly more laborers than there are journey people. So I still think that it's representative, and it's certainly above what we would have as a living wage, but I don't have the exact number in front of me. I can look it up, and I will do that and see if I can find it for you. But I don't know it off the top of my head.
Yeah, no. I put an ad up for that downtown Toronto. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor LeBlanc, you're next. Go ahead.
Portion of this, there's some contemplation of, if it passes, is there a percentage of the work we want to go to Indigenous folks? And so I think it's a relevant question. What percentage of the construction sector meets the definition of an Indigenous business, to know where to set that? So my question to you folks is, under the draft policy, such as it is, Indigenous organization is one which at least 51% of the business is Indigenous owned. And if it has more than 6 full-time staff, at least 1/3 must be Indigenous. My question for you is, do you know what percentage of your members would meet that definition?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think that through the last few years, there's been an elevated push to make sure that companies are getting ahead of policies such as this. And so we're working with what is
supplier?
No, the gentleman, John Desjarlais. So John Desjarlais, and there's a bunch of Indigenous leaders that we're working with to identify that right now. However, the concern always comes to, are you going to partner with a company just on paper? How do you qualify those? So we're working those out in behind the scenes as well to try and figure it out, because there's a lot of companies that are doing the right thing. They're demonstrating, they're already hiring Aboriginals, they're consulting with elders. So it is a process that the industry is definitely working on. We see it's, but I can't give you a definitive answer on that.
I would just add, in short, that no, we don't have an answer to that question specifically of the percentage of the companies that would do that. We have implemented a system called SupplierLink, which the city is using now, which has that as a piece of information that is asked of the companies that register with the system. And I'd have to look at the system to see what that system is telling us about the number, and that would all be self-reported too. So one of the things that we're looking at doing with SupplierLink, and why I think it is a good system for the city to continue to use, is that it will have externally verified data points, and so one of those is on that. And so if a company claims that they have Indigenous ownership, what kind of verification is there that in fact happens, right? So that the system can handle that for the city, which is advantageous for the city because you don't have to take that work on. And one of the ways we do that is by partnering with a group called Export Database, which is owned by all of the First Nations in Saskatchewan, and it focuses on exactly that, tracking information on Indigenous-owned companies and the Indigenous workforce. And so companies would be verified by this third-party export database as being Indigenous. So we're moving in that direction, which I think is really good. In answer to the question of what kind of percentage should be set, I think the federal government guidance on that is a good place to start. The challenge I would lay out to the city here on this is awarding points, and this is a conversation I actually had with Councillor Zakidniak this morning a little bit, is awarding points for certain attributes can be really valuable, but it can also be misleading. And so what I say by that is if you say, okay, you're going to get 5 points if you have an Indigenous engagement plan, I can tell you that we'll find consultants out there who will draft an engagement plan for you tomorrow and give it to you, and you can say you have an engagement plan. But what are you actually doing? And so I think that if you're going to look at things like engagement plans, it should be a mandated requirement. It shouldn't be things you get points for. You must have an Indigenous engagement strategy if you're going to work for the city of Regina. I've got to give some time for that. I think, and it's like we feel the same way on safety and things like that, but if you give a time period for companies to do that, and then what you award the points on is what are you doing to demonstrate meaningful progress towards the things you claimed you would do in that strategy. That's why I like things like the Saskatchewan Chamber of Commerce's Indigenous Engagement Charter, where they say that depending on the size of your company and the scope of the work you do, you commit as a member of the signatory to the charter to undertake these 6 or 7 things around training your existing staff, around increasing the diversity of your workforce, and then there's measurable attainments there that you can look at and say, are you making progress as a company? So I think it's important not just to award points for having a document, but for showing meaningful change. And the other piece that was really informative for me when we last heard Mr. Desjarlais speak was if you have like workforce requirements and you give points for that, that's okay. But he said the default is everybody's going to hire laborers. And he said what really matters is how are we laddering Indigenous people through their careers, like I talked about earlier, right? And so if we award points, people will find ways to game the system to get those points. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but you've got to be on top of it to say how are we showing meaningful progress without putting such onerous conditions on it that nobody wants to participate. So it's a balancing act, but I think we can get there.
Absolutely, as well as punitive.
Yeah,
we have to work together
to make sure it's not punitive. That's right, but that it moves everyone forward. That's right.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we're at 12:12. I have 1, 2, 3 more councillors that want to ask questions or legislative breaks at 12:15. What does council want to do? Should we finish with the delegation here, then break for lunch? I got a bunch of nodding heads. Okay. We do have 2 more delegates after these gentlemen, so they will be after our break. So we'll finish up, and next is Councillor Zakidniak, I think.
Thank you. I have some questions that kind of follow up on the previous round of questions. So I think what I've heard from both of you today is that you suggest additional dialogue would be appreciated as we roll these changes out. Is that accurate?
100%.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I also wanted to ask some questions specifically about the sustainable, Appendix C, sustainable procurement. So while I appreciate the broad interpretation of like what does sustainable mean, and so what's discussed is based on the Canadian Collaboration for Sustainable Procurement, green, ethical, social, indigenous, okay? We are, and also the desire to up the amount of points awarded. What I'm wondering is your perception. There's 14 additional points noted that we would say we were giving points of those 10 for any of the following points, 14 points. Do you find that that's clear, has enough clarity for potential bidders? Is it potentially too broad? Are there enough points allocated? Is there a lack of clarity? Like, what is your perception based on your expertise of the recommendations there?
Thank you for the question. And I think that it's a hard one to answer because it really, it almost depends on the individual project too, right? And is it too many points? Is it not enough points? Again, it comes back to the previous discussion around what are we actually trying to achieve? And I think what we're trying to achieve when we focus on sustainability, if we just talk about environmental sustainability for a moment, is we're trying to achieve a reduced carbon footprint in a built environment that is responsible for 40% of all of our carbon emissions in the world, right? And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this area, both in terms of technology and process. And if we're going to drive that down over time, what I struggle with in the procurement process is how do you measure one proposal versus another proposal when they're providing radically different solutions? And how can you tell which one is going to be better or worse? And what kind of architecture do you need to be able to evaluate that? So I think the better way to approach it, again, rather than the point system, is to be able to, although I think that can accomplish some things, is to say at the start of a project, so even in advance of a project, like we're talking about large-scale infrastructure projects now, we have to do this in a way that is, ideally beneficial to the environment, right? Not just not harmful, but ideally beneficial and in harmony with the environment. And so let's engage early on with engineers, with architects and contractors to talk about how would we ever do that, right? And to solution and to problem solve early on, so that you can identify a pathway that makes sense to the stakeholders and to the city, and then you can ask bidders to respond to that pathway, and then at least you're comparing solutions that are based on the same framing of the problem. And to me, that's really critical because then you can start to be able to differentiate between one bidder and another in a situation, and everybody's working with the same kind of information. Because one of the complaints that I hear from our members, and it was kind of our fault, is we really pushed this whole best value procurement idea of let's move away from just low price and let's evaluate based on a number of sustainable criteria and other factors about your business and how you run it and who works for you and all those kinds of things. And we did that because industry wanted to move away from just low price. The problem is it's created a lot of confusion because how do you respond to something? When the city says, give us your best sustainability plan, well, what does that really mean? And what is the expectation? And contractors, very practical, down to earth, they're a service industry. They build things for other people. They just want, to some extent, they want you to tell them what you want and then they'll deliver it for you, right? And so it's created a lot of confusion for them, I think. And the way forward for this in areas like sustainability, I believe, Councillor, is through that early dialogue where we identify what are we trying to get to, and then together, what do we imagine the best possible solution would look like to get there? And then you can start to compare pricing and solutions to that.
And you discussed a committee prior, or you guys were discussing having an ad hoc committee by Councillor Hawkins. Maybe there's a possibility for industry as well as administration to sit down, create that pre-bid committee. This is the projects that's coming up from the city. What can contractors do, the engineers, to Mark's point, and have the experts within the room to maybe come up with those ideas to help drive whatever the request for proposal process is and the points. Because as Mark had said, I think it's different for each and every project. No project is the same. even a wastewater treatment plant in Buffalo Narrows compared to Regina. There's differences that are wanted. So I would say that that might be an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure.
Mr. Chair, on a procedural matter.
Go ahead, Mr. Hawkins.
Break is a compulsory break. I think it's important that we honor that. So I'd like to move that I'd like to suggest that we adjourn for lunch.
Okay, you're correct, Mr. Hawkins. It is a legislative break. We will take that break and eat lunch. My apologies, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Duro. We'll have a 45-minute break. Okay, hold on. Okay, we will do a half an hour break. So that puts us to 12:49. We will resume with questions for Mr. Duro and Mr. Cooper. Have a good, quick lunch break, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get this started again. So we have next for questions from Council, Councillor Stevens. You can go ahead.
Great, thank you. So to the delegates, I have a question about your claims about administrative burden and cost, specific to fair wages. Those policies have been in place since the 1930s, both at the federal level as well as municipalities. What's your knowledge of specific liability claims, actual costs for both policymakers as well as the applicants?
Vacation, Councillor, when you say the applicants, do you mean like the contractors?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So first of all, I think I'll be honest in saying that my actual knowledge of what it will cost per dollar per reporting, it would be pretty limited. So I don't think that I can speak to that specifically. Although I would be happy to go back to our members and bring them back to council next week to be able to address that specifically. Great. I think that the concern when it comes to the administrative burden is for the general contractor to collect information about wages of workers that don't work for them, right? And so that's challenge one. And I think challenge two is that at the timing of the request. So it has, like, where I'm going with this is that construction workers move from job site to job site, right? And the workers that you have planned to be on this job site may be different than the workers that actually end up on that job site. And that's not just true for the general contractor, it's true for all of the subtrades too. So you can imagine that any kind of effort to collect information from all of the contractors on a site is going to create an administrative burden. That question of the value of that burden and what that actually translates in terms of dollars is a good question. I don't know the answer to that, and I think we can ask, and we should. But the other consideration is we are in a busy marketplace where, for the first time in a while now, contractors have choices about whether to bid on work or not. And I can tell you, and this hopefully isn't a surprise to you as council, wouldn't be a surprise to administration, that the city of Regina does not actually have a great reputation in terms of being a great place to bid for work as contractors, because many of your contract clauses are pretty onerous on the contractors. And so I can tell you that I've spoken to contractors who say, I can't wait until we're busy enough that I don't have to bid on a city of Regina job. That's not a great place to be. And so if you implement any kind of approaches that make it less attractive to bid, you just have to be prepared for one of the consequences being that you're going to see fewer bids, and that means less competitive pricing. That's a choice. It may be a deliberate policy choice that council wants to make, but it's not one that we would suggest that you make.
And I would also question that coming out of COVID, with the supply chain issues, the rising costs, escalating costs, as well as inflation, is now the time to consider implementing a policy such as this. To Mark's point, the economy is hot right now, but we just feel that we can't get the numbers, but we'd be happy to get those numbers for you at a certain point and try and answer that.
And I mean, just again, I would suggest, the question I would ask is what's the objective of trying to do that, right? And I think this is important for everything. Is okay. So we agree that construction workers should be paid fairly for the work that they do, and I think the evidence suggests that that is in fact the case. Mm-hmm. But maybe council has a different definition of what fair means here, and that isn't clear to me in the information that I've seen to date. Or has a different idea of how that should be implemented. And so I think being able to understand what the objective is, I mean, if it's to pay above a living wage, that's clearly not a problem for the construction industry. So I suspect that it's something more, but I don't know what it is. And so a clarity around the objective allows us to then work together to figure out what the solutions could be. And I think that's an important, I mean, I know I can't ask you questions, but that's an important thing that I don't understand and would be helpful in understanding so that we can effectively engage to find solutions with you.
I'll respond to that when it's my time to speak. In your opinion, what's more complicated, putting forward pricing related to large or small construction projects regarding materials? Also, we've talked about Indigenous focused procurement policies embedded in this. Is that more complicated for a contractor to assemble than a table of numbers with wages? I'm trying to compare what's actually complicated and what shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the answer is pretty obvious, that it's not necessarily more complicated to collect wage information. There may be some so this is a question that needs to be discussed on the legal side. But you know, what can a general contractor legally request of their trade contractors, and what can those trade contractors legally disclose about their employees to that general contractor? I don't have the answer to that question. But leaving that aside for a second, it's not necessarily that the collection of the information is onerous, although I think it will add to cost, and also the importance of how is the city going to manage that data? How is the city going to protect that data? How is the city what's the city going to do with that information? I think are all legitimate questions that contractors and subcontractors and their lawyers will ask of the city. But even beyond that, I think I guess I look forward to seeing your comments later, or hearing them. What's the problem we're trying to solve? Because there doesn't seem to be a problem with the wages that construction is paying. So policy solutions should be in response to policy problems, right? And creating a policy solution without a policy problem is questionable in my mind. And so I would challenge, I mean, as a delegate, but also as a citizen, I would challenge, why are we doing that? And so understanding the objective will I think, be important in being able to effectively respond. Agreed.
My final question relates to an issue you just mentioned again, that was with confidentiality. All of those applications are received in confidence, but it sounds like your members are concerned about staff spilling information to competitors about wages, but nothing else. So you've been engaged in bidding processes for decades here. Wages is the concern, or do you have a general confidence issue with staff illegally sharing that information?
100%. I mean, if you talk to a trade contractor, they're going to tell you that they're constantly worried about bid shopping, right, and information being shared. And so one of the consequences of that is, because of the concern of that, is that a general contractor has a bid closing date established by the city, and they've got to respond to it, and so they establish a bid closing date for the trade contractors. Trade contractors literally are responding moments before the close of that, because they don't want to submit their pricing ahead of time. So bid shopping and information sharing and all of those things is absolutely a challenge, and it's more so when you have a large number of potential bidders. I mean, it's open to anybody. Anybody can bid on a City of Regina job, right? And you can be because there's no requirement, there's no legal requirement to call yourself that you have to meet in order to call yourself a contractor in Saskatchewan, right? So you can establish some base criteria to say, yeah, it must meet these things in order to bid. That doesn't mean they can't submit stuff, and that doesn't mean they can't collect stuff. And so that's a bigger problem, right, which is about industry self-regulation, and I think there's some important needs in that area. But yes, to your question of, is there broader concerns here around confidentiality and the disclosure of information? Absolutely there is.
Is any of it founded?
Yeah. Yeah, I can say for sure that bid shopping happens. It shouldn't. It's illegal. Does it happen? Yes, it does.
And there was an implementation of a system called the Saskatchewan Bid Depository, which is used to combat that, and we advocate for that use as well. If the city was looking for a fair and opportunistic procurement process, it'd be following the Saskatchewan Bid Depository.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Councillor Stanachuk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just following up on the last statement that you made about the Saskatchewan Bid Depository, I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more about what that is through the chair?
The Saskatchewan Bid Depository allows enough time for general contractors to receive in a specified time the bid process, which actually stops. So what happens on a tender closing, for example, if today was a tender closing, at 1:58 p.m., they call it the war room, but at 1:58 p.m., a bunch of subcontractors are sending their prices as not to get shopped to general contractors. So it is a chaotic approach. In fact, we're thinking of making a video to show that if you were to picture a triage in an emergency room type thing. But the Saskatchewan Bid Depository allows for a rhythmic, systematic approach to be able to do all procurement. Now, it's something that we could actually set up a presentation for council at one point. Our colleague Randy Shentag up in Saskatoon would be able to come down, councillor, and do a presentation for the city council. But as far as, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would just say that at a basic level, what it is an industry policed system to ensure that the integrity of the bidding process is maintained. And so what I mean by that is, so this focuses specifically on bidding for work, so it may or may not be applicable to some or all portions of this motion, but contractors are submitting their information into general contractors through an envelope system. It's still paper-based, which is a little archaic, but we're moving to move it digital. They submit it in an envelope system, and the general contractors are able to review that, but and they have the time. The trade contractor is protected against the bid shopping, so the general contractor has time to properly evaluate the bids and then submit the information to the owner. So it's just a system that we created to help address this problem, and it's been in place for how long now? I want to say 50 years, yes. But it's been that long, yeah. So it's been in place for quite a while, and it fell out of fashion during the last boom because everybody was too busy to worry about process, and then we run into the consequences of not caring about process when we end up back in the kind of problems that this can create.
Okay, thank you. One of we're talking a lot about contractors bidding on projects and that there's subcontracted work as well. Should all of these policies only apply to the contractor who wins the bid, or do you believe that these policies, procurement policies, should also apply to the subcontractors? Through the chair.
I actually would not like to speak on that without consultation with our members. I don't feel it's fair for us because we have a diverse group. We have general contractors, we have sub-trades, et cetera. So I think that the Indigenous, for sure, 100% backing up. As we mentioned in your opening statements, those policies that we support would be an industry support. However, with the fair wage and on my colleague's point, I think that I'd reserve comment until having some clarity from our members, to be fair.
That is almost certainly the wise thing to do, but I'm not going to do that. So, but I think you're right, and so I will be careful about what I say. That I think the challenge, councillor, is you have so the construction process is a contractual process, and you have a contractual relationship with the general contractor, not with the trade contractors. And it would actually, I believe, and this is something you'd have to talk with your legal counsel about, but I believe that it would be a violation of the contractual relationship for you to try to basically enter into what would in effect be a de facto contractual relationship with people that you don't have that relationship with, because it would bind the other contracted party, right? In a way that would be challenging, I think, for you to do. But I will also say that if you don't ensure that the things that you put in place are requirements for everybody working on your site, then you're really not accomplishing a lot, because 80% of that work is done by trade contractors, right? And so if in my conversations with trade contractors, what they'll say is, hey, best value procurement is fantastic, but there's nothing requiring that general contractor to use that local guy, right? And there's nothing requiring that general contractor to ensure that that same kind of process is happening with the trade contractors. And so it's why, to come back full circle, it's why the process is important. And I really encourage the city, regardless of the outcome here, to establish an ongoing dialogue, which your administration has made a great start of, but an ongoing and sort of standing dialogue with all industry stakeholders, employers, employees, Indigenous companies, the general contractors, trade contractors, about how we move this agenda forward in a progressive way. And I think that it's possible to do that, and I think that having all the stakeholders at the table is a great way to do that. So that's not a direct answer to your question, but hope that's helpful.
Okay. Thank you for that. In terms of a number of comments that you've made about apprenticeship, career laddering, what I'm wondering is there something that outside of this policy, these policies that we're looking at for procurement, in order for that kind of support to happen, is there a bigger role for the provincial government? Should we be having discussions with the provincial government, or that's something that's already happening with your industry's already doing that through the chair?
So we are, but I think that it is strengthened when we do it together with others. And so I think that a collaborative approach to discussions with the provincial government about how we move towards, why it's important to move towards professionalization of all trades, and how we do that in a measured and responsible way is important. And so that dialogue is happening, but I will be candid, there's not a lot of momentum behind it. And so I think having more partners at that table to advocate together for that would help, because as I mentioned in my earlier comments, provincial legislation has a mechanism to enable the creation of compulsory trades. It does require a clear expression of industry and public interest, and so a collaborative approach would be best in likely achieving that and moving in that direction.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, just kind of following up on questions Councillor Stevens asked on fair wage policy. It sounds like from your responses that most of the trades already are paid quite well above a living wage. Yet one of the arguments for a fair wage policy is that it prevents contractors that are paying lower wages from having an advantage in the bidding process. So I just sort of want to have your response on that through the chair.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good point. I think, to be honest, right? I mean, there is a potential advantage to be had for contractors that don't pay their people well. I would suggest, though, that if you talk to construction contractors, especially those that went through the economic boom that was experienced a decade ago, there aren't very many people willing to work for less than they can make somewhere else. And it was not uncommon, and I'm starting to hear about it now, although please, obviously all this is anecdotal, but I'm starting to hear now of guys saying, listen, I can go make 75 cents an hour more over there, so what are you going to do about it, right? And then walking, and understandably. So while it might be a bidding competitive advantage, I would be hard pressed to see the company that is paying their people well outside of the industry norm being able to actually source the competent labor to be able to successfully bid on that work. So I don't know of companies that have that as their HR strategy. There may be out there, hopefully not. And if they are, those are the companies we need to drive out of business collectively. I'm just not sure that this is the policy to do that.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Next, we have Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I appreciate the comments that you've made about the collaboration with city administration in terms of reviewing these motions before us. Mr. Giroux, you used the words pre-budget, pre-bid project list. I should put my glasses on. Early engagement and sharing of information. Would those activities that you had listed, actions, lend themselves to both better bids, but also better inclusion of local industry?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. I think one of our advocacy approach to scheduling is going to be knowing what is upcoming, so capacity is being able to plan ahead. So for our members, we need to know that. Also, the releasing of the awards on the award date. If you can imagine a contractor that there's a bunch of work throughout the province of Saskatchewan, and on the 30th day of this month, they're supposed to receive a notice of if they were successful or not. They're withholding any other opportunities to be able to bid on other projects. So we're actually reducing their capacity. But I think that if the implementation from the city was to take leadership in this, we're advocating with the provincial government as well to do the same. It would be a real asset for us as members and for the best value that the taxpayers would be receiving for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, up next we have Councillor Shaw. Go ahead, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. A quick question to both of you. Can you tell me what would be the risks of implementing a fair wage policy to the chair?
Oh, you want me to start? Okay. Thank you, Councillor. And I think we had the opportunity to raise some of those, I think, in the last couple of rounds of questions. But first of all, the administrative challenge of collecting information from multiple contractors for the general contractor, the question of what the city would do with that data, how they would use it, how they would store it, is it project by project? Do you keep it for the contractor so they don't have to submit it every time that somebody gets a bonus or a raise? Do they have to update that information with the city? Do they submit it at bid? And if they submit it at bid, how do they know who's going to be working on that job that doesn't start for 6 months from now? So there's a lot of logistical and administrative questions that I think if you were to do it, would need to be answered, including clarity around what is a fair wage and what does that mean, because it clearly would differentiate from job to job, and not only that, but would also change over time. And so, yeah, lots of questions to answer, I think, before something like that could be implemented on an administrative and logistics standpoint. Additionally, I think it has an impact on competition because people look at that as an uncertain risk and as an additional cost. It will just give them one more reason not to bid on City of Regina work. So I think that's a real risk. I think that's the most likely risk, to be honest, that you'll see immediately is a drop off in competitive bids. And then you also have, I think questions just in general, I would say again about if you implement policies that aren't necessary, then do you create an environment in which people are unsure what the next policy is going to be, and what are you going to ask for next? Mm-hmm. So I think it just creates a level of uncertainty which isn't valuable in that relationship.
Agreed. And thank you for the question, Councillor. One other point I'd like to make is our colleague who was not able to be here today commissioned a study through Praxis, and the average wage is $39.84 per hour, which is 145% over Regina's living wage. So if you use those numbers, it seems to be, to my colleague's point, is there a problem? What seems to be the issue that we're dealing with here? So, but I agree with everything Mark had to say and just wanted to state that.
thank you both for that. Just wanting to get all the details. Just a follow, or not really a follow-up question, but a question to add to this. Trying to understand if this only gets implemented, it's only in the city of Regina. So then you have, I'm trying to figure out how this would even work. If it's only in the city of Regina, then what happens in Saskatoon? What happens in Estevan? What happens in Moose Jaw? And on a construction level basis, I'm seeing a lot of concerns there. Can you speak to that a little bit? Give me some clarification, council some clarification, if this is implemented solely in Regina, to the chair.
I think it's a good question, Councillor, and I think that it does hit on the issue of the ability to encourage competitive bids from an industry that has choices, right? So I come back to my point that I don't think you're going to find, I mean, the statistics are pretty clear. You're not going to find very many construction companies that aren't paying a very good wage for the work that their workers are doing, and so I don't think you're in a situation where the people are going to flee the city of Regina so that they don't, because they have to pay more in the city of Regina. That's not going to be the case. They're going to flee the city of Regina because it's one more administrative burden in a frankly a long line of contractual problems that make it unattractive for contractors to do work with the city of Regina, and so it just adds to that sense that the city of Regina is not actually a great place to do business as a contractor. And listen, they suck it up when they have no choice, and they bid anyway because they need to find the work, or maybe the bids are a little padded with extra costs because they know that there's a lot of uncertainty and they don't know what they're going to have to deal with, but they bid. Prominent, successful local businesses will not bid on City of Regina work if you continue to add administrative burden and don't address the fundamental challenge, which is that your contracts do not make it attractive for contractors to bid on your work. And so I think that a procurement policy that moves in the direction of strengthening local procurement and that moves towards a more collaborative mechanism for engaging with those contractors is a fantastic and important step. And talking about the assurance that companies are paying people fairly is also important. But let's figure out the mechanisms for doing that, and establishing a policy without clarity around what you're trying to achieve or how you're going to do it just seems questionable to me.
And to that point, I'd like to make note that the administration has been working with us with the owners' contracts as well. They've been very open for sitting down and listening to any issues that we have, and more work is needed to be done there. But I echo my colleagues' comments.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. I don't want to, in my criticisms about the city contract, which I know can sound strident, I want to be clear that administration has really stepped up to the plate in terms of discussions about how we can do that differently, and I think that's important. I raise it to be clear about the fact that currently the city of Regina has a reputation as being a difficult place for construction contractors to do business. Not actually, that's not true. It's not that Regina is a difficult place to do business. It's difficult to do business with the city of Regina. And so given that, I think you have to say, okay, well, where are we headed to and how do we get there? And I think that you're headed in the right direction, which is why we support the recommendations, all of the recommendations that are outlined by your administration. Just there's something to be mindful of there, for sure.
Thank you for adding that. That's I've heard that since I've been elected and before I was elected. So thank you guys both very much. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shaw. Next I have Councillor Mancinelli, but I'll go to you last because you already asked some questions. I'm going to go to Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much for being here today. Do you guys ever, organizations, work with Regina Trades and Skills at all and take some of the workers there, and how does that work?
Yes, we do. In fact, I was on the board for Regina Trades and Skills. We work closely with Brian over there to identify needs and training. So we're with them on a regular basis. And not only that, but the new CEO for the Regina Chamber of Commerce, we're going to be working on education and alignment for supporting labor throughout all of industries. So we do work with them. Yes.
Okay, great. Does the industry also go into the high schools that do offer the trades training, Miller and I'm sure other high schools as well, to educate on kind of the trades area as well?
We do, and pre-COVID, we were very active, and right now, due to our initiative of the Image of Construction, we want to create that complete plan and then go into the schools and start with the counselors, with the staff and students of not only Miller or any of those trade schools, but anybody that's a young kid throughout Saskatchewan right now.
If I could add a little bit to that, I would. That I think one of the challenges we face as an industry is that there are a lot of different players trying to do that same thing, and so Dion and Jeff may be able to talk about it later. But their organizations are active in engaging with young people, and the Apprenticeship Commission's active in engaging with that, and the construction industry is active in engaging in it, and the trade associations are active in engaging in it, and the Polytech is, and so it's good. What we have struggled with, I think, is our ability to coordinate that effort and then to sustain it through slower economic periods, right? So a lot of attention gets pushed on to trade-based education when the economy is hot because we need workers now, but it's too late, right? I mean, we needed to be doing that 3, 4, 5, 8 years ago. And so it needs to be sustained and consistent effort, which I would give credit to the unions in construction for doing, is that that's one of the things that they've been able to do effectively, is to sustain their engagement on those things and their commitment to training, regardless of the state of the economy. And I think there's lessons to be learned for all of us there, but certainly it's something that everybody's doing, and we just need to keep working to coordinate more effectively.
And back to the early engagement, once we know the schedule for the year, the procurement schedules, we're able to build capacity. So when we're doing the training, we know that 2 years out, we should keep our people. We should have enough work coming through that we can actually keep them rather than let them go to Alberta or wherever they're going.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm sure that through the chair, it's women in the trades are being promoted as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
And Indigenous as well,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And I mean, so I think wouldn't be a surprise to anybody to know that the construction workforce is not exactly representative, right, of the population. There's a lot of layered reasons for that. A big part of it has been continuing to address the culture of work sites, and a lot of activity on that front. And so, and that work needs to continue. And it's why, frankly, having owners that ensure policies that encourage progress in that direction from the contractors helps, right? It's not a requirement, and it's not going to be enough to get there, but it helps, because if people know that their ability to successfully win work depends on the fact that they're making meaningful progress in those areas, it moves the industry and the needle over time.
Thank you. Just in regards to the cultural piece, we've talked a lot about the Indigenous, of course. We also have the Sikh community. We have the many Ukrainians that have come here. So we have a diverse culture. And so I hope that's high on the priority to look at kind of all cultures, because as we see in all of our neighborhoods in our city, that's who's coming to call Regina home. And so we've heard through organizations that they want to work and they want to be part of the the trades and doing things like that, but they need the opportunity to do so. So I hope that's on the radar somewhere.
It is, Councillor, and thank you for the question. I know that under Mark's leadership for the Saskatchewan Construction Association, we regularly meet with the provincial government, and we've talked to many of the MLAs and discussed at their city offices where their locations are. Anybody that's coming in, please send us the information. We get it on to our members. So we're active in that front, but we are highly focused, again, the image of construction and having all peoples to be a part of it, because there's a lot of opportunity. And there's a lot of opportunity to be able to support some of the deficiencies in what we need for people with those communities.
Okay, thank you. Last question I have is, and I've kind of heard this over and over through the conversation as I was listening, is that there needs to be somewhat of a dialogue between city administration, almost an ad hoc committee or something like that, where the dialogue can continue. Would it be fair to say that prior to this, there wasn't any communication? Or again, how do we move this forward when we look at all the things that we've heard from, we need a training facility here. We need to, of course, have different cultures. Like, how do we embrace some of the things that we've talked about? Is it through a committee and to keep it going, or what are your thoughts on that?
We had great success with the administration as far as the permit review process. And what that did was bring industry, and it brought people that work for the city in those roles together. I think M3 had the contract, but it was a fabulous way to get people to see it from each other's lenses. And so I think that we have contractors that are willing to come and sit at the table, but there's a ripple effect. We use the term ripple effect because we have to see it from each other's lens. And I think that the continuation of what we're doing already is a great start, but we should invest more time and have a rhythmic approach to making sure that each quarter we're meeting. And it might be a day meeting, it might be an afternoon. I'm not sure where to start, but I think that from our perspective, the continuation of those discussions and having rigidity on making sure it happens will be beneficial for both, because administration is busy, counselors are busy, everyone's busy, but if it's in the calendar, I'm sure that we'll all be making some headway.
If I could add to that, my experience in this area is primarily in having worked with the provincial government in the launch of their procurement renewal process, which started 6 or 7 years ago now. When then Premier Wall created Priority Saskatchewan and really said, we need to get a handle on this. And it was a process that started incredibly robustly with an intention of saying, what are we going to do to build up local content and how can we do everything within the confines of trade law to support local contractors and local workers. And the process, I would say, is defined more by one of engagement and collaboration than consultation. So consultation being, okay, here, we've got a solution, we're going to come and talk to you about our solution and see what you think about our solution, whereas engagement and collaboration being one that says, what are the problems we're trying to solve? How are we going to solve them together? And that's how that Priority Saskatchewan stuff started, and it was amazing, and it was really engaging, and it wasn't just construction, it was all segments of the industry. Unions were represented there too, all kinds of groups at the table talking about what are the challenges we're facing in procurement and how are we going to fix them. And then through a number of changes administratively and things within government, the process started shifting to more like consultation, and they'd come out with solutions and they'd ask for our feedback and then they wouldn't listen to the feedback anyway. So I think what you want to do is you want to find a process that isn't so formal and constraining that it stifles the innovation, but that is sustained, right? And that lasts and that allows for that dialogue together about how, and what I would say one of the best benefits for the city is, in my opinion, and this was true for the province, is when all of those groups were around the table and we agreed to something, and then the province went and did it, our members might raise concerns, but you know who spoke to those concerns? We did, because we were at the table and we helped come up with the solutions on their behalf. And so we provided a bit of defense, right, for the province in advancing their policies, because we said, hey, these are the right solutions. And yes, it may be a little challenging, but we need to move forward on these together if we're going to move everybody forward. And so I think the collaborative and engaged process is really a strong win, even when some parties feel like, oh, well, this is not exactly what I wanted, but you understand when you're at the table, the art of the compromise that gets you there.
Okay, great, thank you. And just last question, you indicated that our process is onerous. Can you just elaborate just a little bit of what that means?
Yeah, so to some extent, and Kevin, you've been involved in some of those more discussions, so you can maybe provide some additional specific examples. Things like one example, in construction contracts, there is a regulated holdback provision that allows the owner, so in this case the City of Regina, to hold back certain amounts of value of the construction contract until the contract is closed. And that's to protect against liens or deficiencies or other things like that. It's appropriate, it's regulated, and it makes sense. There have been examples, I don't know if it's a standard in the City of Contract, but there's been examples I know that have been raised with me about additional holdbacks put on and extensive holdbacks, like not just, so for instance, the provision of warranty manuals and things like that. Good, you need those warranty manuals, you should be expected to get them, and the contractor, if it doesn't deliver on those manuals, should be held responsible in some fashion, but it should be proportionate to the value of the manual, not 5% of the value of the contract, which on a $100 million job is $5 million. Is that warranty manual worth $5 million? And so and when that money is held back, of course, the contractor is still expected to pay all of their bills and do all of those kinds of things, and so it just creates a challenge for them financially, right? And so it's not that holdback is bad, it's the provisions are there in the legislation. It's additional holdbacks that aren't legislated that create additional burdens. So that's one example.
That's right. So the CCDC documents, which is adopted by the City of Regina, there is changes to those documents. Now, they were prepared in consultation with owners, with trades groups across Canada, and coming from the guidance of the Canadian Construction Association. So if you're going to adopt those as your procurement documents to make changes and onerous changes, notwithstanding clauses, just basically wipes out the contract. So there's no point. However, again, I must defer to the fact that administration has been working with us. We have a regularly scheduled meeting upcoming again. So there is work being done on that, and together I think that we're going to get chug through some of the challenges that we're facing right now. But the administration has been working with us for sure.
Great, good, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. In reading through the report, I noticed one of the attributes that they cited was on-time delivery of goods for projects, kind of left over from lean management. I was just wondering, with you guys having contact to private business and upcoming trends, with all the supply chain problems and everything else been through the world these days, has anyone moved away from that on the private side of industry? Are people starting to stockpile goods again in anticipation of finishing jobs on time and getting through jobs, or is on-time delivery still something being sought after?
It still is being a challenge. It still is a challenge. I know that from our perspective, back to the scheduling. If you don't know you're able to get that job on the 30th and it's about 6 weeks after that you finally hear something, you're not able to get ahead. So if we know and there's pre-planning, then industry can start stocking up, but without a guarantee of you being able to get the materials. That's when we're facing some of those challenges.
Yeah, the stockpiling is a challenge, as you can imagine, because the contractor has to guess what the future price is going to be, right, and guess what the and guess whether they're going to be able to secure it in time and all of those kinds of things. And so stockpiling can sometimes be used as a hedge to protect against that, but it also has consequences for the contractors if they happen to do that and guess wrong about it. So the best way to be able to do it is, of course, to be able to do just in time, which is the standard way of doing it. World supply chains are such a mess that I've got a mechanical contractor, so plumber, that I was talking with recently, who said that he was bidding on a job and he was going to his suppliers to hold some pricing on bathroom fixtures, I think it was, and it was 30-day close, and the supplier said, no, that price is good today. I will not hold it for even 3 days. It's good today. And so, how do you begin to guesstimate then in terms of what you should do? And so the short of it is supply chain is a mess, and I think it's reasonable to have clauses that say, hey, if you've been a good contractor in terms of you've said you're going to meet certain targets and then you've met those targets, or you've been able to explain to us why you haven't met them and we understand and we accept those things, right? And you're being measured against, one, your ability to either meet targets or your ability to explain and articulate ahead of time so there's no surprises why you're not meeting those targets. That's about as fair as you can get here, right? I think, and it allows some fairness for the contractor, but also for the city. And it is a fair thing to evaluate is, do you do what you say you're going to do, or be able to explain to us why you haven't been able to do that?
So just so I understand properly, there is a problem there, but people are still adhering to the lean management philosophy of just-in-time delivery. No one's starting to deviate from that yet. That's still the philosophy being held across. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Okay. Looks like everybody's done with questions for you gentlemen for this week anyway. See what happens for next. Okay, I'll probably have some for you for next week. So I'll ask you guys leave your seats and have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd now like to call upon Jeff Sweet. Jeff, come have a seat here. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Sweet.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Sweet. I'm a journeyperson cook, journeyperson electrician. I am the president of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 2038 Construction in southern Saskatchewan. And I live in Ward 3. Good to see you, Andrew. Thank you for the opportunity to address council today, specific to this motion. There are a couple things I want to talk about. I go off script sometimes. I'll try and remain on script here, but I only have 5 minutes. So initially, I was underwhelmed on Appendix D and the Indigenous procurement with some of the 5% target by 2026, for instance. I didn't think it was aggressive enough, but when compared to the federal government timelines and percentages, it's right in line with that. There's a lot of work to do ahead of hiring for projects and awarding contracts. So this is a good starting point. It's also noted that setting a target too low risks making it too easy to meet. As long as the targets can move upward, and they should, it just needs to be looked at on a regular basis and adjusted accordingly. It was great to see recognition of the TRC call to action number 92, and creating the position of Indigenous Procurement Business Partner is an excellent start. Also included was a definition of Indigenous business, and this was brought up by Councillor LeBlanc earlier. This is helpful in deciding if the stated goals are actually being met as they were intended to, and not just being met on paper and checking a box. An example of a part of that TRC call to action is ensure that Aboriginal peoples have equitable access to jobs, training, and education opportunities in the corporate sector, and that Aboriginal communities gain long-term sustainable benefits from economic development projects. Sorry, quote unquote. If we're serious about this call to action, we would ensure full training was being provided to all workers, including Indigenous workers, working under city-awarded contracts by setting minimum standards for that training, like mandatory use of the apprenticeship system. Under the proposed recommendation, there is no requirement to ensure workers are enrolled in apprenticeships. And further, in MN 21-6, number 7, the recommendation was to continue the current practice of not requiring contracts to provide certificates of qualification in a specified time frame. Now, perhaps 24 hours was a bit too short of a time frame, but leaving it no time frame is wide open for abuse, and some time frame is appropriate. Also, the same recommendation is silent on the proposal to require all contractors' use of the apprenticeship system. Apprenticeships are the key to ensuring we avoid skilled worker shortages now and in the future. It costs virtually nothing to mandate its use and would be a gross oversight if it wasn't included in any current or future policies around procurement. What apprenticeship does is it is a resume for any workers in construction trades and any of the trades that are covered under the Red Seal program. It allows a worker to go from one contractor to the next and say, I am a first level carpenter, I am a third level electrician. These are the qualifications I bring from my previous work experience and technical training. There was a quote earlier, and I have the advantage of going second, so thank you guys. But there was a quote earlier of the average construction wage in Saskatchewan. That is, I assume, for journey persons in all of the registered or certified trades, rather, in Saskatchewan. What I have seen in the past is, without the use of the apprenticeship system, workers are paid as laborers. So whatever the lowest pay rate on that scale is what they are paid. They're not paid necessarily as a second or third, because there is nothing other than the employer's estimation of their abilities on what they should be paid. As opposed to through the apprenticeship system, there is a journey person rate set, and there will be a percentage rate that each level of apprenticeship makes off of that. For instance, in most trades, a journey person rate is X. A first level apprentice would be 50% of X. And then as you go up through the levels, 60%, 70%, 80%. I worked on a job in Turtleford, Saskatchewan with local hire requirements, and I am in a compulsory trade, one of the 4 construction trades that are compulsory. And we hired some local Indigenous people. They were never indentured, and as far as I know, they never went past first level. They never continued in the trade. So if we are really going to try to avert a skilled worker shortage, the use of the apprenticeship system, it exists already, and it's there, and it's very simple to use and to mitigate those future shortages. I also want to talk about the fair wage policy on construction, maintenance, and service contracts. I was very disappointed by the recommendations to not include a fair wage policy in city procurement policies.
Jeff, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up, and then we'll open up to questions. You've hit your 5 minutes.
Oh my, see how fast it goes. The benefits of a fair wage policy are solid and backed up by research cited in this exact report from a Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives 2014 report on the metadata. It has 87 or so footnotes. I would encourage anyone who hasn't read it to have a look at it and see that the costs and drawbacks assigned to fair wage policies are mostly straw men. They don't exist.
Okay.
I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. We'll open it up to questions from the floor, Mr. Sweet. So who do we have first? We have Mr. LeBlanc. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, Mr. Sweet. I want to ask you to elaborate on your proposal to require apprenticeships and so on. The previous delegation had mentioned for all but 4 trades, people have to leave the province to get education for the apprenticeship. They might stay in Alberta and not come back. Can you address that concern?
Well, I don't think that's what they said. There are a few. I know sprinkler fitters had to go to Red Deer at one point and maybe still do. But there is training for most of the certified trades in Saskatchewan. They're not necessarily in Regina. They're Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, Swift Current. They're sort of all around regional colleges as well. And I should say too that the compulsory trades are the only ones that are required by legislation to be registered as apprentices or journey persons working in that trade in the province. But that doesn't mean that they can't be registered through apprenticeship. So for instance, carpenters are not a compulsory trade. They can still be registered through the apprenticeship system and leveled and go to school and do their apprenticeship technical training as well. Did that answer your question?
I think it does, yeah. And maybe just an overview. I'm not that familiar with the apprenticeship program. Is it accurate to say that if someone is apprenticing, say for a 4-year apprenticeship, most of that time is sort of on the tools on a job site and a minority of that time is sort of at a polytechnic receiving training?
The technical training for most apprenticeships is 8 weeks long, once a year or as often as you can make it there.
Thank you.
Over the course of a 4-year apprenticeship, 3 for some.
Okay, next we have Councillor Stevens.
Jeff, with regards to comments around Appendix D, could you summarize what your objectives are there? You said that they needed to be more robust. If we were to alter the recommendation, what would that look like?
Are you talking specifically about the 24-hour time period?
Sorry, I think it was specific to Indigenous procurement. Apologize if I got the appendix wrong, but that's where you would start your presentation.
It's true, yeah, and it was in that section. So all I was getting at was the use of the apprenticeship system ensures that we are training Indigenous workers, all workers for that matter, but specifically in this case, Indigenous workers, to continue their trades and to become journey persons in those trades, as opposed to being hired to check a box. I've been on projects, not just the one I mentioned in Turtleford, but larger projects where there is a local hire requirement for the site. It's not necessarily trade specific, and those local hires are often in janitorial or security roles. They're not in the trades at all. And so the minimum requirement is met, but it's not, the intent is not met. So did that answer your question?
Yes. Would it be correct to say that your concern is the use of Indigenous labor in some of these contracts is not genuine, and that yes, they're involved, but they're involved with low wage, low skilled jobs?
Yes, yeah, okay. 100%.
Thank you. Regarding fair wages, a similar question is to ask the previous 2 gentlemen. From your angle, you're representing the actual electricians here. How difficult would it be for the contractor to employ your members to find out rates of compensation, total compensation for labor?
I don't think I understand the question.
Well, if they're required to submit a bid and they have to include, in accordance with a fair wage policy, wage rates, how difficult would it be for them to acquire that information about how much your members cost per hour for a particular contract?
I mean, I assume that rate would be set by the city. In other places, they use the provincial collective agreement for construction as the rate for each individual trade. But it doesn't necessarily have to be tied directly to a union contract. It could be tied to something else.
In your opinion, would it be onerous for a contractor to find out that information and then submit it?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, I was just going to speak. Okay, so Mayor Masters, go ahead next.
Apologies, Chair. I thought I had turned it on. Through you, thank you, Mr. Sweet, for your presentation this afternoon. Along the lines of Councillor Stevens on Indigenous procurement, what is the Indigenous composition of your membership?
Well, until recently, and there was a scandal at the University of Saskatoon, so but we had a self-declaration survey go out, and we were right around 20%.
You're referring to the fact that it is self-declared as opposed to
that's
geologically confirmed. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so I suppose it's my turn. Nobody else popped up, but feel free if anybody changes their mind. Okay, so I think what I'm going to go to first is I got several. You lost time to speak in full to the journeyman and apprentice certificate of qualifications. Would you like to elaborate?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
In your 5-minute time frame, you got cut off in speaking in regards to the certificate of qualifications. Is there anything you'd like to elaborate on? Is that being a requirement?
Well, I think I've already said that in that in a compulsory trade, there is a requirement under legislation for electricians, plumbers, refrigeration mechanics, and I'm drawing a blank on the last one, sheet metal workers and sprinkler fitters. I think it has gone through, so there are 5 that you are either indentured by your employer or by a joint apprenticeship training committee into the trade, or you are a journey person licensed in the province, Red Seal journey person in the province. But the rest of the trades, there's no requirement for that. And so again, having the average rate, to say that the average rate of a construction worker is $40 an hour or whatever it was, is probably true, but the vast majority of construction workers, I would guess, are not making that. Because when there's no requirement to indenture them, they won't be indentured. There's a cost to the company. There's a cost to the employee, the worker. It's small. I don't know what the indenturing cost is anymore. It was $150. I think when I went through, it might be a little bit more than that right now. There is the possibility, of course, that the apprentice might choose to go to school when called and then not return to that employer. Or even if they do return to that employer, they've lost that employee for 2 months. But this is the nature of the apprenticeship system. And like I said, it's been around for 100 years plus. So it works.
Okay. I believe you also got cut off in giving your point of view on the fair wage policy. I'll give you an opportunity to complete that speech, okay? And yeah, I'd like to hear your opinion, sir.
Okay. I'm not gonna read from this, but to say that a fair wage, to say that competition is going to ensure that a fair wage is being paid is a little disingenuous. Construction workers are precarious workers, and to say that someone, if offered 75 cents more an hour, would walk across the street and take another job is unlikely. How long is the job going to go on for? How long have they been employed with that employer? The law of supply and demand, especially when it comes to labor, is not an immutable force of the universe. There are many reasons why workers stay in construction specifically and make less money. But that doesn't mean that inflation doesn't go up. There are forces at work. Fuel's doubled in the last 5 years. It's going down a little bit now, but I'd say it's still up 30% from where it was. Food is no different. Construction workers haven't had a raise in the last 4 years, maybe even 5. And if you look at the inflation rates, construction workers have lost 25% of their purchasing power, even with a 40% wage rate. And so, a fair wage levels the playing field so that we don't have to worry about someone having to make a decision about whether or not they want to go across the street for 75 cents more. There are only 3 things, I'm maybe being a little broad here, but there are only 3 things to consider on a construction project, and that is the information that you're given, and that's the specs and the contract itself, the material costs and the labor costs. And so having a fair wage where all contractors are required to pay the same amount is going to level the playing field. It's going to, considering material isn't going to be that much different for every contractor, it forces the contractors to have a better plan, have better supervision, have better workmanship, not have to go back and do things twice or 3 times, which is how, which is how the fair wage policy doesn't cost more. When like I said, I encourage everyone to read that report put out by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, but costs are not added on because those things are taken into consideration when doing the bid itself. I think I went off on a tangent there, and I apologize. Chasing squirrels.
Okay, thank you. I got one last question. Before that, I think the only compulsory trade you missed was hairstylist, but that doesn't apply to construction. So I think that answered Councillor Mancinelli's earlier question. We heard the previous delegation speak a lot to a potential fair wage policy. They kept referring today to today, right now, the industry right now, and how busy it is right now. They didn't speak at all to the past several years of the economic slowdown. Okay, so can you speak to the low wages that were paid during this very recent difficult time period for, we'll just say, the construction trades in specific?
After 2015, a lot of the work, Saskatchewan had gone through a generational boom in resource prices and construction. And there was a lot of work throughout the province. For 10 years, there were apprentices who had never known a layoff before. And if they didn't like this job, they could go to another one. But after 2015, and certainly during the pandemic, work was much scarcer and wages did get rolled back. And when I say that construction work is precarious work, one of the reasons why, one of the arguments initially for high salaries in professional sports, baseball, hockey, was that those people had to make their lifetime career earnings in a very short time span because their careers were very short. It's the same for construction in that we don't work year round necessarily. It does happen, but it's not the norm. And your body wears out after a time as well. There are very few 60-year-old carpenters walking around. And if they are, they're not necessarily in great shape. So high wages are important for construction workers. And, when we talk about competitiveness, sometimes you don't get to say, I don't like this job, I'm going to move to another one. And if your employer comes to you and says, I'm sorry, I have to pay you $1 less, this year or on this job, if that's the difference between going on unemployment or even qualifying for it if you have to quit, for that matter, or continuing to work, you will, because you have to feed your family and you have to pay your mortgage and pay for your car. So a fair wage policy ensures that that sort of thing doesn't happen.
Excellent. You just said what I was going to say. A fair wage policy ensures that this doesn't happen. It's needed during an economic slowdown. So I'm going to leave it there. Seeing nobody have any other further questions, I'll ask you to leave your seat and have a great rest of your day. Oh, okay, never mind. Stay right there. Somebody snuck in. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you. So we've heard that, two different sides, and this is how it usually works, right? So the fair wage policy, do you feel if that was, because it would only be for the city of Regina, would it isolate the city of Regina? Because it's only here. So why, would that then have, well, I'll let you answer that first. Go ahead, through the chair.
No, that's okay. So the federal government has had in the past fair wage policies in place, legislation even. The province has, as have cities across Canada. I've worked on several fair wage jobs provincially, and to my knowledge, there was no shortage of bidders. And I did make a different wage rate when I worked on that job, but it was, I spent 8 hours at the Walter Scott building, on Friday, and then on Monday I went to do service, and that was a different wage rate. So again, I don't think that that there's any difference. Working out of town, let's say, on a project or doing industrial work versus commercial work. If you have a contractor that does both, they will have two separate wage rates already, and they will have a workforce that is willing to do both, or there's a workforce that is willing to do one or the other. And so if you have work at a mine versus work at a big box store here in town, you're going to pay different wage rates. I can almost guarantee you that. And the division of labor amongst your workers, sometimes they have a choice and sometimes they don't. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's fine, thank you. I guess the other piece of it, and just to try and understand is the whole looking at the economy right now, and we've just come out of the pandemic, and now shortage of supplies, and everybody wants the trades. We're in the boom of now building back to things. Do you not think that the market does dictate, because the salaries we've heard, and I don't know if it's correct, but it was around the $33.63 an average per hour. It's a good wage, I think. It's an excellent wage. How is that deemed not a fair wage? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Do you want to see it as more, or through the chair?
Well, I think when we talk about a fair wage, there's a broad look at all of the wages being paid across the city in this case, and it would be set based on that. Maybe not the highest of the high, but somewhere else. But it's also a matter of consistency in that level playing field, so that and there are contractors in all trades who are known for undercutting their competition through their labor rate and their use of lower skilled or unskilled and lower paid labor, especially in the case of the non-compulsory trades where there is no requirement to have journey person or apprentices on site.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Okay, now I think we're good. Mr. Sweet, you have a good rest of the day.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, Mr. Malikoff, I'll get you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee. Hello? Yeah, I'm almost done. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Malikoff.
Thank you, Councillor. My name's Dion Malikoff. I represent the Saskatchewan Building Trades. I'm the Executive Director, and I live in Regina, Saskatchewan. Is that good, Landon?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. Coming behind my learned friend, Jeff, I'm sure you guys, it was a good presentation. I'm sorry I can't be in there in person. I'm just going to acknowledge a few things here. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. I presented, I believe, I can't remember, I think when the motion was first put in place, so I am on record on what I would like to see and where we're at right now. So right off the hop, it's the new West Agreement, Canadian Free Trade, comprehensive and economic, jumping behind those immediately puts us in a box. I don't know if any of you were at the table when you negotiated those deals, but I certainly wasn't, and I'll leave it at that. You have many good things in here, truth and reconciliation, call to action. Very good stuff you guys are doing here, and I do want to recognize what the city is doing well on these. And there's some good stuff in there, absolutely. So equitable access to jobs and training, absolutely. And we support the hiring of the two peoples to see it through and to have that continuous consultation. I think that's an excellent idea, and good on you guys for looking at it or implementing it. And then you look at the spending, and there's really not much to say when you do go through the spending and what the city has done here over the last number of years. I think we're at $200 million. And then keeping it in Saskatchewan at 98%, there's really not much you can say. I mean, that's an excellent job done by the city to go through that. And again, being in a box with the trade agreements, it does limit us to what we can do. But at 89%, I think that should be actually applauded and a little more known. Get out there and let people know that. I think that's excellent. Not only Regina, but keeping it in Saskatchewan. The one, I have a couple of criticisms, and again, it's the SATCC. I don't know any owner that wouldn't want to know who's on their job sites and the qualifications that are on it. And I know we do RFPs and we have all that, but as an owner, no different than any power plant or refinery or anything like that. They absolutely want to see who's coming onto their job sites and what their qualifications are. So for the city of Regina not to not want to have that is a little bit, mind-boggling for me. So that's something that I would say for you guys to actually maybe do a little more check. I think it's due diligence on your part or any owner's part to have those qualifications presented to you before the job. Best value is good. Again, with the trade agreements, there's not much you can do, but we are trying to do what we can. Again, SAS Building Trades has always been a champion for the Indigenous, women, new Canadians, and youth. And we'd like to see these continuous improvements, consultations with these underrepresented groups to have a real-time feel of what's going on the ground, not 6 months after the job or a year after the job. It's got to be consultations constantly with these underrepresented groups and associations. So more consultations, more boots on the ground, and real-time feel. And I think maybe if these two positions come in, maybe that's where the real-time feelings can come in. And then again, your fair wage, it's not even mentioned, I don't think, in there, or I missed it, but that's something that should be looked at absolutely. Again, that's my presentation. Again, I think you guys are doing to acknowledge doing good job. You are doing a really good job, but there's some things that are missing in there. And again, so for your on the local procurement, I mean, to me, it looks really good. But can you always improve? I think you can. And being part of these trade agreements, again, I go back to that. It puts us in a box, and there's not much we can do. But I'll just, maybe let those know that there are challenges coming to those agreements, and that we should have, our ears open for when they do get challenged, and away we go. That's what I have for my presentation. I don't know. I presented before when this first motions came in, so I don't know if so at the council, and we talked at length at that time. So I don't know if there's any questions there for me now. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Malikoff, you nailed it. 5 minutes, just started beeping. Good job. Okay, so thank you for your presentation. Do any members of committee have any questions for the delegation here? Okay, seeing no questions from committee, thank you for presenting, Mr. Malikoff, and you have yourself a great day.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Okay, just need to review all that I need to read here. So we'll now consider item EX 22-77, response to procurement motions. Can I ask Barry Lacey from the administration to introduce the report?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the report before you is responding to two motions related to improving our procurement practices as a city that came forward in August and October that directed us to report back to you on a number of matters in those motions that included but weren't limited to local procurement activity, alignment with the province's procurement processes, and the city's energy and sustainability framework, fair wage policy, and an Indigenous procurement policy. In preparing this report, administration did some interjurisdictional research with respect to looking at practices in other municipalities, as well as engaging local organizations and associations in preparing the report. There's a lot in this report, I know, and maybe I will just touch on some of the highlights around this piece. So one piece was around our procurement practices and the success of local vendors in being successful in bidding on city work. I know as council knows our procurement practices do need to comply with the free trade agreements, and so that does govern some of the stuff that we can do. I would note as a background piece to that we procure between 200 and 250 million worth of goods and services a year. And last year in 2021, 87% of all goods and services that we acquired were from Regina or Regina area vendors, 89% overall with respect to the province of Saskatchewan. And I think more importantly, with respect to our construction work and our construction contracts, which represent 2/3 of our procurement expenditures, 98% of that work was awarded to Regina and area contractors. So I would note that a significant amount of our procurement activity does go to Regina vendors already. That's not to say that there are not opportunities to further improve those numbers. And I think these motions allowed us as administration to look at where those opportunities within the free trade agreements exist and where we can improve our practices. And I'll just speak to a number of those that are highlighted throughout the report. So the free trade agreements only apply to the procurement of goods and services over $75,000 and construction over $200,000. And so there's an opportunity for us to be much more selective with respect to local preference under those thresholds. And so one of the things you'll see in the report here is for us to clarify our procurement practices here that for those goods and services that are under the procurement thresholds in the trade agreements, that we seek 3 quotes, and those 3 quotes, if there's 3 local suppliers, those 3 quotes should be from local suppliers and focus on local suppliers. If there's only 1 or 2 local suppliers, we should still seek bids, but we should ensure that we're seeking bids from those local suppliers as part of that process. Secondly, and it was mentioned by the delegations here, through this process, and we're recommending that we need to improve our practices here with respect to engaging with the industry, talking to them about upcoming procurement projects, what's in our plans. This is within the fair trade agreements. Typically, you'd see local suppliers be the ones that would benefit most by that because they're local when you provide that information. As well as improving our processes with respect to what are our procurement processes, what are we looking for in our procurement documents with respect to responses. And so that overall improvement in and regular periodic engagement with the industry, I do think has an opportunity to improve upon those numbers that we've talked about. With respect to fair wage policy and an implementation of a fair wage policy, in reviewing that matter after consulting with the industry, reviewing the current labor market and economic trends, administration is recommending that we just continue our current practice and not reference supplier wages in our procurement documents, at least for the foreseeable future. In our view, a fair wage policy would cost to develop, implement, and administer for both the city and our suppliers, adding administrative burden, where in our view, it's not clear that a policy is needed in today's economic conditions in which employers are competing for employees, and as a result, higher wages are needed to attract and retain employees. Studies suggest labor shortages will impact most employment sectors into the future, while market forces dictate the companies pay competitive salaries in order to attract and keep employees. And so in this circumstance, investing in a fair wage policy, in our view, wouldn't necessarily provide good value to taxpayers when considering that investment against other investment priorities the city currently has. In our report as well, we are recommending the implementation of a sustainable procurement protocol. And just as way of background for council here, what a sustainable procurement protocol does is it awards points in the evaluation process for items that we believe through our overall procurement activity can drive community priorities. So for example, awarding additional points for environmental practices of those vendors, the diversity of their workforce, Indigenous workforce or Indigenous companies, as well as broader community benefit that they bring to the community as a company, i.e. what kind of social things are they doing within the community to better the community of Regina. We had piloted this starting about a year ago, and for some select procurements, we're awarding 5 points out of 100. Depending on the sustainable procurement practices that they were bringing forward as part of their submissions. So as part of this report coming forward to you, we're recommending that based on our experience, that we move that to 10 points out of 100, that we continue to focus on those community priorities of environmental sustainability or the Renewable Regina objectives, diversity and underrepresented groups, and then broader community benefits with respect to what social initiative they might bring to Regina as a business. The other thing that we found through our, I would say, pilot of the sustainable procurement practices is that you need to be really focused. I think one of our delegations mentioned that, on how you evaluate that criteria. And so you really want that to be real. It's just not about having a plan. It's about how you've actioned that plan as there demonstrable results. And I think through our initial pilot of this, that's one area where we know that we need to improve and have more focus around that and need to devote some resources to do that to ensure we do it consistently. Tied into the sustainable procurement protocol piece is also recognizing the importance of safety. And so what we're proposing here is that we would award points at least over the next 3 years for businesses that have a certificate of recognition program. It's about safety, but that we move to make that mandatory by the year 2025. Part of our initial reluctance to do this was small employers and the ability of small employers to obtain that certification. But in further consultations with industry, we have discovered that there's a small employer certification of recognition program. And so we think it's quite reasonable then that over the next 3 years that we will encourage our bidding community, vendor community, to become certified under one of those 2 programs, knowing that it will become mandatory in 2025. With respect to the provision and a motion for us to look at requiring journeyman, basically obtaining certification, journeyman certification or apprentice certification for people working on city jobs. We again are not recommending moving off our current practices. Under our current practices where we contract directly, For example, we need pump work where there's a electrical component to it. We're kind of supervising that work directly. We already ask for that type of a certification through that process. I think the recommendation here really speaks more broadly to should we be asking for that on our larger projects where we contract with a general contractor who then contracts with subtrades. And so we do not currently require all those subtrades or the general contractor to collect all that information and provide it back to us, nor are we recommending that that should be our practice. We rely on the general contractor to manage the work, to ensure that they have appropriate skilled workers doing that work. Our evaluation about whether that work has been appropriately done is outcome-based. So obviously we do inspections to ensure the work meets the specifications that were outlined to that general contractor when we initiated that work. You know, I'd also mention as a further consideration is the reason you use general contractors and go through that process is you want them to look at different ways in which to accomplish the work. And so it might, depending on how they approach it, might require different skills and different processes on how they undertake that work. And we also internally here as administration would express some concern about, and it was mentioned briefly, but about shifting of liability. So right now it's on the contractor to ensure that that work's done appropriately. They got general contractor, ensure they got skilled labor doing that work. As soon as we ask for certification of that, the question is what are we going to do with that? And if something happens where perhaps the work is in question, I would suggest that by us moving into that sphere, requiring that information potentially, I'm not saying it does, but potentially shifts some of that obligation or presents an opening of shifting some of that obligation to ensure that that work being done by qualified workers is shifting to the city and away from the general contractor. With respect to Indigenous procurement, we have been out there engaging extensively with Indigenous community and others. One of the things we've heard loud and clear through that process is that they want continued consultation before we finalize an Indigenous procurement policy. They would like that to be in a little bit more of a formal setting where they can participate in the development of that Indigenous procurement policy. And so as a result, really what we're reporting back to you here through this report are two things. One is that we do accept that advice that we're receiving to continue to do more consultation and in a more formal process at a formal table, and that we return by the end of this year with an Indigenous procurement policy based on that more formal process and continued discussion with our key constituents on that. But secondly as well that you know, even as we're developing and finalizing that Indigenous procurement policy, that we as a city set as a goal to have 5% of all of our procurement activity be towards Indigenous organizations by the year 2026. And so we set a formal goal to that. And I believe there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done between now and then to achieve that target. And that's one of the reasons you see in there our contemplation of needing to have a specific Indigenous procurement resource, because that is about continuing to engage, just not through this policy setting exercise, but to continue to engage with the Indigenous community about the types of skills and goods and services that the city is looking for, but as well substantial work internal to the organization as well, that when we are developing procurement and tender proposals, that we are ensuring that those are being structured in a manner that is maximizing the opportunity for Indigenous organizations to be successful in procuring work with the city. I guess the final piece I would indicate that this report as well speaks to, it's nice to do all of this, but how do we measure whether we're doing progress and making progress on this? And so in this report as well, we've indicated a number of key performance indicators that we will start tracking. They're noted in Appendix F that will measure our progress to many of these goals that are addressed in this report here today. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Can I have someone move this report with the following amendments? Let Appendix C, Sustainable Procurement, be amended to include the following additional information after the last paragraph on page 6. In addition to tracking, administration also recommends staging a mandatory requirement of COR certification and a small employer certificate of recognition, SECOR, in Q1 of 2025. Administration will continue to CCOR and CCOR through the sustainability evaluation criteria to encourage the vendor community to seek this requirement prior to becoming mandatory in 2025. And that the date in recommendation 8 read August 17th, 2022. Thank you, Mayor Masters. Okay, any questions from members on this report? I see many. So let's go to Councillor Stevens first.
The Chair, there was a claim made by one of the delegates that there's a concern about confidentiality. Maybe we can just start there. If administration can provide an overview of their commitment to ensuring that what's submitted by a contractor or a company is held in confidence, not shared. Can you go over those protocols, please?
Yeah. So thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak specifically to what the delegate was getting to. All I can say is that through our procurement process, information that comes in through the procurement process is confidential and often falls under the proprietary kind of protection of interests in the protocol piece. So I can't speak specifically to those comments made.
Okay, thank you. I know there was a comment made about engaging with Indigenous businesses, organizations to develop a policy. I am curious, currently, having sat on one of the procurement processes, there are some ESG commitments, and we do ask applicants for, as I've seen, questions around, inclusivity, equity, who's working with that organization. To what extent do we keep them accountable? And the reason I ask is race washing is a thing. They roll out individuals who are racialized, who say they're going to be working on the project. They may or may not. To what extent does the city hold that business accountable to ensure that they're honest and actually doing what they're saying they're doing when it comes to those commitments?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start and then maybe I'll ask Ms. Moyse to provide additional comments. So I think that's one of the things that, when we look at, and what you're referring to, I think, is that 5% initial pilot that we applied on sustainable procurement criteria on some of our procurement activity over the last years. I think one of the lessons we learned on that is we need to be more rigorous around how we apply that criteria and how we follow up on that criteria. We really want it to be effective. And so, I can't speak specifically to the specifics, but I think that we would say as a general rule, for that to be successful, there needs to be rigor in how that's assessed and then ensuring there's follow through. But I'll ask Ms. Moyse if she has any additional comment with respect to how we do that and ensure that what is said essentially in those procurement documents are actually followed through on.
Thanks, Mr.
Go ahead, Ms.
Lacy.
Moyse.
Through the chair, when it comes to our procurement documents and the specifications that we ask for, they, at the end result, get into the contract. So if we specifically ask them to measure ESG or any environmental commitments, that would be managed through the contract where they would have to demonstrate throughout the project that they've achieved these goals. One of the things through the pilot project is having that compliance and verification process is not as tight as what it could be, and we need to do more work around that.
Thank you. Another question here regarding comments related to journey persons. It's suggested here that one of the consequences of requiring this would deter small Regina contractors with less skilled employees and fewer investments in training from participating in city procurement. My understanding in construction, especially if we're thinking about some of the trades, is that naturally they're going to have apprenticeships, journey persons whether they're large contractors or small businesses. So where are we getting this information from? The assumption here is that small businesses just have less skilled people. Is that true? And secondly, should we still not be valuing higher skilled workers and contractors?
I'll refer that question to Ms. Moyse.
Ms. Moyse.
Of skilled workers, we're expecting skilled workers based upon the specifications of the jobs that we procure. A smaller company doesn't necessarily have all of the resources to do an administration task that we would expect them to do. So incurring extra costs on them and still having the expectation that they still have skilled workforces, it's a fine line. You know, we can ask for the world, and as we heard from delegates, we're trying not to prevent bidders to bid on our work, and that's one of those avenues that we need to plan carefully when we procure those types of services.
Okay, thank you. Another question regarding fair wages. Some of the comments I've heard so far suggest this is a brand new idea. It's been around for about 80 to 90 years, maybe a century if we include other jurisdictions at the federal level, only suspended recently in the last, I think, 5-6 years. What kind of noted liability concerns have been raised with the courts? And I ask any number of the lawyers that are hovering around here, are there cases where those policies were thrown out? Are there actually liability issues beyond just kind of the fear that's being generated here? I'm really curious about what actually exists as a problem.
So,
Mr. Weary.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Miss.
Oh, through you, Mr. Mr. Chair. Now that Mr. Murray wants to speak, I might kick it over to him. But maybe, you know, I will let Mr. Weary speak to the liability question that was asked here. I don't think we, through the report, have raised liability issues, although I'm not saying there might not be those considerations. I'll let Mr. Weary speak to that. I think when we reviewed it from an administration perspective, it was about some of the administrative overall overhead costs that we would have to put in place to execute upon such a program. As well, there would be some administrative overhead additionally for contractors to execute upon that. And just given the current labor market and the current economic environment, we're not so sure that this would be an appropriate approach at this point in time. With respect to the liability question, that would be new to me, and I'd ask Mr. Weary if he has any comments.
Mr. Weary, go
ahead. Mr. Chair, my office hasn't reviewed liability for fair wage policies as such. I think it would be open to the city to build some of this into its contracts if it chose to do that. From my perspective, it's more a business question than it is a legal question, but certainly we can commit to reviewing the specific liability question in some detail and can report back to council when this item comes forward. But I don't have an answer for committee this afternoon on that.
Fair enough. Again, it's worth note that those policies existed. This consultation process is happening again at the federal level. And in fact, when people were speaking, I was reviewing the comments from the federal engagement. It's a carbon copy. I've heard the exact same thing back and forth. Not all of it plays out in terms of evidence and outcomes. The first round of delegates had asked what the problem is. Fair wage policies were always meant to level a playing field and to ensure that those competing for government contracts were doing so based on innovation, project management skills, and other levels of efficiency, not low wages. Wages in comparison to those achieved through collective bargaining. The other point is we're talking about construction, but this would apply to all sorts of goods and services. My interest here was actually advanced when we were contemplating outsourcing lower skilled occupations at the city, and we would essentially be outsourcing them to low wage, near minimum wage businesses, which I think is reprehensible. And that was the motivation here. So there's more than just construction engaged in this conversation. The other point is that it levels things out in good and bad times. Saskatchewan's a boom and bust economy. This will never last. It's probably the best thing to say about any market upturn and down. And so now's the time, in my mind, to develop something so we're ready for upswings and down. So I'm not convinced that we have to wait for a depression like they did in the 1930s at the federal level before we talk about it. I reviewed existing fair wage policies that exist, not in theory, but that do exist at the municipal level, and there's no indication that it really puts those municipalities at a disadvantage. In fact, some of the evidence suggests there are benefits when it comes to occupational health and safety outcomes, especially in construction. I was motivated to look into this because of an issue I dealt with the former city manager, in which a company we hired to do a service was putting its workers in harm's way. City staff did a really good job of intervening. But for me, I was thinking, ladies and gentlemen, the lowest possible bidder, and it didn't have the best occupational health and safety record. And the individual workers in that case were actually dismissed because they were seen as being agitators. So there's a concern there. I think there's also other reasons in the existing policies to recognize that, again, it takes low wages out of competition and ensures that when a bid comes forward, that yes, we should consider that the highest paid company should be given a high ranked value in this process. And it's the innovation of those firms and the competitiveness of that contract that wins the day, not just because they're able to undercut labor. In terms of time, it took me about 2 minutes to find low, median, average wages for any number of occupations. I recognize the work is a bit more complicated, but I am certain that our city staff and the industry can do this. I'd be worried if either party cannot. This is a simple function, and there's available labor market data that can service us probably in a matter of seconds if you're actually looking for it. We can do this, and we just have to focus on it. And that would be the matter of the policy that we want to develop. So I guess I would ask that we vote on number 6 separately, which is reference to the fair wage policy. In its place, I'm going to offer an amendment when the time comes, not at this moment, that we actually task administration with designing a fair wage policy. And the questions that were asked by the delegation have simple answers. It's complex work, but we can do this. It's been done for about 100 years. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Stevens. Just let you finish up. It's 2:33. We're going to take our mandatory break and come back at 2:48. Thank you. Okay, let's get started again, everybody. So I believe, I'm not 100% sure. Councillor Stevens, did you finish up your questioning for now? Okay. And now next we have Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you. Administration, you looked to some other jurisdictions in forming some of your opinion or your recommendations before us. Can you speak a little bit to what you discovered out of other cities bringing things in and removing them and whatnot?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that question to Ms. Moyse, as her and her team did most of that interjurisdictional work.
Ms. Moyse, go ahead.
Thank you, Barry. Through the chair, we consulted many municipalities, including the province, as well as internal and external engagement with construction, trades. We did take everything into consideration. We took the economy into consideration, what our current practice is, trying to understand how we do business at the city and engaging vendors on a continuous basis without more imposed restrictions, but advancing some of the social, economic, environmental issues that are going forward with council and the current strategies. So we took on multiple different lenses, prior to submitting recommendations within this report to really find a balance, a win-win situation for both sides, recognizing that we have more work to do. We have economic development pieces to do. How do we engage better with industry and move some of these pieces forward, as we've heard today through delegations, collaboratively, and set a target to get there together, and not just the owner wants this or the vendors want this, right? It's finding that balance and moving forward collectively.
Thank you for that. Clearly, I moved the motion, so I support administration's recommendations. However, on the Indigenous side, was it in consultation that the 5% was come up with, or is that administration saying we'll pick a number and tell other people what it'll be?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I do know there was some conversation around that, but I think Ms. Moyse would be in a better position to speak to what conversation has been had around that piece.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Through the chair, we have continuous engagement now with the Indigenous community. Our starting point was referencing the federal government, knowing continuous engagement is going to happen with the Indigenous community because we've heard loud and clear that we need to partner and advance reconciliation through truth and being honest and respectful and leaning into that vulnerability that we haven't had to do before. So it's a recommendation from administration, not saying that it's not going to change with the Indigenous community and future engagements as early as tomorrow again, in order to create a policy and some sustainable protocols around what some of those targets that we need to move towards in order to create that capacity within our vendor community and as a community as a whole.
I appreciate those comments. I'm wondering if I can ask Ms. Audrey Young to comment on the Indigenous procurement policy as presented. I do understand that you're assisting administration in terms of the engagement on procurement with the economic development agencies from the First Nations communities. So could you comment a little bit on what's before us today?
Ms. Moyse?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you through to the chair. My apologies. I appreciate the question. With the procurement team, we engaged a number of leaders within Indigenous community with the business development and economic organizations through the tribal councils, through First Nations. And the question I think that came to us was, you can't build a policy for us without us, and we need to be invested and involved. And if it's a partnership, then it's a co-owned event. It's supported, it's educated, the collaboration is critical. And so certainly the percentage that was brought forward as a 5% view through the federal government, the recognition that the percentage of Indigenous people within our community is much larger, and that was asked to be a bit of a stretch goal. That at 5%, the feeling was it wasn't actually particular unique to our land base and our place in Saskatchewan. And those individuals who we consulted were keenly interested in being part of an advisory to continue to evolve the policy so it reflected correctly, and that there was this, the call to action around creating a level playing field was fully embraced and look forward to. But the advice and the connection I think we've made or that we've built is what Ms. Moyse spoke to, is building trust, building relationships built on respect, and that fulsome collaboration. I would say that we have work to do in that area, that we have to build trust, and that'll be kind of what the extent of this committee or the building of a stakeholder technical advisory committee will look like, I feel. But we're yet to establish what that looks like. I'm speaking clearly.
Thank you for the answer. I'm going to look to administration, Mr. Lacey. to give some assurance that what's written in the appendix in terms of that's not set in stone, that that'll continue to evolve in terms of what comes before for kind of the next look at Indigenous procurement.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Certainly, you have that commitment. I think really our message here is that today we're not ready to put a recommendation on an Indigenous policy in front of you. We did want to start talking about goals and targets so that we can get that out into the public forum. Ms. Young is exactly right. You know, I think if you look at the overall Indigenous population and you'd use that as a percentage, it'd probably be closer to 10%. We have 5% in the report, but I think we're quite open to a discussion around that. I think we have a lot of work to do internally and with the community to get to 5%, but there's nothing saying that 5% is the end goal, given the makeup of our community.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. Next we have Councillor Stanachuk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My questions through the chair is to get a better understanding of the nature of the procurement, specifically probably construction that happens, that the city does. The table in here is really quite good in terms of breaking it down, and it is stated that of the construction, 98% went to companies within Regina and 100% within Saskatchewan. But I do know that there's a lot of subcontracting that happens. So do we have any information on the work that is subcontracted? How much of that is from Regina, Saskatchewan, or out of province? Is that figure available?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Moyes to respond to that.
Go ahead, Ms. Moyes.
Thank you. Through the chair, we do not have those statistics. We only engage with general contractors mostly, or directly with, we don't follow sub-trades if they're out of province or not.
Okay. I do think it is an important part of the puzzle, because I do hear from residents every once in a while about a subcontractor working on a project with Manitoba license plates, and then they ask me about it, but I don't know the nature, how much of the subcontracting on our projects is from out of province. But would there be an ability to track that, or that's going to be a really onerous task because you'd have to get it through the contractors, through the chair?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Just when you look at the procurement process, I mean, general contractors go out and they will look at various sub-trades where they can access those skill sets. And I think sometimes that changes right up to the last minute. I'll ask Ms. Moyes to comment, but, it would seem to be a little onerous to collect that information. And then I would ask again, yeah, it might give us a better picture, but to what purpose? With respect to, we still got to comply with the trade laws. So you have different information. To what purpose then would you use that? And I would suggest some of the enhancements to our procurement practices that we're talking about adding here with respect to the sustainable procurement, some of the community benefit piece that we can do, and going after other parts of our procurement activity that aren't that don't need to be compliant with the trade laws is probably where we can get the biggest bang for our buck with respect to making further advancements. So, Ms. Moyes, would you have anything to add?
Go ahead, Ms. Moyes.
Thank you, through the chair. It is an onerous process to find those stats with sub-trades. There is possible ways we could do it with work. And again, Supplier Link might be an avenue that we could engage with them to see what that could look like for us. Currently, it would be quite onerous for us to do.
Okay. Thank you for that. I do think that there would be a purpose for knowing that, because some of the subcontractors could have a diverse workforce, which could be part of our overall information in terms of who's doing work on city projects. Or it might also dilute, what the general contractor is saying their workforce is. So I think it would just be, if some thought could at least go into that in terms of if there is a way of knowing that. I think it does help kind of fill out the whole picture of the work that is going on and how much of it is actually being done, how much of the work is being done by Saskatchewan companies or Regina companies. Secondly, subcontractors. In Appendix C on page 2, so this is regarding the sustainable procurement. There is a statement that there would be third-party certification of diverse or social inclusive businesses. So is there a particular third-party organization that does that kind of certification or assessment through the chair?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll refer that to Ms. Moyes.
Go ahead, Ms. Moyes.
Thank you. Through the chair, there is certain certification verification companies out there that we can partner with, depending on the type of certification we're looking for. I know there's some businesses that are developing this type of verification process, knowing that there is an actual need for this with the environment we're in today.
Okay. All right, thank you. And second last question. Second last question is, there is a reference in here to efficiency, so you might have to remind me what it says on there, but the sometimes pooling procurement contracts for better pricing, et cetera, might mean that then that goes above the value threshold in a particular trade agreement. So there'd be some advantages of keeping some RFPs below the threshold if we want to ensure there's more local content. But by pooling some projects, it would bring it above the threshold. I'm just sort of wondering if there's some consideration or thought giving that in terms of how to, to have more efficiency and cost savings on the one hand, and at the same time trying to ensure local content. Does that, have I explained my question clearly?
Yes, I think so. So through you, Deputy Mayor, through the efficiency review, there's certainly work being done and that is underway with respect to pooling or looking to have one supplier supply certain goods or services, right? And that is with respect to, let's say I'm going to use tires, right? So instead of buying tires from 15 different suppliers, you say we buy these many tires a year. And what's the lowest price per purchase, right? So we're doing that work and consolidating those, and we don't see that as a barrier to us getting good pricing and ensuring that through we haven't really seen that as a barrier, I don't think, with respect to local procurement as an example. More broadly under the trade agreements, you do need to be careful. You can't take a big project and then try and split it into 3 projects that bring it below the threshold. They would see through that, and say you're not being trade compliant. So I don't want to necessarily get into the details, but I do not see that as a barrier to us looking for opportunities to consolidate where it makes sense to achieve efficiencies for the organization, with still having the overall goal of increasing local content as much as possible within the trade agreements.
Okay. I think that is it for me. So thanks very much for the question, for answering.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Next we have Councillor Shaw. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions for clarification. I know this came up when I was first elected, and I was asking our percentage of employees that are Indigenous, the percentage of employees that have disabilities. We had a threshold, a number that we wanted to reach. Has the city reached this number yet, through the chair?
No, so through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask this. I don't have those numbers on hand. I'll ask the city manager to provide comment on where we're at.
Go ahead, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you through you, Deputy Mayor. With respect to your question, Councillor Shaw, I too don't have those numbers at the top of my head. I believe we do have targets that are set by the Saskatchewan Human Rights Commission that we then monitor. My latest off the top recollection would be that visible minorities might be particularly around 7%. Indigenous employment might be more like 9 to 10%. And disabilities would be perhaps around 3%. But again, I would have to confirm those. Those are just real ballpark numbers from something I read some time ago.
Thank you for that. And I know, like, you know, trying to find more Indigenous people, trying to find more people with disabilities. I just want to make sure that the city is living up to what they're saying in their values, as opposed to pushing it on to our private sector and things like that. That's kind of where I was going with that, and we can talk later, Mr. Nicol, if that's all right. Another question. I struggle with this. I hear from lots of my residents that have businesses, small businesses, and they're competing with wages that are given by, say, Sask Power, Sask Energy, SaskTel, for people like drafting and consultants and stuff. What kind of impact? I'm just worried about the impact that this might put on if a fair wage, and we don't even know what a fair wage is. And that's the other thing I was going to ask you. But what kind of impact do you as a council, is you as administration brought forward and through your knowledge of talking and getting these numbers, do you feel that this would impact on our smaller businesses within the city of Regina, solely in Regina, through you, Deputy? Thank you.
Mr. Nicol,
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll perhaps ask Ms. Moyse to respond to that with respect to perhaps what she heard through our stakeholder conversations.
Thanks, Mr. Lacey. Through the chair. When it comes to small businesses, it's a small percentage of what we do or procure at the city of Regina. So could a fair wage impact them? Absolutely. It's one of those, as I stated previously, considering what could that impact on the small businesses, and there's a fine line there when we take a full comprehensive look at whether it's the construction industry, janitorial industry, various industries across Regina that would be affected by typical administration costs that they may not be able to bear based upon the economy and the recovery that we're coming from right now.
Thank you. I just wanted that addressed to some small degree, because I hear within the smaller businesses, people like working for the smaller businesses because it's more of a friendly base, and if they need a time off to go around and do something, it's not a big deal. So the benefits of that versus working for the large corporations, I hear that all the time from people, and they're worried and concerned about that. So thank you, administration, for addressing it a bit there. That's all I have for now. Thank you guys. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Next, we have Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So on page 2, financial impact, we are asking for 2 positions in this. One, the Indigenous Procurement Business Partner, and the other one, a Sustainability Procurement Specialist, for the amount of $225,000. How did we come up with a salary of $112,000 for each position? And that's not a fair wage policy, is it? Anyway, how did that come up? And again, and then, okay, go there, and I've got another question for you.
Yeah, through
the
you.
chair.
Actually, with respect to the determination of the overall cost, I'll ask Ms. Moyes to provide the background.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Moyes.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Through the chair, the 2 positions, one position is out of scope, the Indigenous Procurement Partner. We have specific pay bands already identified for out of scope staff. That also includes our benefits within the wage. The other, the Sustainable Procurement Specialist position would be CMM, which is an in-scope position, again, determined by a pay band that's already been identified, including the benefits, is how those wages came up.
Thank you. Why would we have one in scope and one out of scope, through the chair?
Ms. Moyes.
Through the chair, out of scope for the Indigenous Procurement Partner, we thought it would be beneficial due to the engagement piece that we have to, that we're going to be doing with the Indigenous community, to provide that flexibility when it comes to possibly working or going to functions outside the working hours of 8 to 5 and not truly incurring overtime, which would, in an in-scope position, be overtime and add more costs to administration for doing this type of work.
Okay, thank you for that. The sustainability procurement, we just passed the framework, and there was staff in there as well. So can I just ask, through all the thing that's been done, there's been nothing in there that no staff that could actually, like, aren't we doing this already?
Ms. Moyes.
Through the chair? Like, haven't we hired any staff?
Mr. Lacey.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. So I believe you're referring to the discussions that have occurred around our environmental sustainability framework and achieving 2050,
Yes.
which is a very broad piece of work, both internal but also looking as a community. How do we become sustainable by 2050? When we refer to sustainable procurement, there is a slice, I guess, of environmental sustainability. You could argue in our procurement practices. But when we talk about having a sustainability protocol in our procurement, it's much broader. It's much broader than environmental or being net zero sustainability. It's about looking at, for example, underrepresented groups in our community, and how do we leverage our purchasing power to ensure that they have an opportunity to be more successful and more prominent in achieving city work. How do we ensure that our procurement practices and the criteria we have related to them, the firms that are bidding on that work, are providing a broader benefit to the city of Regina in whatever form that looks like. And so while we call this a procurement sustainability resource, it's a different type of sustainability. Yes, there is a sliver of environment in it, but it's much more broader with a much different focus than when council had a discussion about the energy and sustainability framework.
Okay, thank you. How many staff do we have right now working in the procurement department, through the chair?
Mr. Lacey.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I will ask Ms. Moe to provide that information. You know, I will note that currently we have reallocated an existing resource to do some work around putting this policy together. One of the things that we are looking at as an organization, as a procurement unit, I know they're looking at, is can we permanently reallocate that resource to do this work without having an additional ask? I think that evaluation and work is still underway. And then what we've identified here is that we do think we will be challenged to find 2 resources to reallocate. And so if we get one, we'd probably focus on the Indigenous one. And the intent is to have that conversation when we come back to council as part of the budget process, because I think that this needs to be looked at more broadly with respect to the overall prioritization of city resources. Having said that, as a background, I'll ask Ms. Moyse if she can speak to the staffing complement in our procurement unit.
Go ahead, Ms. Moyse.
Thank you. Through the chair, currently as a centralized procurement office, we have, including myself, 15 on the procurement side. I'm also responsible for warehouse, central stores, sales and salvage. On that side of the business, we have 6 staff.
Thank you. Sorry, and did you say 15 or
15?
15, okay. And on staff in procurement, and then 6 on the storage area?
Correct.
Okay. And that's not including the 2 that?
Correct.
Correct, okay, so, okay, thank you. And Mr. Lacey, you've indicated, so if this goes through with the 2 added on, and after there's discussions with the individual that was doing the work now, at budget time, it would come back that maybe this one person may not be needed and just the Indigenous position would be needed? Is that what you indicated?
Yes. So through you, Deputy Chair, yes, that's part of the work that the executive leadership team will be doing here with respect to what is an appropriate ask and how do we reallocate resources to meet some of these needs. So that will be one of the things that we will be looking at about, can we resource part of this without an additional ask? The only other contextual point, I'm not arguing, you know, FTEs and the amount of work. I did mention we procure between 200 and 250 million of goods and services a year. That's through 1,400 distinct procurement activities. So those individuals in the procurement unit would be managing about 1,400 procurement activities a year. Just to put it in context,
total,
the work piece.
In total, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, for those numbers. Now, just in regards to the, there's been groups that have asked also. We've had Black and Sass come before us. We've met with other groups from the community, if it be from the East Indian community, the Filipino community, also looking at ways to, I think, understand how procurement works and how we would be looking to ensure that they have opportunity as well, just as similar to the Indigenous. How would that fare with the kind of the whole different cultures?
Mr. Lacey.
Yeah, so through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Ms. Moyse to speak to this in a little bit more detail, but you know, I think coming out of this work, we've seen an opportunity for us to get out in the community in various formats to speak to what our procurement processes look like, how they work, how to be successful in obtaining city work, and I think there's work to do there, and there's different formats in which we can communicate that, and I know Ms. Moyse and her team have been thinking about what that might look like, so I'll ask Ms. Moyse to speak maybe more directly to that and how there is a potential, you know, for some of the underrepresented groups in our society to be able to access that information.
Go ahead, Ms. Moyse.
Thank you. Through the chair, so through the work that we've been doing to date, we have, or the engagement piece, it has been identified that community wants to hear from us and how to work with the city through procurements. So like Mr. Lacey had said, that we're going to be looking at doing different types of forums or workshops or collaborations where we can engage with small businesses, different types of industries to help them understand what procurement looks like at the city and how possibly they could actually bid work at the city. So we are developing what that could look like for us and how we're going to deliver over the next year and ongoing.
Thank you. My point was, through the chair, my point was more to the other cultural groups that have come forward that have asked us that they would like to be part of the procurement process. So as we're working with the Indigenous, will we also be looking at working with the other cultural groups is my question, through the chair.
Mr. Lacey?
So, through you, Deputy Mayor, you know, our focus, I think in the next little while, is going to be on the Indigenous procurement policy. Our focus is going to be more broadly on kind of the vendor community as it exists today. So it's big and small businesses. That's not to say that if there are specific groups out there that are interested in learning more about our procurement practices and engaging with us, this work we're doing already should be easily applicable and transferable for us to have discussions with other groups that have an interest in understanding how they can better access city work that perhaps they feel either they don't have an understanding of how to do that or feel that perhaps their model isn't allowing them to be successful in procuring city work. And so, you know, how can they engage the city to better understand going forward? And I think this work we're doing more broadly on these other pieces are easily transferable to having those conversations. And we certainly would welcome, you know, any group that would be interested in having that discussion with us. But our focus right now is really on the Indigenous procurement piece moving forward, and then more broadly having a broad set of engagement, learning tools, and information out there that people can access.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Thank you. Three sort of general comments related to Appendix D with respect to Indigenous procurement. Just a few things I would like the consultation to address before it comes back. The first is, I think it may be worthwhile for the procurement policy to have some nuance to it. So sometimes this is what the RFP looks like, sometimes this is what it looks like. I think that might take account of three things. One is whether we're more likely to get Indigenous-owned businesses for smaller bids than larger ones. Can we take account of that in the way we craft RFPs for bids, say under the 200,000 threshold versus above? The second is whether we can take some account of where Indigenous folks are in the Indigenous businesses as described, and can we take more account of that in smaller projects, etc., because there's fewer workers to look at. So I think that is a relevant consideration and are the ways we can track it, at least for certain projects. And then finally, I saw on page 3 of the report, it mentions the federal government's program has a mandatory set-aside in some situations where, on my read, only Indigenous organizations can bid into that. Is that the sort of thing we can do for some of our projects, and how might that play out? So some of this, in situation A, the RFP looks like this. In situation B, it looks like that. I think some of that nuance might be warranted because we deal with diverse situations. My second comment, and this is certainly not for me to decide, but just to raise, is at point 1 of Appendix D, there's a definition of Indigenous business. And effectively it turns on, do you have Indigenous people owning or working for it? As we've seen, there can be people who pretend to be Indigenous, including for business reasons. That's complex. I think we need to have a serious conversation about how do we decide who counts under this, and that's a decision-making rubric that Indigenous people being consulted should have, I would say, sole say in deciding, in a way that is easy for us to follow the process, despite some of the complexities involved. And the final comment is, I've seen in here there's the proposal for 5% of our procurements. I think whether projects or dollars would go to Indigenous folks. I heard a appetite for possibly putting that higher, 10, some other percentage. One piece of information I'll need in order to vote on where that ought to be is essentially how much market capacity is there. So if we set that for 50%, are there likely enough Indigenous businesses as defined to provide that? Where is that number? So in order to make an informed decision on that, I would need to know a little bit about what percentage of our procurements could be fulfilled by Indigenous businesses at the moment. And maybe relatedly, are there things we can do to increase that, Regina trades and skills, and so on. So those would be three things I'd be looking for when the report does come back, but support Appendix D wholeheartedly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Next, we have Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. My first question builds on one of the last one from Councillor LeBlanc. I know that we're still working on the Indigenous component of the policy, but Mr. Lacey spoke about how we are continuing to work on requiring applicants to demonstrate action on sustainability. And this is something that is ongoing work that we're doing when you were introducing the report. So can you give any more information about the work that we're doing or the work that's planned in that regard through the chair?
Mr. Lacey?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. I'll ask Ms. Moll perhaps to speak to some of that more detailed work and what kind of criteria we might be considering to be part of that sustainable protocol.
Okay.
Ms. Moyse, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Again, as was indicated prior, this is a very broad spectrum of sustainability. So sustainability will be looked at through a lens on a project-by-project basis. So if we're looking at commercial buildings and we need to apply LEED technology, we would be very specific on how we ask that for in our specifications when it comes to a procurement. It could be very different when it comes to, let's say, a water and sewer type project. We would probably tailor most of our sustainability asks to environment, right? So in the planning piece of the procurement for each project, sustainability is looked at from all angles. And how do we achieve some of the sustainable components and strategies that council's put forward in order to advance some of these initiatives?
So
Mr. Lacey wants to make a comment.
Oh,
sorry,
go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, I'd just like to add to Ms. Moyse's comments that, you know, for some of these projects, there's a two-layer, I think, of environmental sustainability. And so through our, you know, my vision through this is there's two kind of different layers as it relates to, depending on the project, environmental sustainability. So as Ms. Moyse has indicated, clearly in a facility project, it's clear we have overall direction as a city that future builds will take into consideration energy and sustainability and be consistent with our long-term goal here. But there's a second point that relates to these 10 points with respect to the sustainability protocol. And that's really about how do we leverage our procurement spend to advance more broadly within the community our goal of our community being an energy sustainable community. And so that means in addition to having to meet the specs related to that facility that meet our sustainability goals, there might be additional points in the RFP if that firm can indicate more broadly what they have done as a company to be sustainable with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, energy usage, etc. And how by doing that, they are benefiting and themselves more broadly in their business practices advancing city's overall goal. And so that's the purpose of those sustainability guidelines, really, is to drive those community priorities that we have and to use our procurement spend to drive that. I hope that's helpful.
Okay. So unless I missed this within the report and all the appendices, I didn't see mention of, I know the Indigenous procurement piece is going to come back to council, but what I'm wondering about is an update to council on the KPIs in general, on the work, an update on an ongoing basis. Will this come back to council annually for us to discuss how things have been going and hear recommendations from administration for improvements, that sort of thing? Have we considered a report back?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, you're right. I haven't contemplated that specifically, but I have no problems. If there's a desire by council for us to provide an annual update on our procurement activity as it relates to the proposed KPIs, I don't have any problems with that.
I can't speak for the rest of council, but I'm certainly interested. And we also heard lots of desire from the delegations today for ongoing engagement with stakeholders, not just, you know, in the development of these policies, but to continue to, as we are implementing them, so with specific procurement projects, but also to, I think, further refine them. Is that something that administration is planning to do?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, definitely. I think that's what we've heard loud and clear through our consultation, is a desire for more frequent and scheduled contact. But additionally, I think that's very important for us to continue to, as much as we can under the trade agreements, to provide opportunities for Regina companies to be successful in our procurement activity. We need to do that.
Okay. And the final comment that I have for now is in relation to this term sustainable. I think there is some confusion when we use that term and sort of like a lack of consensus about what we mean. And I believe within this specific report, I saw first it referred to as environment, social, and economic. And then I saw the more broader interpretation mentioned on Appendix C, where it had 4 pillars to it. And so I wonder if that's something, I just want to flag that for administration's consideration, that I think it will be useful for us to develop a consistent definition that when we use the word sustainable, the city of Regina, here's what we mean by that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think that we can certainly make sure we tighten those up. And and again, which ones are applied, I think will in part depend on the nature of the procurement activity.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to start off by moving an amendment. Under Appendix F, point 3B, there's 15 Roman numerals. I was wondering if I could put a 16th one on there, that companies engaged in an apprenticeship and journey person program as one of the weighted measures. I'm just going to ramble on for a second. I kind of like the report, but I got really excited when I figured out that most of the action that happens in this report happens under this Schedule F or Appendix F, Part 3. Doubling the amount of points from 5 to 10% for the admiral attributes that are listed off on the page, I think is a really good move by administration. It shows that you listen to business and saying you can't have an on-off switch for making change, that you have to try to weight things to have positive outcome and for companies to make positive moves. I think the way these points are increased and the different points under there that you're looking for are very positive moves. And the only reason I want to add the apprenticeship journeyman status is because the lack of technical expertise that's coming our way. I think that would be a good measure to start implementing more training and more companies to look for ways to train. So that's my amendment for right now. Perfect.
15, he wants to add 16, and what does he want to add exactly?
Did I lose everyone? Okay,
Nope.
I guess it says.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'll just make sure Janice got it all here.
Who does that, eh? Maybe I should have said XVI.
Can I just Can I just add in here? It's Councillor Shaw. I can't see you guys' screen on my Teams meeting, so I can't see the amendments. So could you just maybe email it to me if that's fine?
Councillor Shaw, she hasn't put it up on the screen yet, and we'll read it out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if you look at the report, Appendix F, it's referenced from the action items on the recommendation. And then in that Appendix F, it's got 1, 2, 3A and B. And then under 3B, it's got 15 Roman numerals. So that's all the metric that they're rating on. I wanted to add one more metric to that. And that be the apprenticeship journey person program being adhered to by the company as a positive attribute.
Can you repeat that again for Janice, the last bit?
Okay, so under Appendix F, there's the numbers. Under number 3, there's A and B. Under B, there's 15 Roman numerals with different attributes for the metric that this is being rated on. I wanted to add one more metric, and that it be that companies engaged in an apprenticeship / journey person program for training, that's smiled upon, or a positive attribute that they get extra points for. Journey person. I used to be a journeyman, now I'm a journey person.
Roman numeral number 5.
I think that's an apprenticeship for a mentorship for not trade experience, but like work experience in general. That's the way I read that. Yeah, I think that gets the flavor of it.
Apprenticeship program targeted to support non-traditional and no, that's what I said. It is.
Yeah,
it is number
well,
5.
number 5, I think the apprenticeship they refer to there is more for getting people into the workforce as opposed to a technical apprenticeship and journey person, is the way I read it. Maybe I've misinterpreted it.
Maybe ask administration what they meant.
Well, I think the apprenticeship journey person certificate program makes it technical, but maybe I should ask administration if I've misread things.
I have one little suggestion. I'll just pre-warning. I'll be putting a motion in this regard. So we're just gonna have to overlay both motions and see if we need to coincide them two together, okay?
Can you just get what number 5 is? Can you, sorry, Jason, do you want to ask that?
I guess I'm being asked what number 5 is. So if I could get administration to clarify point V, number 5. I didn't see that as a technical apprenticeship. I thought that was like a working apprenticeship for how to get in the workforce.
Mr. Lacey, go ahead.
Yes. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I'll ask Ms. Moyse to expand upon this. If I may, Ms. Moyse.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. Number 5 is in relation to the apprenticeship program, but we were mostly targeting underrepresented groups to encourage additional skills within each of the companies. So I can understand how you could misrepresent how that was worded, and that can be clarified better.
Okay, if it's clarified better, I don't need the amendment. I'm fine with it. I just wanted to make sure we were moving towards journey person status. Sorry if I misread it.
Yeah.
I can withdraw the motion if that's how you've encapsulated it. I'm fine with that. We're working at the same outcome.
Yes.
And I guess from there, I just provide my comments. Looking at this and the way the point system merits out for looking for companies that are moving towards these attributes and doubling the points, I think is very smart. As I said before, this should not be an on-off switch where we make drastic changes. This is a market we have to address. So by trying to get companies to move in the right direction and making sure those companies are working and making money is what this accomplishes, and I think that's a move in the right direction. I do have a question after all the conversation today. Do you think by going from a 5-point to a 10-point change, is that enough to encapsulate how much council's talked about the importance of these things, or do you think maybe that weight should be revisited yet? Through the chair.
Mr. Lacey.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for that question. You know, I think it's really hard to say what is the right number. I think through our pilot, we found and we believe that 5%'s not enough. I'm not sure 10% is, but I think it's a good next step. And I think it's important, and I'll tie it to some earlier comments I have. It's just not about the percentage. It's about the evaluation criteria we use and the rigor in which we apply that evaluation criteria. So if you're awarding 10 points just because you say that you have a policy, but we're not asking you to demonstrate that you've actually actioned that policy and have tangible results, yeah, 10% is probably not enough. I don't even know if 20% is enough if you don't have that rigor to your evaluation process. So we are recommending an incremental step here from 5 to 10. But what we're also very cognizant of is that we need to be more rigorous in how we apply criteria under that 10% than we have in the past. And I think only experience will tell us whether or not that is kind of moving the needle on some of the broader community objectives council has that we're trying to influence through our procurement spend. There's always the opportunity for us to come back, particularly as we look at some of the key performance indicators that we're suggesting we start reporting on, whether or not we may need to look at doing further tweaking to the policy in the future.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry if I created some confusion.
Okay, so I have several points and questions. I just want to clarify the one thing here. I'm not sure if Councillor Mancinelli is confused between conversation with Ms. Moyse, and I'm not sure why he withdrew the motion, but to my knowledge, there is no points attached to the skilled journeyman and apprenticeship Red Seal trades, correct? Or is there?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask Ms. Moyse to speak to that.
Ms. Moyse?
Thank you. Through the chair. When it comes to red sealed certification and those positions that require the journey person, we ask those through the spec as a mandatory. For example, we have certain trades that do require mandatory certification for our jobs. An example would be electricians for our asphalt plant. We do ask them to demonstrate and submit certification that they have proof of journey person or they are apprenticeship belonging to the program. So we don't ask for it as a blanket across all construction specifications, but we do ask for it for specific project by project basis.
Yeah, you explained that earlier, and I understand that. I just want to make sure Councillor Mancinelli understands it. So you do it for the electrical job if it's electrical, you do it for the mechanical job if it's mechanical, but if it's the new police station or the previously constructed, I can't remember what the building's called, out at the dump. So those you don't require the skilled journeyman and apprentice certificate of qualifications, correct?
Correct.
I need to find my notes. Just give me a quick minute. Okay. I was happy to see in this report that in 2021 for construction contracts, 98% was awarded to Regina and area contractors, and 100% stayed within Saskatchewan. So just to clarify, Regina, is this Regina or Regina and area?
Through you, Deputy Chair, I'll ask Ms. Moyse to define, it's Regina and area, but I'll let her define what we consider the area to be.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's Regina and area, which is defined as 60-kilometer radius around Regina.
Do you know what the percentage is of Regina home-based contractors?
We did not break it down to that piece.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just hold on. Okay, additionally, I want to thank administration for all the hard work that went into this extensive report. Thank you for accepting the core certificate of recognition safety certification as part of this points-based system. It's very, very good to see that. They'll provide a lot more safer job sites moving forward in 2025. I want to thank that the city began in 2021 to create the minimum 5 community benefit points for sustainable procurement evaluation criteria. That is very good as well. So, got so much conflicting notes here. Okay, now further to what Councilor Mancinelli said in regards to the journeyman indentured apprentice certificate of qualifications. Within my initial motion was within 24 hours of closing and adhere to all Saskatchewan Apprenticeship of Trade Certificate requirements. I'd like to make a secondary motion. I don't know how this plays out with the points in the recommendation from administration, but I will leave this up to the city clerk to bring up. She has it drafted. This is amending motion. Thank you. Okay. So my amendment is that all contractors must provide all employees journey person and indentured apprentice red seal trades designated Saskatchewan certificates of qualifications within 5 business days of closing and adhere to all Saskatchewan apprenticeship of trade certification requirements during construction and maintenance work. So to me, I've heard the word onerous from administration a few times. And in my mind, this is a very simple task. All a contractor needs to do, if they're the successful bidder when bidding a job, is they submit their journeyman indentured certificate of qualifications at that point in time within 5 business days. We already have it happening with the smaller contracts, just not the large contracts. So this seems like a very, very simple task to me. All the contractors that are employed by the city of Regina, they already have all those certificate qualifications. They know, they already have it. It really just takes them 5 minutes to submit that. So in my mind, this is actually quite mind-boggling that the city seems to think that it's an onerous task when I see it as rather simple. So in preparation of my original motion, I talked to many Regina-based contractors that have all completed construction or maintenance work or service work for the city, and none of these contractors disapproved of this motion. They liked it. So I got a little ahead of myself here. If somebody goes to, I'm just going to use an example because it's somebody in the room, Driven Automotive, and they want to get work done on their car, they expect a skilled and qualified tradesperson is going to do that work. That's what they're paying for. They're paying for that skill. And we should have that same skill working at all of our construction projects and maintenance and service projects. So in my mind, this is a very simple task. I'll leave it open for debate. Go ahead, Mayor Masters. Oh, Councillor Hawkins.
My question for the administration, I'd like the administration's comment on this and their recommendation or not on this. For a layperson, which I am, this seems highly technical. And I'm reluctant, without guidance from the administration, to approve it.
Mr. Lacy.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So in the report, we are not recommending that a blanket provision be in our procurement policy that all contractors must provide journeyperson or indentured apprentice certification to the city. Where we are contracting that work directly, i.e. we're contracting an electrician company to maybe do work on pumps, and there's specific skill sets we want to make sure that are there, and we're the direct contractor, yes, we'll require that as a city directly. This, as it's worded, would also apply to large construction projects where we hire general contractors. And this is where the city administration would advise that we don't support that blanket provision. There's a number of reasons for that. One is the reason we have a general contractor is ensure that they're employing the right skills and trades to complete the job pursuant to the specifications that we've outlined in the RFP. And we believe that responsibility should be and continue to be with the general contractor. They're the ones that understand how they're going to undertake the work, the skill sets they're going to use to undertake that work, to complete it pursuant to our specifications. I think if we as administration have really struggled, so we get all of these, what do we do with them? Do we know they're the right ones that are required for the job? Because we're not directly controlling that job, determining how that job's going to be undertaken and what skill sets are required. That's with the general contractor. And so that's a question for us is we don't know how that adds value to the process. And I have expressed some concern as I don't know, and that might be something that we would have to investigate further. Does that open us up then to liability that we don't currently have today because that lays on the contractor? It gets back to my question, now that we have it, what are we going to do about it? And what are we going to do with that information? If we don't do anything with that information, I just think it leads to a bunch of questions and potential problems down the road. And so for that reason, administration hasn't recommended it. We're not aware of any other jurisdiction that would have this type of requirement on general contractors, from what we know. I will leave my comments there.
Thank you very much. It's very helpful. Through you, just to clarify one point. So the city relies, when it contracts with a general contractor, that the general contractor will provide the appropriate skill sets in the appropriate areas to complete the work to the satisfaction of the city. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Stanachuk, go ahead.
My question is actually for you, Deputy Mayor, to explain a little bit more about your rationale for this. Hearing the response from Mr. Lacy, what would the purpose of providing that information be?
Yeah, good question. Pretty simple. There's trades for a reason. There's a red seal trade for a reason, right? And this doesn't go to the compulsory trades that were already talked about many times because those are enforced by the province. But this goes to all the trades that are not. There's a reason why the red seal exists. It's to have skilled, qualified, trained, and hopefully safer people because they receive that training, right? That's another big piece to the situation. And there is some contractors out there that don't follow the rules. And so I want to make sure that the contractor that's awarded the job is skilled and qualified and safe. Plain and simple.
Okay, so further to that, what I don't understand is this would be after they've already been awarded the contract? They would have to supply this information? So it isn't a basis for making a decision on the bid. It's provided after, so it is not clear to me why you would provide the information after if you want to ensure there's journey persons on the job.
Correct. That's a good point. I had many contractors in the city make comments about how onerous it is to bid on city jobs, as we heard from the Construction Association, right? And so it was a suggestion for those many contractors to come up with it after closing. So that's where it came from. It was from industry. Okay, Mayor Masters.
Thank you through the chair. You just used language that said you wanted them to follow the rules. What rule is not being followed right now in absence of this amendment? I'm just confused.
I'm not sure how to answer that question without singling out potential contractors in the city. So,
But there's legislation that exists that the city isn't following because it doesn't do this?
I suppose the city is following this on the small and medium-sized contracts that were already referred to. This just speaks to the big contracts. That has not already taken place.
Okay, and so I guess my question is this an amendment because something's been omitted from the city's recommendations, or you're contradicting the city's recommendations? Because I believe the city has recommended to not do this. Is that correct, Mr. Lacey? Got a nod? Okay, so this isn't a mere omission. You're contradicting what the city is recommending.
Correct. Or this is amendment. I was looking for guidance from the city clerks on this.
Please.
Councillor Moore should maybe leave the chair while we debate his proposed amendment, just so it's clear if that's possible. I don't know who would fill in for you, but.
Acting deputy would be Lori. Councillor Bresciani.
Appreciate that, Councilor Blanc. It was getting confusing.
Yeah.
Through the chair, Councillor Moll, I just want to clarify, you're opposing, with this amendment, you're opposing the recommendation of administration within their list here.
So what Mayor Masters is saying is that administration is not agreeing with your motion. She just needs clarity that you understand that. Okay.
That's why I said I was looking for city clerks, whether this was amending motion or I needed to make a motion based on the point within administration's recommendation on this. So that's why I was looking for guidance. So this would be on this point. So yes, I'm opposed to the original recommendation from the city on this point, so this is an amending motion.
So would that not be then a vote against the recommendation with a new motion in the future? Sorry, on a point of order. I'm just confused.
Sorry, Mr. Nicol, did you want to speak to this? Okay, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. From my understanding and my discussions with Mr. Lacey, certainly Councilor Moll's motion, his amendment, is in order. But from our sense of it, and again, we're not here to enter into the debate,
Yeah.
it would appear that he's looking to move an amendment because he believes there's some deficiency that isn't our responsibility. We figured that, like, we're comfortable the way things are.
Yes.
Councillor Moll, as is his prerogative, thinks that we need to go further.
Okay.
So I think that's all he's wanting to do.
Yeah.
Administration is comfortable with the existing
That's right.
recommendation that's been on before you.
That's right.
Okay, so it's not an amendment of opposition to what exists. He's making an amendment to add on further. And so
He's essentially trying to strengthen it, and we're comfortable where it is. That's
in
how.
your recommendation. So what's moved on the floor is your recommendation. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, did you?
I was gonna, yeah.
Go ahead.
I really appreciate the motion, being a Red Seal journey person myself, but having seen the conversation here, I just want to speak that I couldn't actually follow through and vote for it. I also wish I would have understood previously the interpretation of point 5, and that interpretation being with compulsory trades as opposed to just Red Seal trades in general, because I would have let my motion stand. So I won't support this, but I think I might try to walk my motion back on for a better explanation.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. I have questions for Councillor Moll. It's really the technical nature of this.
Sorry, we'll just let.
Landon, focus.
Sorry. Sorry.
And I'll have a follow-up for administration just so I could see how this works internally. So a Red Seal trade, if I'm looking at how this designation functions, let's take a drywall finisher and plasterer. It's not a compulsory trade, correct? If it was a compulsory trade, my understanding is you'd have to have a Red Seal designation to even be employed, correct? But currently, I can get a job with the city and working on a city contract as a drywall finisher and plasterer without having my Red Seal designation, correct? What changes here is that we would then require everyone who's a drywall finisher and plasterer on any city contract to possess that Red Seal. Is that correct?
I'll answer your question, then I'll make a further comment. So Red Seal trades designated in Saskatchewan are designated by the Saskatchewan Apprenticeship and Trade Certification Commission. Okay, I'm not too sure about the drywaller thing. I'm assuming that's why I'm answering yes.
Okay.
But those trades are all designated.
Okay.
So yeah, and they're the ones that have the apprenticeship rules and everything in respect to all the trades.
Thank you. Now, to administration, this might be getting granular because if we're trying to build a comparator, if you're a drywall finisher and plasterer, and this is hypothetical, I Googled like Red Seal trades, do we require drywall finishers and plasterers working for the city of Regina to possess a Red Seal certification? So if the intention here is to create a parallel and that there's comparable skills for subcontractors and in-house, would that be a fair statement that we require existing Red Seal trades to possess a Red Seal certification if they're employed by the city of Regina? Who's on first?
Through you, Madam Chair, I will ask Ms. Moyse to respond to that fairly technical question.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey, through the chair. General contractors still have to abide by the law with Red Seal trades. So that's a requirement regardless if we are owner or a contractor. If trades are applied with Red Seal, we need to apply that particular law to those projects or positions.
Okay. If I could follow up, and this is maybe getting into technical labor functions, but does this create a different standard for contractors than it might for the city of Regina staff?
Okay, I'm up. When it comes to the City of Regina staff, I believe our tradespeople do have apprenticeship and journey person certificates and positions out there. I would have to send that back to Mr. Lacey regarding Oregon people hiring practices.
Just to avoid, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry.
Mr. Lacey?
Through the chair. Just for clarification, because we have some employees who are tradespeople who do work that are our employees. We contract, sort of as the contractor, for people that require a Red Seal trade designation to do work that we contract with directly. And so I just want to confirm, I think, is that the differentiation you're trying to differentiate between is, I think and I'll ask Ms. Moist to confirm this, that if we're contracting for specific work directly as kind of the contractor of that work, and there's a requirement that it be a Red Seal certified individual doing it, then under Saskatchewan law, we're required to make sure that that's actually happening under our contract with the vendor delivering that service directly to us. I would say we're doing that today. This more broadly would apply to general contractors as well, which are under the same obligation. I think where we as administration have concerns is us inserting ourselves into that relationship and asking, the expectations are already on the general contractor to ensure that appropriately certified people are doing the work.
Mm-hmm.
We're concerned that we add an additional level of administrative process by us then requiring them to provide those certificates to us. And I'm also concerned about, well, what does that mean when we get those? Like, I'm not just sure what the outcome of that is, because if we're asking for them, I think we're taking on some obligation. I'm not sure what that obligation is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that appropriately, that should reside with the general contractor to ensure that they're using appropriately qualified individuals. And if there's a legislative requirement for certain types of work to have certain trade designations associated with that, that rightly should belong with the general contractor to ensure that's happening. And we as a city should not be asking for that.
To Councillor Moll, because it's not insignificant, what are your thoughts on polling this for now, perhaps getting some supplementary information for those of us who require it, and then we entertain it at council?
Councillor, okay, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Moll.
We were fighting over the mic there. Good suggestion. So after further conversation with colleagues here, I'm going to withdraw this motion as it is written, and we'll complete the debate on the main motion itself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. That was difficult trying to do both at the same time. So we're back to the main motion itself. I do a few comments I'll eventually close with, but I believe I'm going to hand it over to, if there's any other questions, hand it over to Councillor Mancinelli.
I would like to put my previous amendment back up for the Roman numerals. Just to explain, I think we all know where I was talking about now. We've been through it. I was confused by your comments on compulsory trades. When I look through the list of those 15 points, those are attributes of a positive community that we want to enforce through businesses, proper use of our dump or our landfill, use of renewables. They're all positive business attributes that businesses that use them get extra points to get the contracts for. I think apprenticeship and Red Seal certification should be in those, and not just for the compulsory trades that you have to have on site, but for the non-compulsory trades, so we have a well-trained, highly technical population in our area. This is one way to do it without being prescriptive, It's aspirational, and it's extra points for those who actually subscribe to it. So it shouldn't break anyone's ability to put out tenders. It just looks good for those who are running a clean business.
Okay, discussion on the new amendment on the floor. Okay, I have Councillor Hawkins.
Same question here as I asked last round. We're in a highly technical area. We have some recommendations from the administration. I want to be very clear in my own mind what the administration's recommendation is with respect to this amendment.
Mr. Lacey?
Yes, thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So this is referring once again to Appendix F. And in there, there is on page 3B, and I think the council is suggesting that there become a 3B 16 point. But this would be added. This, as I understand it, and I'm going to ask Ms. Moyse in a second to confirm I have this right. This, as I understand it, relates very closely with a point in there that's already 3B5. The only difference is 3B5 was intentionally focused to give additional points to those organizations that had apprenticeship programs in place within their business that were targeting underrepresented groups. So try to get underrepresented groups into the trade. Wasn't a mandatory requirement, but you'd get extra points towards your submission if you had such a program in place. I believe if we add this as a point 16, all that would do is give additional points to firms that have training programs in place that support the apprenticeship programs around that piece. And so you would award some additional points if they could demonstrate that they actually had programs in place to train employees under those apprenticeship programs. And I don't necessarily see if I have any issues with that. It would just, right now the focus is just on underrepresented groups. This would broaden it or perhaps give you additional points if you're doing both. I've just asked Ms. Moyse if she has any concerns with that being added as a point 16 and whether I've represented things incorrectly. And she's free to correct me.
Thanks, Mr. Lacey, through the chair. You articulated it well. I just want to bring attention that this is a menu of items that not necessarily will be applied to every project. This is a list of items to give you a demonstration of what we could be asking in our projects on a project by project basis in our procurements. We can absolutely add, Councillor Mancinelli, what you have suggested in some of our projects as we plan our procurements moving forward.
Appreciate that. I can speak now, my turn? Okay. I appreciate that, and here again, knowing compulsory trades are one thing, but there is a technical shortfall in knowledge, so trying to make this pertinent and important is what this does, and I think that's what everyone always talks about. Oh, we got to get to high schools and get kids in trades. We got to get in trades. Well, let's do things that get people in trades. So that's where this comes from.
Okay, we're supposed to have our legislative break at 4:15. Should we just continue along here, Council?
Nope, I think we should have the break.
Okay. Okay, that's why I looked around. So we'll have a break here for 15 minutes. So 4:19, is 15 minutes or 10 minutes? What do you want, Bob?
15.
Okay, 15. 4:34 is the time. Okay, we'll get started here again after our break. So we're going to be tabling EX 22-82, the Regina Public Library proposed development, to September 7th. As we're getting a little late in the day, so we'll leave it for September 7th. Okay, so now we'll continue on the debate with the amending motion on the floor. And it looks like, oh, sorry. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, are you done with your amending motion on the floor for now? Okay, thank you. So Councillor Shaw, you're up next. Go ahead.
Thank you for this. I just have a question. Administration, from kind of what I got from answering Councillor Hawkins, you don't support this. And I'm just wondering, I'm trying to clarify this, I'm trying to understand this. When you're going through the apprenticeship program, I understand this because I have people who have gone through this. So if you're going to be a mechanic and get your red seal, you have to leave work for 2 months and then come back, or to go to school and then come back. Is this, and maybe Councillor Mancinelli can understand this better, would this give a point system to people that employ people that are going through the red seal, or administration is that? I'm not sure who'd like to answer that one, the chair.
Mr. Lacey, go ahead.
Doesn't have any concerns with this amendment should committee approve it. With respect to where this would be supplied, as Ms. Moyse indicated, when she refers to on a project by project basis, obviously not all items we go out for procurement with would require red seal trade certification or individuals that require those qualifications. So what we would do though is this would be applied as a criteria, as part of our sustainability criteria for any RFPs that go out where companies are required to have qualified individuals doing this work. And what this would do is from a broader community perspective, support companies that are actively working to have people in apprenticeship programs, people working towards their journeyman certification, etc., by providing additional points where they can clearly support that they have a company policy and a program in place where they're actually doing that. So I would see that would be as I understand it, the intent of this amendment. And if I have that correct, we as administration could support that as being, one of those items that we would look at under those 10 points that are awarded with respect to sustainability practices.
So, sorry, and thank you. So you didn't support the other amendment, but you supported this amendment through administration. Am I correct in understanding through the chair?
Yes, through the deputy mayor, that is correct. The one that we didn't support is where we were required to ask for actual certificates, do something with them, I would suppose. This is just simply, so to speak, providing some reward to companies that can demonstrate that they are active supporters of these training programs and are actively trying to develop people that have these papers.
Okay. Just to add to that, with this, and I don't know the program really well, but I know that there's a cooperative program that's kind of along the same lines. Would that be involved in this Red Seal apprenticeship through the chair?
I'm sorry, through the deputy mayor, if you could repeat the question, I'm not sure if I understood it.
Sorry. So and I don't have a lot of knowledge on this, but I just have a little bit from talking to a few people in the industry. There's a cooperative program where the employees will hire the students going through the cooperative program. They're getting to their degree or they're getting to their certificate or something, but it's through a cooperative program. And I do believe the province supports them with a wage or something like that for the employees. So the employee would pay $10 and then the government pays another $10, whatever it may be, in supporting these young people or people just getting to a trade or getting to a certificate or diploma or whatever through the cooperative program. Would this fall under the same lines, or is this totally different for the chair?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, without knowing the specifics, what you've described would seem to be a program that a company is supporting to drive people to be successful in getting apprenticeship and journeyman certificates. And if that would be the case under this proposed amendment, that yes, I would imagine that they would receive some recognition of that under the sustainability protocol points.
Councillor Shaw, I know the answer to that question. Actually,
Do you?
Mr. Lacey,
Okay,
Mr.
thanks.
Lacey answered the question. I'm very familiar with the program, and often those programs are geared to indentureship in trades to lead to that journeyman status. So the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I didn't have all the details. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shaw. Next, we have Mayor Masters.
Thank you, through the chair. Councillor Mancinelli, what's the issue we're trying to solve with providing points under this amendment? Can you put the amendment back up?
It's been long reported that there's a shortage of tradesmen across our country. Actions like these promote companies that support the tradesman apprenticeship program. This is to support the brain trust and the knowledge base in our city going forward and to build on it. I don't think I have to speak to the trade shortage. It's covered in the news enough.
Okay, so based upon the answer, because this wouldn't apply to every contract that goes out, would the words where applicable? Like, because
I would be just fine with that. I don't want to be prescriptive. What I'm trying to do is trying to encourage companies to have positive attributes towards apprenticeship and training and look to strengthen those in our community. So it should only be used where applicable. That's just fine.
yeah, and I guess just some concern that there are companies that there's not a specific trade involved in it, but perhaps in another wing or another, it's a large company, it's got a division that does have it, but has nothing to do with the RFP before them. Yeah, it's more a matter of making sure that it's a level playing field for where there's not tradespeople involved.
Yeah, I'm just trying to speak to intention. You're talking to application and legalities behind it. If you have a company that's set to put up a house and you want carpenters who are a non-compulsory trade, but under the apprenticeship program, yeah, if they had a apprenticeship program for chefs and got the job because of that, I wouldn't be pleased. It would be the carpentry aspect of it I would expect. So I think applicable would be a given.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. Next, we have Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. How would we even monitor this? Again, is this something that when we say companies engage, we use the word engaged. What's engaged mean, and how does it not become very subjective? And I'll just say it's a tough one because you get. And then we know if it becomes in the policy, it becomes almost a directive. So I would need clarity as to what does that mean, engaged? And Barry's like,
yeah. So through you, Deputy Mayor. I'm sorry.
Through you.
Okay, Mr. Lacey. Sorry, I had some hands.
Yeah, I guess
go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
So sorry, through you. Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor. I think to some extent, I appreciate this is really kind of getting into the detail around this piece. I read the intent of this being is that they actually have a program in place that they can demonstrate to us that actually exists, where they're actually working with their employees to obtain these certifications. I might ask just Ms. Moyse maybe to provide some perspective on the spot with respect to how you would set up criteria that would provide us some level of assurance that work's occurring, at those points to be awarded are appropriately awarded. I do think this goes back to my overall general comments, is that this is an area that's going to require some focus on our part and some criticality to ensuring that, as I would say it, that we're reviewing those submissions with detail with care to ensure that we're critically awarding those points. And so they're only awarded where warranted. Ms. Moyes, do you have any additional comment around, processes that we use and processes that we know we need to look at strengthening to ensure that we're maximizing the value of a community procurement protocol point system?
Go ahead, Ms. Moyes.
Thanks, Mr. Lacey. Through the chair, we are asking for a sustainable procurement specialist who would take on the responsibility of verifying these types of aspects through our community benefit points to ensure that when proposals are submitted and we've asked for this particular criteria, they would need to verify to see if they're actually in compliance in order to be not so subjective and to be able to score them appropriately through all of our competitions. So I can appreciate the engaged piece. We would look at it in the procurement planning, probably a little bit more, not specific, but understanding what the project is in order for them to demonstrate that they're supporting this type of program within their company and having those conversations at the time of evaluation to ensure that they actually do support these programs through the bid process.
Okay. Do you think that we will be, if this is added in, that there would be some companies, if it'd be new companies or small companies, would be at a disadvantage by this being in here through the chair? And I'm not sure who that is.
Mr. Lacey?
So through you, Deputy Chair, I think Ms. Moyes has talked before about some of the challenges smaller companies have. And so I guess there's a possibility that not that they're being disadvantaged, but the ability to access these additional points might be more challenging if you're a smaller company. Ms. Moyes, any additional comment?
Thanks, Mr. Lacey, through the chair. When we plan our procurements, one of the lenses we need to look at is who are the possible vendors that can bid on this particular project. And we can put this in, as Mr. Lacey said, it might be a little bit more challenging for them. And what does that actually look like within our procurement documents? So we are not restricting any company that is skilled, is skilled to do the job, even though they're just maybe starting to support this type of program within their company. It's a promotional encouragement where we can give them points if they do have the ability to support.
Yeah, I understand that. And just my point is that there also could be a possibility that companies who are starting out do not have this. So if they do apply, they would not get the points. Correct? Okay, thank you. I'm fine with number 5. I won't be supporting this. I'd like to see how this goes. This is a procurement that came about looking at ways to engage our Indigenous community in ways to look at kind of take away some of the red tape so it makes it easier. I think I won't be able to support this at this time. I appreciate it, and but I do think that I'd like to see this first piece that we've got forward now, and then when we do get a follow-up in a year or two, we can see. But it would be, I think, something to collect data to the companies that do come forward. It would be, I think, interesting to know, do they actually, and do we collect that data? I'm not sure, but it might be something the city would be interested in to do, and maybe for the organizations as well outside the city. So, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions. I finally got my notes straightened out from earlier. So I'm just going to close some comments, and I think it mainly pertains to this motion on the floor. So for the comments made by administration, I appreciate the support. There's a few comments that were made previously, and I'm just going to touch on a couple examples. So somebody originally said this, maybe could increase project costs. Well, I don't think that's the case. I'll give you a few examples. So we got the police station that's under construction right now. I do know that for the mechanical side specifically, we have All Right Plumbing and Heating doing that job, and they're using Journey Person and indentured apprentices, as well as Christie Mechanical, working at the Globe Theatre and the Regina Humane Society, using Journey Person and indentured apprentices, who both were the winning tender on these projects, city-funded projects. So this is not a barrier in my mind to reaching inclusive goals, as in my mind, it helps to increase the probability of the hiring of a new or experienced apprentice, Indigenous women, and underrepresented groups. I door knocked on the whole local labor, local contractor bit. Unfortunately, the New West Trade Partnership reads the way that it is. But when I talked about these projects being built by construction, maintenance, and service, 98% of those doorsteps agreed with me when I said skilled and certified labor. That's a good percentage of doorsteps. I even had some doorsteps even said to me, if I missed the skilled bit or the certified bit, they'd ask me, well, what about skilled and certified? So that's interesting. That's right on the doorstep. So I wholeheartedly support this motion, and thank you very much. So I'm pretty sure we'll ask the clerk to call the vote on the amending motion.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mole's vote hasn't registered on the screen here, but it did register through our software. The other clerk has indicated that his vote was in favor, so the amendment carries 6-5, with the following voting in favor as follows. Councillors Zakidniak, LeBlanc, Stadichuk, Mancinelli, Stevens, and Mole, and the following voting against are Councillors Hawkins, Shaw, Bresciani, Findura, and Mayor Masters.
Okay, now we're back on the main motion as amended. So Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. Earlier, I'd made some comments about a fair wage policy and consideration for advancing an amendment. I'd like to replace essentially point 6 with the following. Direct administration to develop a fair wage policy that references supplier wages in procurement documents and applications. Sent that to the clerk. I'll just wait for that to be put up.
Okay.
So just to be clear through the chair, this requires, if it succeeds, administration is then tasked with doing a bit more work on this. They've done an environmental scan, some research has been done. I disagree with the conclusions, but I appreciate the approach and the concern. To the delegates who showed up and are worried that this would be a dramatic impact on the membership, the presumption here is that administration will do its due diligence and consult as they did crafting this policy. So this isn't an end, this is a directive from Executive Committee to Council to advance this policy for drafting and then comes back to Council for consideration. Both industry and labor, I believe, should be involved in that consultation, and administration, to their credit, has done that in the first phase. The other thing I would point out is there would necessarily be some sensitivity to the industry, what's a fair wage, and so on. The delegates all presented really good questions that can simply be answered and addressed in this process. And it's the presumption, again, that they would be involved in those conversations. Again, not surprisingly, if we look at the federal government dialogue, it's been the same kind of conclusion. Big business doesn't like it, labor does. I think what we need to find out is the actual evidence. Again, this is a tried and tested policy that's been around in some municipalities for over a century. I would actually like to read from the City of Vaughan's report on why. And this is specific to a particular industry, but I think it's important. Employers that support a fair wage policy believe that contractors should compete on a level playing field. So in some ways, this is actually advanced by certain segments of industry. No contractor should be able to secure a competitive advantage by avoiding investments in health and safety, skills training, and apprenticeship. And even the Chamber of Commerce admitted, quote, "It is reasonable to be concerned that contractors that seek cost advantage from substantially lower wages may also cut corners on health and safety training. And there is also a penchant in certain industries to illegitimately deem certain workers as independent contractors and so on." So this is an additional vetting process that creates, purposely so, some control and accountability over supply and value chains. Good. It's cast as work, it should be. I think it also services a variety of policy objectives. I do regret overstating the simplicity of finding wage rates. And I know there's a lot more work into it, but I don't think it's accurate to say that this is simply impossible. We can copy and paste existing processes, a matrix. There are frameworks that we can pursue and borrow from. I think to Council's concerns around the how would this be calculated, again, that would be the purpose of engagement, and it would be something that comes back to us for consideration. The other concern I heard was small companies being disadvantaged. I think there's an assumption here that small companies are necessarily low wage. They are not. In fact, there's a higher concentration of lower waged workers in big companies and big industry. I think the other point is maybe we should ask what is particularly holy about small companies unto themselves. I believe that they are competitive and they can certainly win contracts. They can pay competitive and living wages. In fact, when we had a living wage conversation in the community, it was small businesses that actually came out in front and said, we pay living wages and we attract workers and we're actually very successful. Big companies like Walmart do not. So this is not, I don't believe, a sincere concern in that small businesses will necessarily be disadvantaged. This policy and procurement is about social initiatives as well as economic value, and I think this balances both. And we'll have a chance to see administration's good work. I have confidence that they can proceed with this and that we'll actually see something progressive and meaningful for local businesses. And so that's why I'm asking for my colleagues' support for this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevens. We've hit the 5 o'clock mark, so I'll need a motion for continuance. Councillor Bresciani, thank you. Anyone opposed to continuance? Okay, thanks. So now we'll leave it open to committee for questions on this amending motion. Go ahead, Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question is to administration. When you looked at the other municipalities that did have fair wage policies, I just I did look at one of them, and that was City of North Vancouver. And I want to get a sense of what is normally covered in fair wage policies. So the schedule in the City of North Vancouver, it is it's the trades that seem to be covered only, primarily. And as we heard from the delegates, is that the trades are normally paid fairly well in the province anyway. So can you provide any additional information in terms of fair wage policies in other cities, in terms of who they cover? Is it mostly just trade positions?
Mr. Lacey?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, that would be certainly something that would have to be determined if council went ahead with this. It's my understanding that different jurisdictions determine different types of work that this will apply to, so I think it varies. I don't know if, you know, and I would also comment that, well, you do see some other cities have fair wage policies. I would say it's more the exception than the norm. And so, you know, I would not want to articulate there's a ton of cities out there that have fair wage policies, but, you know, there are a number, but they would be in the minority. And maybe I'd just ask Ms. Moyse if she had any additional comment about what they typically saw through the jurisdictional review, although I do know it varies depending on the municipality's policy. But was there any themes, Ms. Moyse?
Go ahead, Ms. Moyse.
Thanks, Mr. Lacey, through the chair. As Mr. Lacey indicated, it's definitely the exception across Canada of how many have fair wage policies, and they definitely did vary from city to city or province to province. Some only had construction as a fair wage, others included other industries like janitorial and other types of maintenance services. In order to determine what that looked like for the city of Regina, we would definitely need to consult industry and understand what that looks like for us as a community.
That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm troubled by Councillor Stevens' very skilled sleight of hand. He has told council that we're not really voting on the substance of the issue, a fair wage policy. We're just asking administration to go back, and I quote him, to do its work. Well, administration has done its work. They've examined this carefully. They've been articulate this afternoon in defending its opposition to a fair wage policy. Now, not all of us will agree with them. Not all of them will disagree with them. The point is they've spent a considerable effort doing this work, and they've come to a clear conclusion that has a rational basis. We just heard part of that basis elaborated. Yes, a few communities in Canada have adopted a fair wage policy. Many of those communities have reculed from a fair wage policy having adopted it. Most communities in Canada have not adopted a fair wage policy. The administration has told us today why not and why they don't support it. So, councillors, I say to colleagues, you are going to decide tonight whether or not we have a fair wage policy. Or if you send it back to administration, administration is going to engage in a lengthy and expensive academic exercise, maybe to bring back, I think likely to bring back the same recommendation. After all, this has been the administration's recommendation for several years. This is not the first time we've been around this mulberry bush. Or they're going to bring back a different recommendation, and maybe I'll move that they go back and do it again and do their homework again. This is not an endless trip to the dentist here. We're given a clear decision to make, a decision which industry and labor requires clarity in, and I think we have an obligation to make that decision. I support the administration's recommendation for the reasons they've given. I don't think at this point in time further work is required. I think the work has been done, and I'd ask council to deal with the substantive issue and to oppose the fair wage policy on the very credible grounds that the administration has put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Go ahead, Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. I do support administration doing the work, some additional research about a fair wage policy. It was pointed out today that some of the research was missing, that it was potentially not as in-depth as it could be, which I can understand. It was a very complex motion that administration was responding to. And on that point, I do want to point out in Appendix G, the questions that are noted that were asked for fair wage policies. What are the considerations you want administration to be thinking about? What might be some challenges or issues with this proposed policy should it be enacted? The other questions noted in that appendix asked about impacts or advantages and barriers. This question asked specifically about challenges or issues. So that is a clear example of a problematic component of the research that was done by administration. I do support additional work in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Seeing no further questions. Oh, there we go. Councillor Bresciani.
Much. I too cannot support this. And I think, you know, we've seen and we've talked about it today, the market is already very competitive. And I think in wages, and it's due, you know, obviously to some of the shortages of qualified workers, but that has made the industry and the hourly rate come up. It's made it very, very competitive. So I think we're already there, and I think we, I don't know, I feel that our whole economy is based on the fact that it's a free market system, and I think when we get into imposing any arbitrary or any kind of wages increases, I think I think it would be create barriers for some businesses, and I think that's where it gets you know, dicey. And so you see that, you know, we hear from unions that they want this, and then we hear from industry, no, they don't want that. And so I think the market should be the one that does dictate. So I will not be supporting this for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Yeah, I think two comments. One is we've heard quite a bit about construction industry, red seal trades not needing this sort of thing because they're paid a fair wage, a good wage in any event. I suspect that's probably true, but I suspect that's not true for custodians, laborers, those sorts of people. And so I think as the report indicates, this is about setting a baseline. People don't need as much protection on the upswing, but the upswings typically end in a resource-based economy. And so this is about supporting a baseline. There's a sentence in the report, Appendix E, page 1, where the administration wrote, quote, "A living wage means the difference between living in poverty and being able to actively participate in community life," end quote. I think that's right. I think the idea that some people are doing work directly or indirectly for the city and living in poverty and not being able to participate in community life makes us a pretty rough employer. I don't think that's the sort of city we're looking to inculcate. And so I do think we need to address whether we have people working for us living in poverty, whether directly or indirectly employed. And I think Councillor Stevens' proposed motion at least gives us the data to know whether that's occurring. Are there 50 custodians who haven't been on vacation in 10 years because they're just scraping by paycheck to paycheck? I would like to know that. And that would be important for us to make the decision. So I will support this. I think we need that information. I think none of us want people directly or indirectly working for us, living paycheck to paycheck, worrying about paying their water bill. So I'll support it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further comments here, I'll just make one. I'm going to be supporting this fair wage policy based on a couple points. Heard a lot of people speak about it, including delegations. They're talking about now. The market is great now. It's wonderful now. It's probably going to be for several years with all the billions of dollars of work that we see in front of us. But I looked at what happened the last several years of economic slowdown, where wages went so low in the industry. And people were scraping by, just like Councillor LeBlanc said. They were. They had to get extra jobs on top of being a journeyman in a trade at night. So they'd work as a journeyman in the trade during the day, and at night they had to go to another job because their wages got slashed. And so, plain and simple, it should not happen at City of Regina projects. Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 6-5 with the following voting in favor as follows. Councillors Zakidniak, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Stevens, and Moll. And the following voting against are Councillors Hawkins, Shaw, Bresciani, Findura, and Mayor Masters.
Okay, we're back to the main motion, amended motion. Any other councillors have any questions on the main amended motion? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote. Okay, just 1 second. Little issue to fix. Okay, sorry, I had a little clerical issue. Mayor Masters, did you wish to close the debate as you were the mover? Thank you. I'll call the vote again.
Councillor Moll, can I ask for some clarification just before we go to vote? It's Councillor Shaw. Or am I too late?
No, you just made it in the nick of time. Councillor Shaw, go ahead with your clarifying question.
Sorry. So if we voted against the amendment, how can we support the motion? Administration? I don't know how to do this.
Go ahead, Mr. Nickel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll put on my former clerk's hat as well simultaneously here, Councillor Shaw. Council gets faced with this all the time when you move amendments and they are passed or they don't pass. At the end of the day, all members of council are essentially voting on the package in front of them. You may not have everything there that you want, but you will have to make an individual decision if the component parts that you like outweigh perhaps a part that you don't like. In this case, I think you're referring to the last amendment that was approved. So it happens all the time. If you feel strongly that you can't live with the entire package because of this amendment, you would vote against the main motion as amended. And if you can live with parts of it and it's not perfect, then you would vote in favor.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Okay, Councillor Shaw, you got your question answered? We can call the vote?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote again. Or vote, it should be on your computer.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 7-4 with the following voting in favor as follows. Councillors Zakidniak, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Stevens, and Moll, and the following voting against are Councillors Hawkins, Shaw, Findura, and Mayor Masters.
Okay, I'd like a resolution for private session. Can I have someone move a motion? Councillor Mancinelli. Any opposed? Thank you very much. That's the end of the public meeting. Everybody have a great day.